test， 等一陣啊。
Welcome back to Heidelberg Castle for the quarterfinals of the Age of Empires 4 event here as part of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Just 8 players remain in the tournament, and today those 8 players will do battle to secure their slot in the semi-finals and a chance to prove their might this weekend in front of a live studio audience. $300,000 are on the line. The competition will be fierce. And the games will be incredible.
我發現咧 AOE4 咧佢即係我唔知係咪因為咧無限食物咧，即係令到啲賽事成日打好長。咁啊，之前16強賽事就應該冇錄到嘅，但係如果即係可能 Viper 嗰啲，我會睇下有冇機會之後錄翻啊。咁啊，但係因為咧佢哋係打嗰啲新 patch 咧，其實我都唔係好識，即係依家新文明係點玩啊？即係我暫時佢更新咗之後咧，我鬥都未鬥過隻 game。希望我要打得快啲啊！其實我都係因為咧佢賽事有新圖啦，其實即係你雖然話我講解啦，但係我自己都可能要即係邊睇邊學。係咁啊，左手邊嘅女主持，咁啊，好似係咪之前都有嘅呢個？
But joining us for the first time in the castle, it's Ellie4K. Ellie, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Now, Ellie, of course.
咦？呢個位係 AOE2喎，即係依家呢個即係錄緊呢個位，即係佢搬走晒啲台，然之後即係移咗張嘢過嚟。
Not jet lag, but I'm really happy to be here. And the castle is phenomenal. The production, phenomenal, and the people and the players, of course, phenomenal as well. Very happy to be here.
It's just an incredible. I mean, I've done a fair few of these shows over the years. Never got the chance to work inside a castle before last year. It is the experience of a lifetime.
啲新文明啊，你基本上都唔知佢做緊啲乜嘢嘅，即係你睇比賽嘅話。
Best players in Age of Empires 4 do what they can to secure the limited spots. Just 4 slots in the semi-final. And Ellie, these semi-finalists will play in front of a live audience this weekend. It's going to be.
我淨係 beta 玩過呢個奧圖曼，即係馬利我都係略摸下咋。咁啊，因為馬利佢好似即係有啲兵種咧，其實係同 AOE2係即係個用途係一樣嘅。咁但係問題就係搬到嚟 AOE4咧，因為即係佢再唔係好似啲咩工兵啊、長槍啊、馬咁樣。即係我唔知道，即係實際應該點樣玩。頭先啱8強賽事，你見到啊 ，Mr 係應該打贏咗 Demuslim 啦，咁然之後就 Demuslim 係輸咗俾呢個係咪 Recon 啊？唔係喎 ，Demuslim 唔知輸咗俾邊 Q 個，即係居然喺8強入唔到啊！即係光頭佬。我以為佢嗰個即係實力咧應該好穩定啊，至少即係冇4強，你都至少都入過8強啊，但係居然冇。咁啊 ，I Am Magic 應該係黑馬嚟啊，今期奪冠即係最大熱門。即係 I Am Magic， 佢好似係2-1咗呢個 Marine Law。輸咩？唔係贏咩？2-1啊，好似係嘛？佢輸咗一場啊，好似我冇記錯。
Moving on to our second one, Beastie Cutie
係咯係
versus
咯
Enoch. Now everyone knows Beastie Cutie.
即係 iMagic 呢個黑馬嚟。
His analysis, his tutorials, all this sort of stuff, fantastic. The second seed.
咁啊，但係 Lina 嗰邊咧就有啲慘啦。咁
Who are you going for in this match?
8強直接遇到呢個 Beastie Cutie，
Time at the castle with Beastie
即係因為唔係小組賽啦，咁所以基本上遇到嘅
standpoint,
即係都係一條命嘅啫，
is,
真係有啲凄涼。
and it's just a joy to see them interact in their daily life in the castle.
哦，輸俾 Marine 咯，係喎，即係佢因為1勝1敗要打呢個
Heartbroken for them both and also excited for them both.
即係出線嗰個最後一個位。
We move on now to our third match, and this is the one that I sort of want to let you know what's happening here. Based on what we're expecting,
Lucifron.
how long these games potentially can go. Best of fives, they can be very drawn out. We may potentially have to move the Mr. versus Recon.
咁啊，大熱門
Now, this
睇嚟 iMagic 啦、Beastie Cutie 啦，咁啊 Marine 咯，唔知仲有冇機會咧？即係好似頹頹地啊，打得。
50 or so people that you don't see on camera here. We do have to manage our time frame as carefully as we can. So if we do have long drawn-out best of fives in rounds 1 and 2, we may have to kick that one to the backstream. We'll make that decision during the second match, and we will keep you
不過
updated.
其實 AOE4 有啲凄涼，即係佢禮拜3、禮拜4打賽事咧，其實我諗
It is something that
即
we
係
may just have
觀看數應該唔係好高。
But if you're a fan of Recon, if you're a fan of the Mister, whether it's on this stream or that stream, you'll be able to watch it. And
即係始終2代咧，佢係禮拜唔係禮拜5晚啦，禮拜6晚、禮拜日晚。
amazing.
I think we might see some upsets again. We've seen them during the first day player games, and I am really, really excited to see what they will be up to for sure, and whether or not we see
哇
more
BO5 有排打。
And I mean, speaking of upsets, right? Our headline.
即係如果4代咧，佢將啲田咧改翻做唔係呢個無限食物嘅話咧，即係或者可能好
His
啲。
lifetime earnings have gone up by a factor of several 100%, 1,000% even over the last couple of months. This bloke is
Marine 咯 Puppy Pond， 咦 Vertex 唔喺度喎，即係話
losing to
即係兩兄弟少咗一個。
bottom seed in the opening.
咁啊 Lucifron 應該係打贏呢個 Viper， 咁啊以呢個2比1咁啊入圍嘅。
Anything can happen.
I think we are dealing with.
咁啊 Viper 連2隻 game， 所以佢2隻 game 其實都發揮得麻麻地。
They've trained so hard to be here, and I think they're going to give the fans a great
我
show.
圖萬
I
勝
mean,
率都
that's
高
for。certain, right? We
我
know
睇佢嗰個開局咧，應該係咪同我之前做啲教學差唔多？
jibber-jabbering from us here in the analysis chamber. We're going to chuck it over to
但係咧，佢改咗好多嘢㗎啦，已經。咁因為開局多咗50目啦，然之後就係啲軍事建築應該係平咗啊。 即係略略都有啲嘢改。咁啊，勁嘅原因咧，我諗都係可能啊，即係我冇點樣睇比賽，但係我覺得佢勁嘅原因應該都係關於佢嗰個即係火槍兵，即係喺城堡時代用，真係其實都幾屈機，即係冇乜特別黑佢嘅單位。
A flabbergasting experience this has been so far. That's another big word, Drongo, because we've got a lot of surprising results that have come in just the first.
我記得 Linda Call 冇得去咧，就都幾慘，好多 fans 投訴。
That's incredible stuff, isn't it? No one expected either of these two guys to be getting into the quarterfinals. Yet here we are, both of them making it. So
咁啊 ，Linda Call 咧係2代、4代都有做旁述嘅，但係非常意外就係居然冇佢份。
dark horse, probably a bit more middle.
即係明明都算係一個幾萬能嘅，即係旁述啦，即係慳皮仲可以。
Some of these players have evolved, so I think a big.
咁但係咁慳皮嘅，即係嘅旁述居然冇請過佢。
More of kind of a methodical player, play for that later game. Whenever you're an Abbasid player, you're going to be.
係咪先？iMagic 嘅呢個應該，
evolved into an aggressor, and that aggression.
即係第一場就爆爛。
One thing to note about Lucifron's playstyle that hasn't really changed. He's big on raiding. He's not a full committal. Although there's a lot of.
呢個係咪 Lucifron？
Him and Vortex, his regular scrim buddy. Vortex is more.
老咗好多。
in-type player, whereas Lucifron.
咁啊，呢個玩家係 Warcraft 3嘅，即係好多人以為佢係 Starcraft 出身嘅，但係其實佢係 Warcraft 3。
To go balls to the
咁啊，佢係 Warcraft 3成名嘅，然之後咧就轉咗去 Starcraft 2，打咗幾年咁就消失咗。咁但係4代突然間又彈出嚟。
And take a look at the stat difference between these guys. Speed, experience. The only thing that they're even on is strategy. Lucifron's got him every other stat.
Yeah, and you know, I think like people were kind of sleeping on Magic coming into this. We already mentioned that. Recon is another one we're seeing here. You know, I remember at the start of the Road to Wall, I don't want to be the told you so guy. I was like, Recon's going to be there. Magic possibly, like I wasn't sure. Was very impressed in the progress he had.
其實唔係遠距離長槍嚟㗎，即係佢唔係咁簡單呢隻嘢。
About this guy, he quit his job.
即係 RTS 最屈機嘅嘢就係一隻單位可以係全部嘢都好平均，即係呢樣先係屈機，佢可以處理好多嘢。
Yeah, a lot of people will look at these pro players and think, you know, there's so much talent, and there is.
即係平均嘅單位咧，你諗下，你可以冇腦係咁出，即係點會弱雞？
It's a world of difference because you just go all of a sudden from 5 games a day to 20 games a day.
And maybe Lucifron has a better chance to win.
即係例如好似咩好咧？
Yeah, the chair.
即係好似即係好似 StarCraft 啲槍兵咁啫嘛。即係佢好似睇落冇乜特別黑啲乜嘢，但係即係你可以係咁 mask 佢出嚟。
For Magic, it's going to be Basin and Gorge, and then over on the other side, we've got 2 water maps coming out from Lucifron.
This is interesting. I talked a little bit with Magic.
100金好平啦。
Trying to fish for some info. For some reason, he likes listening to me. I think it's just maybe my voice puts people to sleep. I don't think I say anything smart. But one thing I did highlight is I actually think Lucifron to me has been the best micro on water so far. Apparently he agrees with because I talked to him the previous day and said your micro.
睇下先啊，咁啊好多文明啊依家。 咦？點解可以 ban 2個蒙古嘅？即係佢嗰度2個打交叉係咩意思？
Yeah, that's a really good point, and definitely something that you're 100% on the money with that. His micro has just been on another level when it comes to water. He really pays attention.
係啊，係咯，佢即係佢有嗰個乜鬼嘢建築物唔使錢，即係屈到震。
Looks like we might have the first matchup already for the first map. It's going to be China versus France, a beautiful matchup.
就係中國打法國
We did actually see quite a bit of mirroring there. Both players picking up Chinese.
中國改咗啲咩新版本？
Both players picking up the Abbasid dynasty.
我暫時淨係知道之前啲資訊啫，就係呢個即係咩 TC 貴咗啊，即係起得慢咗啊，城堡起得慢咗啊咁樣。即係至於新版好似。 不過照計又冇理由大改嘅，暫時，因為比賽緊，即係我見啲人咧喺度問咧，就係點解新 patch 咧好似好多文明都冇乜大改，即係你諗下，其實都要比賽咁，所以我諗應該過咗紅牛杯會有一個大 patch， 就係全部文明都會大改㗎啦，應該。咁啊，暫時淨係放2個新文明，即係攞嚟睇下比賽咁。
Yeah, well, let's see how he looks to play it because China typically they look to go.
咁啊，法國去到依家都仲係好勁。
But we have seen a resurgence of the one town center China builds, obviously with the changes to town centers in the most recent.
但係打中國嘅話就睇佢點樣先，即係始終呢個隔條河嘅呢個地圖。
I guess my question is, do we dare see Chokunu in this matchup because it's
Merino 佢唔係好穩定嘅，即係佢我唔知點樣形容佢。佢又唔係好似 Beastie 咁樣咁穩定，但係問題就係 Beastie 都有少少情緒化，即係打得。 即係基本上 AOE4 頂尖玩家都即係啲實力都好飄忽，不過大部分時間都勁嘅，即係間唔中一次半次炒車咁樣。咁啊而 Marino 就係即係直接第一鋪就炒車。
It's going to look really difficult because China, you know, we've talked about this before. They love to make farms, and increasingly more and more farms.
其實佢哋呢個即係新 DLC 咧，佢哋咪有自己一開始有個 beta server 嘅。咁其實打嚟打去都係嗰啲人嚟嘅，應該。即係照計，唔知會唔會即係會唔會有啲嘢收埋咁樣，即係特登喺練習嗰陣唔用，咁啊然之後就標出嚟有啲屈機嘅。
That's going to require wood to set up. Like it all comes down to wood. It's why I said the worst performing civ on this map, in my opinion, is Roos. It's the one you never want to pick.
打緊啦，差唔多。AOE4 有樣好咧，就係唔使睇 band pick 嘅，即係佢直接飛出嚟已經揀定。即係我見到2代嗰邊喺度，即係仲要慢慢揀文明啦，即係有啲嘥時間。 咁啊，不過又冇計啊，即係因為4代每一場有機會打好耐，即係4代係咁多隻 game 入邊最容易係打超過1粒鐘嘅 game 嚟，即係唔知大家有冇發現？即係只要2個玩家實力差唔多咧，即係啲狀態交住嘅時候咧，就好容易1粒鐘以上。 其實我覺得佢哋如果諗辦法，即係搞一搞啲 patch 咧，可以係即係減低個遊戲時長，即係對於觀眾嚟講唔係好舒服嘅，即係睇成粒鐘喺度啲兵互換。 即係仲要唔係一鋪半鋪啊！即係有陣時係 BO5 入邊有3、4鋪都係打過，即係過1粒鐘。頭先呢啲有冇改啊？佢喺度顯示，即係喺度指住睇啊！我印象中好似冇乜改過，即係呢個 Office 同埋睇下賽事點先。咁啊呢個圖，咦唔係喎，佢呢個圖冇河嘅喎，但係啱啱佢嗰個 3D 嗰張圖又顯示有河，咁搞笑嘅，即係有呃鬼人。嗱，咁啊，中國咧選擇一戚開啊，咁你對付中國一戚開咧，可能亦都有一個原因，就係你想 delay 下佢嘅即係經濟發展啦。依家係8強賽事嚟，即係其實法國咧，你單戚雙戚咧，我發現咧有一樣嘢要留意啦，就係咧，如果對面係啲咩阿拔斯嗰啲咧，你肯定係一定要單戚開咧去阻止佢咁輕鬆開 TC。咁但係某啲文明咧，我覺得雙戚開嘅話，會對法國嚟講係即係經濟好啲，呢個係我諗大家都知嘅。咁但係可能要開始喺呢個方面諗下，即係始終你開 TC 慢咗都會有一個空窗期咧，即係你反而如果早少少出隻馬，即係做啲騷擾咧，我感覺上都唔錯。即係好多人都開始唔係盲目雙戚候，咁但係亦都唔係盲目單戚候啦嚇。即係你盲目單戚候嘅話，你第一隻馬出去做唔到嘢都蝕本。睇下先，中國呢個其實中國應該係點開局嘅依家？我見佢係6食物3木材，然之後黃金咁樣。哇，咁多羊嘅點解？哇，佢單戚揾咗咁多羊都回咗本啊！即係平時呢個量，即係平時呢個量，你諗下雙戚猴可能先至有。咁但係佢咁樣兜嚟兜去，中間唔知夠唔夠食物。係咁啊，4村民升級嘅，好快脆。咁啊，呢個賽事已經係8強㗎啦。咁啊，一條命嘅啫，即係話 BO5 決勝負啦，輸咗就即係出局。咁但係好似已經有係咪9000蚊啊？可能9000蚊美金，好似。定係萬幾啊？咁啊，其實 Viper 咧，佢練太多 game 啦，即係搞到2隻 game 都半桶水依家，即係有啲唔係好抵。不過我睇佢亦都佢即係點講好咧？佢又係唔係好想咧？就係2隻 game 都即係是但放棄一隻啦。即係我睇佢唔係好想咁樣。即係因為你是但放棄一隻 game， 然之後即係嗰隻 game 求其打咧，咁樣你對唔住啲觀眾啦。咁所以你見佢都有練4代，咁但係4代2代一齊練就好似即係好似好奇怪。即係正常比較合理咧，係應該即係如果佢真係好想2代打好啲嘅，咁佢應該係 hea 打4代，即係然之後咧就全力打2啊，因為你4代入咗。即係16強就已經有錢啊嘛，即係入咗去就算數啦，即係唔好練。咁啊，但係佢又走去練咯。中國爆食物黃金6分鐘雙 lemma， 我嚟睇下點先，因為呢個係應該係阿拉伯地圖啦，即係其實中國打呢張圖都有啲，即係照計有啲難嘅。睇下先啦，咁啊，好似唔係你講嗰啲咩6分鐘雙地標啊，即係佢直接加咗軍營先。咁啊，直接加軍營，咁然之後應該係守一守，但係就有冇掘勢啦？冇啊，即係慢慢守，真係睇嚟。長槍兵啊，出嚟啦已經。哇，硬食一個村民。哎呀，咁啊，係 Magic 呢度即係俾人咁樣硬吞。5至8強12500 USD 都幾多喎，其實。但係佢16強係咪都？我記得都有分㗎嘛，即係一個係6000，一個係9000，好似係嘛？下先啊，佢出咗2隻馬，然之後咧就有冇掘勢啦？又冇喎。依家呢個版本點樣打中國？
if you remember the way the bracing mechanic works,
咁啊，升咗呢個伐木啦，咁啊升咗呢個
Knight gets rooted
逐
afterwards.
輪，又一個村民。
Kill right there. Lucifer
咁啊 ，Lucifer 打得唔錯呢個位，而且馬略略俾人搓兩下，咁血量都仲足夠嘅，
you've achieved everything that you want.
即係有咩事就拖翻屋企慢慢回血咯。
Enemy as well, so you're delaying.
哦，佢打呢個馬家工兵，
Chinese player wants to get that second town center up and
咁啊做壓制睇嚟。
playing like this, you're delaying it even further.
我都幾中意佢呢個選擇，因為你諗下咧，中國咧佢係如果你放遠咗手腳咧，佢就會可以出去食鹿食果咧，
Go to the back corner.
即係感覺上不如即係爆兵壓住佢屋企，即係等佢
I believe sort of versus
即係屋企食晒支之後就可能要種田，即係呢個中國，
Probably the best spot for him is going to be
即係反而法國咧，你壓住人哋咧，你可以出去食其他支。
try and keep the nice close.
咁啊，見佢亦都睇嚟係起咗個礦場喺石頭嗰邊，應該準備掘石啦。
1.5 town centers for each one, and now we see town centers on the other side of the map potentially.
其實法國好似都 OK 喎，即係你諗下村民出得又快。
read perfectly, instantly sees the mining camp going up, also spots out the archers coming in, but
誒呢度寫一隻呢個係斥候定係用馬嚟？
he did open with a secondary scout, so he'll still have vision out on the map.
Yeah, that's a
咁啊形勢唔錯喎，好似。
I guess obviously he doesn't want to lose that scout, but now he's kind of telegraphed, hey, Lucifer, I know what you're up to. You're not hiding any secrets from me. All right, well, plenty of shit.
頭先呢度可能可以有多一個村民，但係就冇乜反應，俾人哋走咗路。
Under there as well.
What I love is he didn't club them all.
咁啊，中國呢度有成20隻羊啦，可能。
Like, you know, you wouldn't expect an outpost rush, but that type of thing happens.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, great. Now I have not only not got
頭先我依家仲要消化佢呢個界面啊，即係佢上面嗰個應該係村民啦，係嘛？即係
To me as well.
30同25村。咁啊，之前好似係得咗唔知2村啊，
optimal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
有冇得睇啊？呢個
But optimization, you know, in a game that's about reactions, you know, you go trying to go for the perfect game doesn't
佢呢
work.
個界面好似冇寫殺村民
A
數。
good plan often doesn't survive first contact.
咁啊，31對26村，但係就中國有呢個即係
I guess there'll be plenty more.
有個貪官喺度 buff 啲經濟，咁啊略略都還好嘅
Done。a pretty decent job of repelling this attack. Keep in mind that French do make their villages faster. But once
用馬場場得個追字，有啲陰功。
Dynasty, then he's going to start taking the lead when it comes to the village account. So Lucifer is continuing.
點解粒石好似咁大粒咁嘅？
He's up by about 3 at the moment. But the defense has been pretty solid for Magic, with the exception of that early lapse in
唔
attention.
係喎，佢呢個係大嘅石嚟嘅喎。 依家
it's much harder for these knights to get in and pinch.
Yeah.
Another thing to note.
依家係咪改咗啊？定係我
It wasn't because
但係我平時冇乜留意
they don't wanna idle them. This is a
TC 側邊係大石頭嚟嘅咩？
thing about the Chinese that makes them so hard to dive. It's not just the hand cannon slits. It's the fact they've got all these safe
呢個
havens for their vulnerable villages.
Yeah, it's a
呢
really
個係咪新圖？我又覺得似阿拉伯喎，但係
we do typically see players look to go for the
但係好似有啲怪雞。
then the 8-minute mark.
即係我依家先發現佢側邊係大金大石嚟嘅喎，
This is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's so far out to the side.
即係平時係細金細石㗎嘛？呢個好似係定係改咗嘢，我唔知。
Lucifer's mind.
我完全冇睇過 patch look。
Corner or the western corner.
係咁啊，法國咧喺呢個豬嗰邊咁啊開個 TC 啊，咁啊中國呢邊咧就
Start building mass spearmen. It's less likely that he goes on the wide.
咁啊啱啱上宋朝掘石，
Looks like we've got the transition now coming in for Magic as the Song Dynasty.
啱啱先開始掘石，有啲慘。
Magic starting to take down some stone, so he's going to be looking for
其
that.
實法國要開始咧係，等先呢度，哎呀佢呢度冇控兵啊，
This is not good right here. You need as much tempo as you
哇
can
乜
against
鬼
the
嘢？
Chinese, and it's so important you
前期冇嘢控過，佢咁樣死兩隻馬好似有啲
might go down here as
無
well.
厘頭啊，
Brilliant by Magic.
即係認真講，
Different groups of spears. He caught Lucifer trying to dive in, and then he
即係佢呢個水平，你前期送兩隻馬好似好奇怪啊。
efficiently, and he wasn't paying attention to the second.
咁啊，因為法國嘅馬咧係唔單止係死噶嘛，即係你可以回血噶嘛。回血嘅時候咧，就等於係即係兩隻翻山可以重新用。
Other players.
咁但係咁樣送咗咧，就有啲蝕底啦。
You want to take everything at once, but using these
咁你見中國咧又開始圍牆
a scaffolding
Yep.
is incredibly efficient.
草原地圖，我以為呢個係阿拉伯嚟係嘛？
Earlier, it can be so difficult going up against the French.
佢呢個畫面又冇 show 呢個地圖名啊。
If a horseman gets into your wood line, then it's going to take. I think it works out to be about 6 hits
話食
before
豬
you actually start taking losses. Whereas a
咁啊，法國最正就係可以一邊壓住人啦，咁啊一邊自己喺出邊食下資源。
It would be too.
咁啊，中國其實應該
upgrade.
比較難受先啱嘅，但係就暫時形勢嚟講，好似中國已經開始冇咩壓力啦。
Go back to the black.
即係因為法國嗰邊，
I think he's aware.
即係你見佢做唔到啲咩騷擾咁樣。
He's probably going to have to clash with the horseman first.
all right, well, spearman numbers are
咁
starting.
啊，41村對38，咁應該係中國經濟好啲，
Second
暫時。
to come down shortly. The question's going to be where does it go down for Magic from
睇下
here?
先佢有冇顯示官元素，
Just look to be putting it on that main town center. He's got plenty of resources, but we don't really see.
south.
Yeah, we don't.
即係佢呢個好似冇顯示官元素啊，即係我就咁喺度隨便立下。
Makes sense. He wants on the southern side because he hasn't protected that with his
唔係阿拉伯，
And also if you just look south of here, he's got double berry patch.
可能係新圖啦咁樣，真係。
It's a nice area to play around. Whenever you
因為阿拉伯嘅話咧，佢唔會大金大石，同埋側邊木材應該唔會咁少。佢呢個算係比阿拉伯更加 open 嘅 map 嚟嘅可能。
Have a look at Lucifron in the queue right now.
其實呢個算 open 嘅係嘛？
This is a
我覺得反而係阿拉伯嗰個比較即係封閉啲喎，因為你樹多啊嘛。 即係始終你側邊一定有兩個，即係兩個大樹咧。
And that's where it's
不過呢個圍咗牆就應該冇乜所謂。
buff rather the cost of these it went from 250 to 150 each. It's just
我唔知佢大石嗰啲問題改咗未咧，即係你圍住人哋個石頭咧，然之後打咧，即係啲兵會棘住噶嘛。我唔知佢改咗未。
I don't think we're actually going to be able
we
to
check a mill.
no, wait, I don't think we'll be able to. Oh yeah, there we go.
係先啊，加咗鐵匠鋪。
Survival techniques first.
咁啊，法國唔需要特別咁快升城嘅。
To the other
咁啊，應該可以諗辦法壓下對面啦，順便。
Be careful, they're on the wrong side of this wall right now.
係呢個可以執個村民，
Quick wall off here, but it's going to be so
兩隻免費村民。
peace, little guys. But keep in mind, Magic is on a higher amount of effective town centers right now. He's producing villages out the wazoo. That second town center is the equivalent of one.
睇下先啊，咁啊，工兵17隻㗎啦，咁啊打交未啊？
Lucifron is on.
咁啊，呢個部隊數咧係法國略略領先唔少嘅，咁而且咧係因為騎兵嚟啦，
goes up, it gets more difficult with this.
咁啊騎兵嘅價值係比較高啲啊，所以唔可以單純睇個部隊數，所以呢個部隊數係比想象之中更加之有價值。
The knights are going to be able to run effective screens, and when you consider that the horsemen have got a really good bonus against those archers, they want to be attacking them. And once you've got the knights in front screening for them, then it's not.
但係因為佢冇乜點樣 delay 到呢個中國圍牆咧，即係略略地
Even if Lucifron keeps
好似都唔係好
marching
抵。
at his current rate, the difference is that once you get to that count, you don't insta die with half them on the way there, and you're able to get behind them to body block a retreat.
But we did just get a glimpse inside Lucifron.
係嘛？中國呢度有個 TC 頂住，衝入去啊，唔衝。係噶嘛？中國都驚驚地，你見佢直接係縮村民。
Towards that town center, another spearman going to be going down. Town center firing off towards those archers.
睇下先，打唔打？33部隊對25部隊，咁但係咧就有個 TC 喺度嘅，咁啊法國呢邊咧就近防、
Success here.
遠防都升咗㗎啦。
Decision in life, but these knights kind of outdo me. Charge! No, don't charge.
咁啊呢邊咧就逼到人哋縮下村民咁樣，略略有賺嘅，但係自己食幾戰咁啦。
Grab Lucifron.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm
但係升佢升咗衝撞車喎，居然，
flank from him, come out over towards this stone mine.
同埋佢升埋長槍兵啊！
Bait your enemy in towards
咁啊睇嚟準備嚟啦，準備壓勢啊！咁啊呢個位，
but
咁啊留咗少少木材咧，應該係起衝撞車。
for Magic because
咁剩低咧就係用晒其他所有經濟去爆兵啦。
coming in, which means the issue
咁啊700幾木材，
he's going to have to commit or he will lose the town center.
And the tough part right now is like Lucy.
睇下會唔會先呢一招。
Side is he doesn't want to peel attention there, but then have a few stragglers.
嚟啊2部衝撞車，啱啱使晒啲錢，咁啊剩低就係
See this TC.
睇下先，中國出咗門口。
Difficult for Lucifron to insta dive.
呢個 timing 唔知好唔好啦，即係如果你能夠係人哋一邊搞你，然之後你可以係一邊騷擾人哋屋企嘅話咧，
At the moment, Magic is
但係如果你正面守得到咧，都還好嘅。但係如果你馬出咗去，然之後屋企守唔住咧，就有啲尷尬。
south side is still building up.
睇下先，出邊佢應該係諗住吞下啲村民啊！係啊，你啊，
Wait on these
睇下望唔望到先？有啊，呢度幾多個村民啊？1、2、3、4、5，5隻。
呢
個唔錯啊咁啊，但係呢個 timing 咧就唔敢講邊個比較着數啲。
Yeah, this is
咁因為你出咗一大堆兵喺出邊，
so difficult.
哇！呢度食晒喎5隻村民。
Additional outposts.
咁啊，村民數係61對69㗎
It's。going to be focusing down units. So it's going to mean
啊
melee-，
衝撞車打呢個場係有加成啊，好似係嘛？
But by the same token, Lucifron is going to make sure that he
睇下先，啲馬翻緊嚟啦，睇嚟。咁啊，唔敢再騷擾啦，即係守住屋企先最緊要就係，如果屋企爆咗啊，好無謂。即係不斷衝過嚟。咁呢度有長槍工兵，點啊？守唔守呢個位？
on that additional town center. Horsemen moving in on the south side.
嚟啊嚟啊！直接打啦！咁啊，工兵咧係點緊長槍兵啊，但係就個位置好似麻麻地，咁肉馬喺後面從後包上嚟，
And the horsemen
頂得住有啲肉馬。
spearman numbers are looking good.
咁啊，長槍兵好似幾威風下呢個位。
as well.
咁啊，TC 咧亦都放低所有村民出嚟啦，係拆呢個衝撞車。咁啊，部隊數係28對30幾，但係就咦打爆 TC， 我覺得都還可以喎呢個位。咁你見法國咧，雖然喺呢一波入邊咧應該係打輸嘅，但係佢部隊數係略略地有保留嘅，即係損失2個衝撞車，而且你見到部隊數咧相差唔係好遠嘅，即係話咧中國要反打死你，你亦都有啲難度。我覺得 係咪真係中國賺咧？究竟因為中國冇咗個 TC 喎，而且部隊數只係相差7嘅啫喎。咁啊，呢個時候中國睇下佢啲部隊，哇！呢個時候法國咧直接回頭鏟你啊，因為佢覺得好似略略地夠打，而且佢咁樣回頭打完之後咧，佢啲騎兵咧係略略叫做殘血啦，但係就冇乜任何損失嘅。咁啊，中國咧升咗呢個城堡時代，會唔會打得太急咧？佢呢個位，即係城堡時代應該等部隊 upgrade 啊，至少。咁啊，部隊數已經係法國反超啦。咁村民數咧係67對74嘅。咁但係因為中國咧係只係單 TC 嘅啫，暫時。咁而法國咧係雙 TC 嘅。咁呢個村民數應該好快追得翻。法國武功有，佢後面有2個射箭場啊，可以捱一陣間。天哥好啊！咁啊嚟啦，咁啊呢個一窩蜂。其實呢個形勢係兩邊都好接近，我覺得。但係我覺得，因為法國有雙 TC 啦，其實照道理蹲得耐啲嘅話，會比較即係照計經濟會好啲。但係要蹲耐啲。咁啊，中國升咗城堡時代，暫時係冇乜特別嘅，即係未見佢做過啲乜嘢。你見法國咧，佢都唔係好敢升呢個城堡時代住啦，即係你見佢不斷喺度出兵，即係費事有咩事賴嘢。等，工兵，哇！呢個好彩臨尾掉頭，如果唔係嘅話就重傷呢波嘢。咁啊，部隊係47對34嘅，咁啊村民數咧係75對80啦。等先，中國係咪開咗個？哦，中國用市集買石頭開多咗個 TC 啊，好似。咁啊，唔怪得佢唔反打啊！即係原來市集大發，即係買咗個 TC 翻嚟。咁樣嘅話，唔知賺唔賺啊？即係佢部隊數又冇啦，村民數又同法國好似差唔多。不過經濟如果唔再俾人騷擾嘅話咧，應該都係中國可能開始領先。即係始終你有官員喺度啊，即係呢個村民數又領先嘅話都唔錯。哇！呢度爭啲又吞幾個村民。箭塔都唔插，真係好唔俾面呢個 Lucifer。話升城堡，哇！真係正面又衝啊！呢個位，我幾中意 Magic 咧嗰啲咧，間唔中分啲兵出去搞下人啊！真係，但係呢個工程單位，哇！好彩咁啊，長槍兵喺前面頂住先，咁啊啲馬咧冇辦法係直接劈落去嘅。等先，散兵啊！有冇散兵？等先，呢個一窩蜂搞乜鬼啊？佢唔攻擊嘅。嚟啊！咁啊呢一個射得唔錯，但係呢個部隊數係39對25啊！呢一波如果打贏咗嘅話咧，啲馬咧可能未必打得死中國啦，但係村民嗰邊會可能有啲危險啦，即係冇咩兵去保村民。贏唔贏啊？26-16，26-16，24-14，呢一波贏唔贏？哇！居然打唔入，而且要考慮埋呢個 Magic 喺後邊偷咗唔少村民啊！依家相差已經10隻啦，即係可能中國守住連續2波咧，經濟又開始起飛咧，法國就會開始好難打中國。哇！中國最辛苦嘅時候捱過咗咯，睇嚟。即係最辛苦個 timing 就係前面封建時代，即係捱過咗之後就即係冇腦爆穿種田。咁啊，中國嘅人口咧暫時係115嘅，咁啊村民數係96個啦已經，咁啊領先10個村民。哇！真係 Magic 好似越嚟越勁喎。咁啊，勉強叫守住咗。咁啊，法國呢邊暫時你見佢都係等緊呢個科技，其實都幾貴嘅，即係你升嗰啲皇家乜鬼嘢，即係嗰啲血啊嗰味嘢，好似都幾貴，即係成400金700金咁樣，即係略略都要啲時間。話部隊數25對20，但係中國已經開始種田，真係越嚟越有米。 咁啊，暫時雙方都真係唔係幾打算執為績。中國 win， 我哋睇下中國點先。你見佢開始又分村民過，應該係諗住掘勢起步噶啦，今次。呢個住乜鬼啊？加軍營一個嘢。咁佢呢度有個修道院，咁啊應該係準備執為績。係啊，越抌得耐越辛苦啊！真係中國經濟越嚟越好啊！真係中國有贏。即係你諗下抌咁耐，即係中國呢度領先已經就快20個村民啦。咁啊，瘋狂喺度掘勢起步。咁啊，起咗個堡之後咧，中國就可以更加之被動噶啦，即係咁種田，即係種到有錢，即係有錢係咁爆兵。即係法國呢邊要諗下計仔，呢度咧就分咗幾隻馬，得到幾個村民啊？幾隻還可以啊，感覺上，但係唔夠嘅咁樣。因為村民暫時都係領先10幾隻，而且呢個領先咧係即係慢慢滾緊雪球㗎啦已經。咁啊，直接咧起個堡，咁啊依個堡咧係睇落好似冇乜保到嘢，但係佢應該係保護呢個種田嗰個位嘅。咁啊呢度幾隻馬喺度耕田。中國人咧最後勝利。咁樣拖落好似唔係好掂，但係部隊數係領先1倍㗎啦，睇下幾時打嘅啫。咁啊，攻防差唔多，佢呢個係升緊呢個係咪騎兵血嚟㗎？即係等緊呢個300幾血 upgrade， 然之後就準備打啦。但係因為中國已經係加咗個城堡啦，即係佢呢個城堡 timing 好好啊。唔知法國打唔打到嘢？咁啊，部隊已經去到51㗎啦，即係希望打下嘢啦，至少即係，但係就個堡位置即係保住好多經濟嘅嗰邊，即係有啲難衝，可以衝邊邊？咁啊，52部隊，Magic 呢個係都幾貪心啊，即係幾貪經濟，即係佢呢個咧有少少似嗰啲 StarCraft 咁咧，即係嗰啲蟲族咧，即係佢爆完經濟，然之後人哋打佢咧，佢先至係攞個官員爆兵，即係用盡晒中國嗰個特性。咁但係呢個部隊數有啲少得滯，即係25，佢應該要差唔多準備爆兵先啱。即係經濟爆到差唔多爆兵。咁啊，村民數129。頭先佢呢度起咩嚟㗎？哦，再升一個朝代。呢個係咪元朝啊？應該。打唔打？即係佢呢個位成日想揾個靚位打，但係唔可以再抌㗎啦！即係你再抌嘅話，中國即係爆翻起啲兵出嚟。得唔得？嚟啊！打啦！哇！呢個一窩蜂做咗一個完美輸出啦，咁已經有至少1/4嘅老兵俾人射死咗啦。哇！即係好似好屈喎呢個一窩蜂，即係佢雖然話就話係，不過其實唔係喎，一窩蜂係好似冇話特別黑邊隻兵喎，即係佢係完完全全一個 damage 打出嚟。第4又發覺，咁啊部隊數係32對13嘅，咁但係因為中國嗰邊有2個一窩蜂頂咗喺度，而且保護得好，哇4個啦已經，佢保護得好靚啊呢個位。咁啊經濟亦都起飛啦，睇嚟中國即係呢一鋪都幾穩陣。即係一窩蜂係唯一一個好似係 AOE 單位，但係就冇 nerf 過咁滯。即係佢唔係好似輕頭咁樣打呢個工兵先有加成，即係佢打乜都咁鬼大力。死啦！咁樣玩鬼啊！咁啊，我諗睇嚟個畫面好快就會轉到中國無限錢。咁啊，分咗2隻騎過都有村民嘅，還好過冇。 即係好過冇啊，至少，即係好過唔做嘢。咁但係部隊數咧已經去到28對28持平咗㗎啦。咁啊，中國經濟亦都起飛啦，咁就唔知點玩。咁啊 ，Magic 好穩陣啊，咁啊，再等一等先。咁啊，見佢向後退一退。但係呢個應該好難打啊！即係你諗下，法國佢嗰啲馬已經係 full upgrade 啊，然之後佢啱啱咁樣打都唔夠中國打啊！即係。等先，呢個一窩蜂唔喐，大鑊啦！呢個會唔會換到1-2步啊？至少靚啦，一步啦已經。有冇2步啊？喂，等先，嗰個打唔爆啊！居然，即係貪心得滯。咁啊，後面有個老拍幫下手啊，至少。喺呢個位起步。其實呢一場應該都係中國啦。如果去到呢個地方，即係去到呢個 timing，即係除非佢控兵控得好撈教啦。如果唔係嘅話，即係經濟咁好，好難輸嘅。正啦，咁啊吞少少馬啦。部隊數40對44。咁啊，中國嗰邊咧就有46個食物嘅，咁啊40木材，咁然之後30幾黃金嘅村民。其實中國嗰個經濟全面領先，即係剩低就係爆兵啊！你過睇下爆咩兵？咁啊，有啲濕滯，即係呢個 timing。咁啊，你見佢開始係出2個巨頭，咁啊開始係應該係準備拆啦，而且即係善用前面個堡。睇下後面村民俾人哋啄緊喎，但係兩邊嘅村民都俾人哋啄緊啦，即係互相啄村民啊！你見到呢度又啄緊村民，咁呢幾個村民應該係啱啱起步嗰啲嚟啊，然之後就拖上前唔知做咩。Magic 依家諗住點樣啦？暫時。咁啊，略略有啲換兵咁樣啦。咁啊，空圖咁啊喺側邊咧，咁啊攞個黃金，咁啊起咗個堡。但係佢黃金其實都好鬼多啊，即係2800啦喎已經。兵啊！大鑊！咁啊 ，Magic 啲兵走散晒。咁啊，部隊數係48對37嘅。兵啊！有冇兵啊？嚟啊！呢個火矛騎兵，咁啊，直接係應該可以秒殺啲攻城單位啊！哎呀，佢呢度做乜縮啊？啱啱可以打多下，反正都死。好似形勢有啲唔係好對路。即係 Magic 嗰度咧，啱啱成30幾個村民掘金，有啲奇怪。係先啊！咁啊，呢度衝一波老兵，咁啊，然之後騎兵喺後面上，咁啊，等呢個長槍兵，但係部隊數唔係好夠多啊。即係錢係有嘅。正啦，咁啊好搞笑嘅畫面，咁啊騎兵打長槍，然之後就肉馬衝過去老兵打呢個攻城單位，得唔得啊？呢個位好似都仲係爭啲，仲係打和喎呢個位，即係有排打啊！睇嚟有。咁啊，村民數係146對122啊。成24個村民掘石。Lucifer 其實好似都幾勁嘅，但係同 Vertex 即係兩個究竟邊個，即係兩兄弟邊個勁啲，我唔係好清楚。睇下先，中國好似又起咗堡啊，但係唔知起咗邊。即係去到打後期咧，就應該係鬥控圖㗎啦。咁我哋見到暫時個聖地嗰個 victory 啦，就仲有7分鐘。其實好易停嘅，即係呢度有一個堡嘅話。
taxmen don't have souls, right?
I guess that's probably it, right?
It's weird as well because if anything, like churches make loads off tax, right? Like they don't have to pay.
即係打到依家，其實法國咧就有部隊優勢嘅，即係始終科技夠多，即係中國就有經濟優勢嘅。咁喺呢一度換咗一波之後，你見到部隊數已經開始有落差啦。咁啊33對52啦，而且法國嗰邊開始唔知經濟跟唔跟得到啦。即係中國照計下，即係你前面捱咗咁耐，你依家後期應該係有優勢嘅，即係靠呢個中田。咁啊，同埋收稅。咁啊，只可能係即係可能要啲時間去，即係大家換下兵咁啦，即係鬥多錢。係先呢度長槍兵，咁啊搓啲騎都搓得好爽啊！咁啊部隊數係38對48㗎，咁啊你見到後面老兵啊俾肉馬衝啊，咁但係正面長槍兵都幾夠多。哇！呢個係邊個贏啊？即係好似係中國略略贏。而且咧老兵唔算係黑長槍嘅，所以你見到啦，長槍兵係好難死嘅，即係呢個位。咁啊呢度有兩支塔，但係後面有巨頭啦，所以問題唔係好大嘅。即係雙方經濟都好好。咁啊，但係仲未死，就係呢個係 AOE4 嘅有陣時啲僵持住嘅戰況咧，就即係要搞好耐先可以完場。先啊，咁啊，中國呢邊係200人口啦，咁啊，法國係160幾嘅啫。
Yeah, and the cool thing is if he gets there, then these fire lancers come back in because they've become a tankier unit with the spirit way. You'll be able to heal as well as get additional attack speed, and they become somewhat competitive. But now it's just.
同埋見到中國咧，應該係諗住即係保住自己巨頭，然之後去拆建築物，所以你係即係咁喺度趕走呢個老炮。咁啊，略略損失少少冇所謂嘅，即係大把錢。咁啊，佢呢個資源咧應該可以，我唔知佢想唔想升帝住啦。即係你不斷俾壓力人哋啦，你通常都想狂換兵。即係你如果無啦啦走去升帝咧，就有一波空槍期，即係好似唔係好抵。咁啊，上面處理得好好啊，咁啊分咗少少長槍去趕走啲馬。你見佢都係咁爆兵嘅，即係睇嚟唔係好想升帝住，即係反而法國嗰邊咧就留咗少少錢，唔知咩原因。即係如果佢人口未滿，但係就佢走去諗住升帝王咧，可能會略略有啲蝕底。即係你正面嘅部隊唔夠多咧，人哋會開始搶翻啲比較重要啲，即係重要啲嘅點。即係陣地戰就係咁樣嚟。咁啊，部隊數係28對53啊，你見到啦。即係如果佢喺度升帝嘅話咧，就有啲麻煩。即係你冇資源同人哋換嘅話咧，人哋會開始搶翻啲好緊要嘅即係戰略要點。但係你又冇辦法阻止嘅，因為攞咗錢升帝喎。咁啊，分兵過去殺人。我諗呢個應該騷擾都有限嘅，即係因為佢入邊本身有個堡。咁你見到部隊數咧係領先20幾隻㗎啦已經。咁啊，法國咧可能係升帝比較快啦，但係如果中國發現你升帝咧，其實佢等一等資源，然之後攞多少少村民去起個地標，其實都升得好快脆。即係完全係冇所謂嘅感覺上。係先，佢呢個係長槍 upgrade 嚟嘅。嗱，你見到啦，即係中國佢見到你升帝咧，佢好快脆嘅，即係佢發現自己落後嘅，佢拖多啲村民起個地標，然之後轉頭就升㗎啦，即係基本上係冇所謂。係先啊！呢兩個巨頭冇人保護，即係情況仲係膠住。咁啊 ，Lucifer 打得非常之好啊，已經。係先啊！呢個係偷偷地係衝入去人哋個範圍度，諗住偷起城堡。
of Lucifron. So probably a keep drop going to be happening behind enemy lines.
He's definitely got
但係點解中國嘅食物收入咁少啊？即係1900，但係法國嗰邊係2000幾喎。
the Chinese, especially if your opponent's not watching. Best player we've seen do this at the tournament, and in the road to Wololo was
即係正路嚟講，應該係
Chinese.
中國比較多啲㗎嘛。
The map very quickly at the beginning of Castle, but we're far past that. We're deep into Imperial now.
係咪資源分得唔好啊？
Players now reaching the Imperial Age. Yet to see any elite upgrades coming.
係㗎嘛，升咗呢個帝王啦，亦都。
coming through for Lucifron, elite Spearman, elite.
城堡時代其實有巨頭嘅，但係要保護個巨頭就有啲麻煩咁解啦。但係城堡時代都有嘢拆嘅，只不過嗰個點講好咧？即係你要去生產一個巨頭，略有少少麻煩啦，又唔係好麻煩。即係因為你要起個 siege workshop。
For Lucifron over on the other side, Magic going to be going into his tier 3 economic tax as well. So both of these players observing a pretty.
就係呢一局都幾神奇，即係法國可以咁捱得。
Imperial Age and just not even bother getting upgrades. And it seems like, well, what's
我本身諗住咧就係中國佢照計啊，即係照計應該好快經濟爆起就然之後就會開始即係撳住法國嚟砌。但係 Lucifron 可以係由頭到尾成場都同中國喺度喺佢門口係咁打。係咁啊！呢個一窩蜂又喺度偷雞啡，真係有大力。係咁啊！出咗個長炮，咁啊出嚟對付一窩蜂啦。咁啊呢個距離唔知夠唔夠啦。咁你見一窩蜂直接掉頭走。咁啊，但係Magic嘅兵咧應該都仲係比較多啲嘅，你見到。咁啊55部隊數對36嘅。咁但係好神奇地就係永遠俾人壓咗喺門口。
It's where their hand cannoneers are going to last a lot longer because they're just not easily accessible and they're a lot more lethal to whoever's assaulting them.
All right, well the horsemen continue pushing up and we do finally see the hand cannoneers coming out onto the field.
得
Also went for the spirit way, so do expect.
都算係㗎，但係巨頭佢係咪有 buff 到個距離啊？好似如果佢距離係夠遠嘅，然之後即係偷下打下城堡咁樣，其實又唔係話超貴嘅，不過要嘥啲精神去防守啊。睇下先啊，呢邊。 部隊數係38對49㗎，咁啊中國已經開始轉緊呢個火槍兵㗎啦。邊個即係邊個贏緊？好似係中國贏緊，呢邊 trade 得好似唔錯。等先，輕頭，呢個一下打落去啲火槍度又爽啊！有冇反應啊？有，直接係想散開少少兵嘅，但係就都係要食咗一兩下。
Yeah, all right. Well, beautiful little positioning here, but the Culverin still does stand at the moment. And once again, those Fire Lancers hitting the back line, taking out the Springer, but that Culverin just still standing strong right now. A real bastion here.
哇！真係呢一波 ，Lucifron 係咪打輸啊？呢度係嘛？部隊數34對41㗎，咁啊中國嗰邊仍然係非常之好經濟，但係法國嗰邊其實經濟都好好。 而且咧，雙方嘅黃金咧依然係維持喺即係仲有得使嘅地方嘅地步。搏啊！咁啊，你見到火槍加老兵呢個組合輸出非常之猛。咁啊，秒殺咗個輕頭之後咧，就一路向前衝啦。呢一波終於係叫做對中國嚟講係叫做 trade 得最好嘅一波嚟㗎啦。 夠唔夠錢？法國咁啊，法國收入都 OK 嘅，經濟 OK， 黃金收入都 OK。咁啊，間起個堡，睇嚟有排打下呢一鋪可能。火槍冇得打，有嘅，你出輕頭咪可以啊。但係你見開始略略有啲麻煩。咁啊，村民數咧係106對127嘅，咁啊法國嗰邊係村民死得7、7、8、8咁滯。咁啊人口咧已經跌到130幾啦。點解咁少村民？ 咁啊，睇嚟應該係啱啱有啲冇睇到嘅地方咧，佢嗰度死咗唔少村民。咁啊，村民數106嘅話咧，你打後期係即係喺4代咧係唔夠經濟，即係反而中國嗰邊咧佢129咧都略略叫做 OK 嘅。即係法國呢度啲村民唔知搞乜鬼嘢。 咁啊，但係咧，因為佢有2個勝地啦，而且遺積數係咪2-1啊？呢度其實法國經濟麻麻地嘅，但係中國嗰邊被動黃金收入有啲少，即係佢靠收稅啊，只能夠。
This to happen, and if you think about where all the tension is right now, I could see a world in which Magic tries to go for it. I think it's harder for Lucifron because these fire lances are getting in deep now, while Lucy is kind of becoming.
中國兩個保護射喺中間，咁啊法國開始亦都係冇乜知啊，你見開始轉應該係肉馬嚟，即係29隻啦已經。咁啊，有多啲村民。法國呢條村民數有啲少得滯啊。咁啊，1-2。咁啊，呢邊都死少少村。哇！咁啊，呢度一大堆火槍兵，咁啊，連埋呢個火炮開始拆緊呢個中間城堡。Lucifron 其實幾勁啊！即係佢由出 game 開始已經係 top 8㗎啦，即係好似冇乜點樣跌過，冇乜失過準啊叫做，即係又或者平時失準我哋都要計埋。咁啊，109村76部隊，部隊數量多啊，但係就唔知去咗邊。等陣先，部隊數多嗰個反而俾人哋連拆2個堡，好似好蝕喎。哇！你見到中國呢度係咁修理呢個，咁啊人口已經去到200㗎啦，咁啊雙方都係200人口，隨時打。即係兩邊都死係咁死維修，咁啊然之後兩邊都收唔起。騎兵打唔贏㗎，因為老兵係打重甲有加成㗎嘛。咁但係佢呢個肉馬嚟嘅應該依家，咁啊雙方都已經冇再出呢個騎兵㗎啦，照計，因為太貴，好似係嘛？呢個肉馬嚟㗎嘛。係啊，老兵打重甲有加成嘅，所以佢打呢個步兵啦，打呢個騎兵啦，都係好大力嘅。咁但係暫時應該唔會再出騎兵嘅，因為冇錢㗎啦。佢呢度應該全部都係肉馬嚟。邊個贏啊？呢個位好似略地好接近。咁啊，中國嗰邊係死咗好多村民嚇，但係畫面冇帶到啊！你見佢咧drop 到去呢個102村啦已經。佢屋企俾人騷擾，但係就好似有啲傷得滯，大鑊啦。Magic 呢度屋企好傷嚇，你見佢得翻96村民啦，然之後部隊數28，而且佢係冇乜錢㗎。可能 Lucifron 呢一鋪係贏喎。佢呢度死得太多村民啦，即係有啲時候咧，因為正面太忙咧，佢冇辦法兼顧到後邊經濟啊，所以你見到村民數已經係跌到90啦，即係佢係不知不覺俾人哋係咁劈緊村民。咁啊，依家咧法國嘅經濟仲係好穩定啊，咁但係中國嗰邊咧佢80幾村民咧已經係開始去到，即係點講好啊？即係你想分啲村民去種田嘅話咧，可能又會其他資源唔夠咁樣噶啦。但係先呢度又死村民，睇嚟後面打大後期都係 Lucifron 比較勁啲。咁啊喺後面抄家，然之後殺咗好多村啊！咁暫時係114對71啦，已經去到。其實係咪中國呢度佢冇攞石頭圍牆，即係搞到係咁俾人搞屋企？呢個可能輸啦，咁樣冇錢啦，中國。咁啊得翻67村民。咁啊而且咧損失埋火炮啦，兵咧72對23兵啊！哇！真係 Lucifron 某程度上都幾陰險嘅，即係佢可以成場咧喺度即係分少少馬去搞人哋。咁啊應該 GG 啊呢一鋪。咁啊村民咧相差唔多係1倍㗎啦，咁啊部隊數應該係差2倍。即係你睇下 Lucifron 啲兵咧，佢永遠就喺呢個中國屋企喺度轉嚟轉去。咁啊反而法國嗰邊咧就中國想騷擾啦，但係好似做過1-2次之後就停咗啦。 哇！呢一波部隊好難停止啊，真係點算？咁啊，火槍得3隻嘅啫，咁啊連埋少少長槍兵咁樣，可能要投噶啦，準備。差太遠啦呢個部隊數。但係唉，真係佢後面死村嗰度真係意料之外啊！即係而且好似唔係分咗好多馬去殺佢村民咧，即係但係唔知點解一殺就殺咗成即係50-60隻。你見到左下角咧，我諗嗰個我唔知係咪村民嘅擊殺數嚟？即係左下角嗰度170幾啊！我唔知係咪村民擊殺數嚟，即係俾人殺咗170隻村。居然 Lucifer 真係 OK 勁。有啲唔抵嘅，真係明明中國捱咗前期，照計後期應該係打得最好啊，但係佢係咪因為懶咗唔圍牆，然之後就搞成咁？即係你諗下咧，比着其他人咧，即係玩到大後期咧，即係石場求其拉幾條線咁樣，即係屋企已經係好安全。
And I think that's what we saw here. When I loved them was when we saw Siege. When Siege was coming out, I understand Magic's justification because they blitz through them, but they failed to blitz for anything else. Everything else is a hot knife.
就係 Marine Law 地位不保啊！即係仲要話係 Seed One 啊！即係第一種子。
Fire Lancers are not a replacement for Horsemen. No. They are not at all. And in that situation where we see so many Arbilatria all packed together, you look at that and you think, oh, Fire Lancers would be great here. And yeah, sure, they would. But do not discount the fact you need Horsemen there.
And, you know, it's only 20 gold each, right? But when you think about how many he's pushing, and you saw how much he was exhausting his gold, how quickly he's running out, if you add up the cost of all those Fire Lancers across that game, now you know where all that gold went. Maybe that stops him getting additional siege. Maybe that stops him getting even more the hand cannoneers. Because this is the weird thing, that Magic's trying to pivot towards a full premium army, but he's pushing premium cannon fodder in the Fire Lancers as well. But just great patience from Lucifer. I think one of the big pivots that helped him a lot in the mid game, we saw him stop.
睇下先啊，法國用咗啊！啱啱嗰張係叫咩名啊？即係我認下先個名。
I need to make sure that I've stockpiled for it.
Yeah, and it worked for him well. I mean, he spent most of his gold on Siege, Arbilatria, and
應該點樣讀啊？呢個 play 咩啊 ？Playria。
We move on to game number 2. There's lots of maps here, so I guess when it comes to theory crafting about what the potential maps could be.
原來啱啱嗰張唔係阿拉伯嚟，原來阿拉伯俾人 ban 咗。佢而家多咗幾多張新圖？睇下先啊，1張、2張 ，Mountain 3張、4張。哇！佢呢度大部分都係新圖嚟喎，原來。
Haha, I've got it 2 moments here. Yep. One thing that I do see that Magic has that Lucy didn't choose to go to was the English. The English could be really good for a Gorge pick. I actually think that they might be the best pick on that map. Even if your opponent comes over the top Ottomans or French or whatever have you, the gold's just too exposed, and we've seen time and time again players like Mr. exploit that. By the way, English, the most played Civ so far, they have played 17 times.
That's a lot of times. I guess my thinking is that obviously, yeah, English makes sense on Gorge, but English don't have the best matchup against the French. So all of a sudden it becomes, well, yeah, you can pick Gorge, you can pick the English. French are going to be wonderful again here on that map.
I think it's the exposed resources though, right? Like that's what we've seen work so well for the English.
係先啊 ，BO5 有排打，真係陰功。即係 LE4好容易就即係磨下磨下就1粒鐘一鋪啊！即係你見到依家都9點啦，即係明明8點零開始。
But like I think I talked when we had Holy Island and we were doing a lot of
即係佢哋呢兩條友會唔會即係打足5鋪1粒鐘咁樣？即係點算之後？即係好彩今日係安排咗4批人啫嚇，即係好似。即係實力接近嘅話，真係好難話咧，好快完場咁樣，即係一定係磨啊！
I know that he is like historically a really good player on them. Yeah. And he was one of the players that ranked them highly. In fact, across the board, everyone more or less ranked them 3rd or 4th as best civ. Yeah. But 睇
下先啊，奧圖曼有呢個馬利，居然冇人揀。我記得 beta 嗰陣咧，馬利應該係勁過奧圖曼，但係就奧圖曼應該係略略 buff 咗好多嘢，然之後我諗應該係開局都即係研究到一個即係正常嘅套路啦，應該。
While we wait, why don't we go across for an interview and feel out the players for their thoughts?
My name is Pedro, also known as Lucifron in esports, and I'm from Barcelona, Spain.
Lucifron?
And I've played mostly with my brother, like Vortex, he's also competing in the tournament, and as well with some of the players in the other group, in the Group A. This tournament is the one I've practiced the most since AOE4 was released. Honestly, I've been having a lot of fun playing the game. Like the new version, I feel like it's a really good upgrade, that they have improved a lot of things. 100% of my games have been against other top players. And I don't know, I think I have a solid chance. Like, obviously everyone here is great, so it will be tough, but
馬利好難用，我未特別研究啊，真係我唔知道馬利點玩添啊！依家
my brother is one of
佢哋
the
文明
players
抽
I
籤
really
決
enjoy
定
the
啊！
tournament. Not only because he's my brother, but because he's really strong.
佢應該係
Played against each other many times, but you don't really get
點講好咧？即係佢應該咧係一開始咧會選擇咧就係邊個先邊個後嘅。咁然之後咧，第一個會可能譬如即係例如啦，即係可能第一個會揀一個文明，然之後另外一個咧就會揀兩個，然之後會倒翻轉頭再揀兩個咁樣輪流啊。即係佢好似 LL 嗰啲咁啦，即係你即係你第一個人揀嘅文明可能係即係英雄啦，即係可能係一個，然之後對面咧就會揀兩個，然之後你又揀兩個，咁啊然之後佢又揀兩個，咁啊直到揀齊為止。咁啊 band 咧應該都係一樣嘅。我諗先後次序就係即係猜嘅啫，猜情尋啦一開始。
Unluckily locks out in avoiding that problem with his brother being out. Vortex was eliminated yesterday, but interesting one in there is he mentioned Marine Lord.
Interesting one.
This guy on the other side beat Marine Lord, so is he more threatening to you?
即係地圖都係咁樣嘅，即係應該，但係就應該係先。我唔知佢係先揀圖定係先 ban 圖啦，但係我諗都係差唔多。資源打快啲，其實我覺得 AOE4係因為最主要就係因為嗰個田嘅食物係無限嘅，所以你有排打。即係我覺得田呢個可以略略地研究下，究竟係咪真係需要咁即係要無限資源？即係因為即係你好多兵其實都係靠食物嘅。咁然之後食物無限資源嘅話，咁即係大家都係一路出兵，係咁狂出兵。
Was it Chinese?
Yeah, I think it might have been Chinese.
It was something like yeah, I think it was Chinese.
2TC Song Dynasty against 5TC.
Yeah, he went wide. So now this is the issue. This is the problem with that. If you go Bastards here, which he is, if there's a French pick coming out, yeah, exactly. This was my worry. So the difference here is that in that game you just referenced, the Chinese aren't going to rush you. They're not going to be aggressive. They're not going to be in your face. French are. One of the weaknesses of Basin is that you are very limited in your area at the start. It's easily defendable, but it also means you've got nowhere to really build. And the resources you want are far out.
係先啊，阿拔斯打呢個咩嚟㗎？
Sneak a few knights out and make your life a living hell.
哦，法國嚟嘅。咦，等陣先，兩個人都可以揀法國嘅咩？原來。
Be a little bit more defensive. Maybe he looks to get some spearmen out early, and in the event that this does go late, you'd have to give the advantage over to the Abbasid dynasty.
咁啊，阿拔斯打法國就我都唔肯定係邊個優勢啦，依家。即係因為之前阿拔斯咧都略略叫做少少黑法國嘅，但係因為依家佢如果 TC 慢咗嘅話，咁即係可能前期會少幾個村民添。咁啊，而且你仲要係出兵去守。可以用兩次法國咁型嘅。其實我未搞清楚佢呢個賽制，因為我前兩日都未睇。我睇下今晚温習，即係睇完晒啲比賽之後，我睇下温習下先，佢嗰個賽制係點樣依家？
So the thing with Lucifron is if he sees something that looks tasty, he'll do it. We actually saw this in the Puppy Paw series where Lucifron, he was playing against Delhi as the French. I think he had like reasonable aggression. Even though he couldn't kill villages, he was like blocking them off at times. But then he got to a stage where it's like, I want that secondary TC. Oh look, there's all these deer stacks, 2 deer stacks next to each other. I want it even more, and that maybe sets him back. So I think you have to time.
係咁啊，賽事開始啦。咁喺呢張圖咧會略略係大張嘅，咁啊而且咧雙方 TC 咧係比較貼邊嘅。
Got plenty more action between these two guys. Magic down on the south side playing as the Abbasid Dynasty, Lucifron in the north.
咁但係呢一張咧，應該因為地圖大家相距略遠咧，即係爆下經濟都 OK 嘅，即係我諗呢一張應該都打好耐又係。其實 BO5 應該可以用晒10個文明嘅，但係我唔知佢哋個即係譬如啦，佢哋個 band pick 可能係即係雙方唔可以重複文明嘅話咧，咁樣。即係咁樣，即係一人揀幾多個？即係10個文明，一人揀5個。咁但係5個嘅話咧，係只能夠打滿呢個 BO5 啦。其實呢個都係 BO5 咯，即係好似聽落又好似冇乜問題。即係又或者啦，即係每人有5個文明嘅，你 ban 完一個之後，可能每人得翻4個，然之後佢可能有一個可以俾你重複用咁樣，咁就啱啱好可以5場。即係或者係咁樣啦，可能。係啊，即係最尾嗰組人有排，即係短時間內都唔使見到佢哋。我聽聞 AOE2咧就有啲玩家都好似喺度嫌咧，就係安排到最後嗰一組咧係即係坐到臨尾，即係先至開始打，即係勁陰功。
Spearman, Super Spearman, and Super Duper Spearman. That's our tier system, my friend.
I think it works, but I mean that's not the only upgrade that they've got that is unique. They've also got the military school with the extra health from the military wing.
Boot camp, right? Yeah, from the military wing. It's a juicy one. And this time around, it's just going to be the typical open eco wings. I'm expecting this in every land map. The Bass.
咁啊，掘夠黃金，咁啊之後咧就係升級呢個半價村同埋應該升逐輪啦。唔係喎，佢呢個2黃金可能唔升喎。即係我哋望下先，因為依家咧咪雙 TC 嗰個 TC 貴咗嘅，咁你見到阿拔斯呢度得2個人黃金咧，我唔知佢夠唔夠升級呢個村民同埋呢個逐輪啊！即係你2嚿科技都要200幾黃金，但係你如果得1、2個村民掘嘅話咧，肯定唔夠錢。你見佢收個村添啦，即係你留意下阿拔斯咁啊，得翻1個村掘金嘅啫，咁即係話佢只能夠係揀個半價村民升級。咁然之後咧就直接掘石啦。咁啊可以理解嘅，因為你諗下咧，如果你能夠早少少掘定啲石先咧，咁樣然之後守一守屋企，咁你就可以開 TC 啦。咁但係如果你諗住升埋個手推車咧，就太抌時間啦。即係而且手推車唔係加呢個經濟加成好多啊。係即係如果大家唔知嘅話咧，手推車咧佢每分鐘提升你其他資源嘅收入咧，應該係得1嘅啫，即係好少啊，少得好可憐。但係佢有一個提升村民移動速度嘅加成咧，就可以確保你嘅村民唔會咁容易死。即係通常啲馬咧衝鋒嘅時候會加速撞你一下啦，咁然之後你再拖村民走都好咧。隻馬都追你唔到噶啦，應該。咁但係呢個係升手推車先有。咁你見佢黃金已經唔掘啦，咁啊多咗10。睇下3走到村民。咁啊，求其一下就算啦。咁啊，你見到隻法國馬。哇！咁而且佢略略少少圍圍地，即係圍少少長咁樣。呢個都幾好，即係有啲玩家咧好中意圍好大嘅，即係我見到啲即係朋友仔，即係啲新玩家。咁但係因為圍太大咧好傷經濟，咁但係佢呢個圍細細地嘅話，好似都唔錯。 即係佢又做到呢個保護嘅效果，咁同時佢又唔係話使好多錢咁樣。即係呢個死穿嘅可能會，即係呢個，哎呀，佢呢個唔敢衝入去。咁啊，打咗個雙先，咁亦都係殺唔到村民。咁但係呢個村民咧就始終俾人劈咗一下啦，咁第二刀就會死㗎啦應該。呢個會死喎呢個村，點解有一個人掘石嘅？哎呀，咁樣死咗個村民。即係雖然話哇2隻啦已經去到，哇佢呢個偷村都好果斷喎。即係而且神奇在點解可以揀2次法國？等先，我可能明明地佢嗰個賽制啊，係咪？即係佢可能係我唔知會唔會係個文明未輸就唔準換之類，會唔會係咁樣？即係個文明未死可以 keep 住一路用，即係會唔會係咁樣？即係如果唔係嘅話，冇理由揀2次，因為法國喺呢個版本，即係理論上大家都會覺得佢都幾勁嘅，即係始終大家都要打單 TC。即係你見到阿拔斯咧，佢依家想點？即係佢依家想點啊？單 TC 同法國打。
Dropping down the mining camp on the stone, so it looks like a second town center is going to be the play here from Lucifron. He's done a lot of damage in the early game, not just through idle time, but just through killing villagers.
依家阿拔斯係點樣打啊？點解好似有少少奇怪？因為我唔好同我講穿窿。哇！真係穿窿㗎呢個位。睇下先啦，佢特登匿埋嘅，咁啊睇下唔露面住。係喎，即係因為阿拔斯，我唔知佢打咩喎，佢啱啱掘咗少少石，然之後啲石頭去咗邊？佢打咩？即係我依家都唔係好 get 到佢想打咩招。咁啊啲村民咧冇呢個手推車啊，所以俾人哋一撞咧好容易殺嘅，即係因為佢即係離唔開呢隻馬。哇！佢呢個圍牆穿窿啊，仲要呢隻馬死唔死啊？呢隻馬唔死就蝕到爆炸。隻馬都冇死，即係嗱，如果隻馬冇死咧，你見到呢個 Lucifron 已經係升級緊呢個馬嘅回血㗎啦。即係呢隻馬咧死唔去就可以求其劈喺度等佢回血啦。哇！咁樣執咗幾個村民，咁啊暫時村民數咧係26對31嘅。咁樣好似有啲不利。嚇！佢啱啱掘一石冇掘，原來真係石頭唔夠嘅。點解好似有啲怪雞咁樣？即係咁啊 ！I Imagine 好似即係冇做嘢冇乜次序咁樣。睇下先，呢個村民陰公啦，可能又得一隻。咁啊，大家留意下咧，如果冇呢個，等先呢隻馬韞住咗，可能唔錯啊。咁啊可惜。咁啊，佢應該係唔想損失村民啦，咁然之後移咗位，咁然之後就俾人走咗。我覺得阿拔斯咁樣有啲蝕底喎，即係佢本身諗住掘石嘅，但係就中途覺得好似掘石唔係太好，然之後就唔掘石。咁然之後咧就走去打咗一陣間，即係出咗少少兵咁樣，然之後突然間又想開翻 TC， 又走去掘石咁樣，即係好似做嘢冇乜次序咁樣。
There's a 7-villager advantage already. Keep in mind, French make their villages faster than other civilizations.
咁樣有啲大鑊，即係呢個時候。因為咧，即係法國呢邊咧，佢已經多7個村民，即係略略地經濟都會有啲優勢。即係尤其是你前期呢個 Golden Age 未儲到翻嚟嘅時候咧，即係其實阿拔斯除咗村民半價之外，好似冇乜特別嘢。You have to negotiate for chunks of the map with TC drops, and that's dangerous now because of the changes. It takes an extra. 成日開咗第一個 TC， 咁啊準備開第二個。But oh, Piggy, that was a mistake by Lucifron. Luckily, he gets in the way just in time, so won't lose villages for it. 係咁啊，冇死村民。
Unintended consequence of attacking the ball right there, but.
咁樣唔知點算啊？呢個時候你睇下法國嗰邊咧，佢已經係升咗呢個伐木同埋族輪㗎啦，即係佢經濟幾好下，即係又有豬食。 斷咗村，可能係斷咗村，不過 OK 啊，冇所謂。即係有豬食啊！你見到阿拔斯終於係開緊第3個 TC 啦。阿拔斯呢個位唔知點算。咁啊3 TC 嘅話，佢城堡時代肯定慢㗎啦。咁啊，但係就要睇下法國佢想唔想喺封建打，定係等城堡時代。但係先佢升攻防，即係可能係打封建啊，繼續。但係呢個地圖都幾容易歸，即係你留意到呢啲位，即係出入唔係好多。即係都唔錯，即係俾阿拔斯慢慢霸經濟。咁啊，村民37對45㗎，部隊數係法國領先啦。但係始終阿拔斯佢係乜鬼都冇升過，即係科技攻防乜都冇。睇下先佢射咩啊？呢個斥候嚟。咁啊，部隊數係16對23啊！我覺得阿拔斯呢度有啲牙煙少少，即係呢個部隊差距。咁啊，村民亦都係未拉近嘅。即係始終阿拔斯佢 TC 開得慢啦，咁而且法國村民出得快啊！即係就算3 TC 都冇咁容易追過村民數。但係呢個位俾人肥到啊！咁啊，直接掉頭走。嚟啦！咁啊，又係衝撞車時候，即係有理冇理都衝定先。咁啊，你見到時間咧去到遊戲嘅12分鐘噶啦，已經。咁啊，部隊數都 OK 啊，即係28、21。咁啊，至少咧係足夠保護佢嗰個衝撞車。咁啊，然之後就可能係曬村民做啲騷擾啦，但係應該打唔死嘅。睇下先啊！哇！喺人哋眼面前咁啊起衝撞車。咁啊已經望到啦，咁啊剩低就睇下阿拔斯點樣反應啦。咁但係佢應該冇辦法話特別地反應啲乜嘢，即係建築就係咁多，兵就係咁多。會唔會插下戰塔啊？睇落佢好似又唔會。咁啊冇食物啊！佢嗰邊使盡。11、16。咁啊，你見到佢部隊咧，主要咧係呢個11隻肉馬同埋16隻長槍兵。咁啊，法國嗰邊咧就部隊數領先7個，但係就即係始終人哋有 TC 去保護啦。咁睇下呢幾個衝撞車係咪做到嘢？真係，哇！真係直接收村民。其實收村民都好㗎，即係你諗下逼人哋收村啦，人哋至少有10個村民喺度冇做任何資源採集。我覺得呢個2個衝撞車都做到啲嘢。咁啊，直接打呢個位。咁你見到長槍兵都唔少啊。咁啊 ，Lucifer 咧係嘗試慢慢拉下先嘅。咁因為長槍嘅移動始終即係行得慢啊。但係問題就係呢個開戰邊個比較着數啲啊？法國好似騎兵佢保留得都 OK 嘅，咁長槍兵呢度死得差唔多啦。哇！呢一波打贏咗，居然係，而且唔係贏得少喎。你見到部隊數已經係17對30幾啦。咁你見到咧2個衝撞車都仲係未俾村民拆嘅，咁呢個 TC 應該要爆噶啦。如果呢個 TC 爆咧，入面仲有7個，可能至少10個村民要死啊！呢個位應該一波打死啊，可能呢一度。呢度應該一波打死啊！呢度有成10個村民，即係隨時可以分啲馬去殺㗎啦。咁啊，部隊數係相差1倍啦，又咁啊18對37，應該阿拔斯死咗啦，咁樣呢度死咗啦。咁啊呢一波咧，你見到佢甚至係打唔贏嘅，咁啊然之後就係冇用㗎啦，之後。哇！好快脆咁啊，2-0。我覺得 Magic 嗰個標柯帶有啲問題，即係你想掘石開 TC 咧，就應該要果斷掘石開 TC，即係就唔好掘下走去即係正路咁樣打翻轉頭。 轉頭翻嚟中國跟住輸咗，係喎，即係啱啱嗰波其實我唔知係咪 Magic 個狀態唔係幾好啊，即係有陣時咧有啲玩家咧佢係即係一日。即係可能一日半日就唔同晒，即係啲狀態。我覺得 Magic 今日狀態好似麻麻地，即係但係早兩日我冇睇啊，即係我唔係好知點樣啦。
Beautiful stuff there from Lucifer. Honestly, he's looking incredible. He's in fine form at the moment. You know, coming into this event, as I mentioned earlier, the bit of a question mark. We know he's a great player, but he's not quite that top two. He's definitely not an underdog. And the question was whether how he's going to perform, and obviously he's performing amazingly today.
Most people had him top 7, a few people had him top 4. So this is what I was expecting. And just to kind of recap my point around the French TCs, I'm not saying don't build TCs ever. I'm saying don't start going and building it straight away, right? Read the game, feel what you can do here, and what we saw in the second game is the weakness of base in those.
八強每個文明可以用2次。
You naturally have to come up with new resources. The old TC boot
哦，原來咁樣。
builds and how quick they were allowed you to do that. The new ones are very punishable. But let's look forward here, right? That's 2 losses, Magic on the ropes here. You know, you got to mentally reset. You can't.
但係哇，
This is a guy that looks calm as a cucumber, but I know he
好似都幾呢個賽制好似都幾怪咁樣。
That's a positive because, you know, as we mentioned earlier, he's got that English pick in his pocket.
Yes.
He's got Gorge as a home map. If he wants to pick it, he can also go for one of the water maps for Lucifron. But typically, they're going to trend towards their own home maps. That's where they're comfortable. And English do very well there. French have a great matchup into English, but with no French left, it makes.
咁啊，呢一鋪算快脆，好彩啫。 即係一陣間啱啱打咗幾耐，14分鐘 game time， 非常好啊！咁啊，可能有機會3比0啊！即係我覺得 Magic 今日狀態肯定係麻麻地嘅。我覺得有機會3比0，即係 Lucifer 呢個狀態都唔錯。
I think you have to use English and HRE. HRE for obvious reasons, and English I think perform better than the Rus on Boulder Bay.
Yeah, for me, I would be thinking about the English on Mediterranean, that extra.
即係不過冇辦法，即係你比賽嘅話，有陣時啲人就係即係一陣間好，一陣間唔好咁樣。
The cooler thing about Boulder Bay for English is that you have the flexibility to do a men-at-arms play early on to deny their docks, whereas Mediterranean, it's too long of a walk to do that efficiently.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I hope we get to see that, and you can see them at the moment. Just looking at the draft screen, there we got a little bit of a peek at what Magic is.
What do all these flags mean? Tell me.
I don't know. They're all alien to me. Oh. I'm only familiar with the kangaroo.
It used to be easy for me. I'm like, oh yeah, the green is Delhi. Now there's Ottomans as well.
I know, right?
So
yeah.
Ruined everything.
Fortunately, the Malians are a little bit different, so it's easier for your brain to recognize. But we can confirm the map is Gorge.
I thought so.
So we're going to be diving into another land map. So Magic just keeping it safe, keeping it familiar.
I think it's going to be Ottomans. I think with the voice got left in the draft, Ottomans makes the most sense. Maybe you want to put your English foot forward because it's the most dominant civ, but I think you weaken yourself elsewhere. And yeah, it is going to be Ottomans. And this kind of screams like a possible throwaway by Lucifron. Like he's 2 points up, and the Ottomans is like one of the biggest threatening factors. Because if the Ottomans are like still flexed elsewhere, maybe there is some of that Boulder Bay build we just don't understand. Abbasids, I don't think we've seen a single.
今次係奧圖曼打阿拔斯。咁啊，奧圖曼咧就新文明，我自己都唔係好知點玩，所以只能夠得個睇字，同埋即係大約亂咁吹下。即係我希望佢係同 Beta 冇話改得太多嘢啦。即係如果差唔多嘅話，都略略我都可以估下佢做啲咩。
Oh my god. You know what we always forget about with the Abbasids is like their ability to just build rams instantaneously.
Yeah.
Ottomans have a slow trigger point. They don't come online as quickly. What if this is like just a 1 TC Abbasid kind of all-in type play with early rams to delete all of those military schools? I mean, it's wacky, right?
It's wacky.
But like,
is a $500,000 tournament wacky?
But like, he's 2 games up. It's experimental. It could be a very good way to like blitz this. Because my other thought process is, what do you do otherwise? The berries are not saturating the area. The expansion resources are far out. Yep. Like you need to be the aggressor here.
圖曼開局5個角
You have limited wood. You have limited resources.
我記得之前我都即係一開始 beta 我都係咁樣玩嘅，但係我發現因為你即係你要係咁伐木啦，即係好似 好慢咁樣。等先嚟啊嚟啊！咁啊睇嚟都係真係一開始掘石啦。咁啊因為有啲 patch 嘅細節我唔係好知，咁睇嚟佢係咪木材多咗？因為最初呢個文明咧，佢第一版本咧就係要自己去，即係唔知點樣伐木啊，然之後先至夠石頭。咁啊，今次你見佢呢嚿嘢係軍事學校啊嘛，即係佢起得好快脆，即係我諗應該係有一個版本 buff 咗。咁啊，1分鐘時間已經起咗個學校啦。咁啊，佢入邊嘅長槍兵咧應該係1分，我冇記錯應該係1分20秒，好似。咁但係好耐下嘅。咁不過抵玩嘅，即係唔使錢出兵。即係直接咧係出呢個長槍兵，咁然之後咧就免費，真係好正。咁啊玩奧圖曼咧，一定要係留空間咧去俾呢個鐵匠鋪，即係同埋去即係圍住啲建築物咁樣，免費出兵。
So the cool thing for Magic on this map is he can see that both of his woods are behind him, so he knows it's going to be on the other side, which means the golds have a very high probability of spawning closer to.
咁啊幾正。
Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it, as well? And I think another thing that you can kind of predict is if you've got a front gold.
睇下先啦，阿拔斯呢度咧係3個人掘金咧，而且係冇停過嘅，咁即係話佢諗住咧應該係。即係升呢個手推車同埋升呢個半價村民啊！咁但係咧，因為佢要考慮埋咧，就係佢要阻止呢個奧圖曼嘅長槍兵啊！即係唔知佢開局係咪出工兵開啊？即係因為你唔會出馬噶嘛，即係人哋有長槍兵，即係你唔會出馬開局。即係一係咧就出咗少少工兵先，然之後就開 TC 啦，可能。10分鐘生成嘅。咁啊 ，Beta 嗰陣都係咁樣，類似係咁樣玩嘅，但係我記得 Beastie 咧就自己研究咗一個嘅雙 TC 開局嘅。其實雙 TC 都唔錯噶，即係因為你地標你2個地標其實都好好用。即係一個咧就係收低啲貿易車啦，然之後就自動 jam 黃金啊嘛。咁啊一個咧就係一個果園啦。我覺得2個地標都幾好啊。
I feel like this is one of the worst civs to mass camel archers against, even as the game goes on, right? Because they just built Sipahi and they activate Fortitude.
Oh, big mistake here already early from Magic. He's almost lost that spearman down to 4 health. This is the consequence of being a little bit greedier with the scout. So if we do jump into his POV,
yeah, he was getting
yeah, he hasn't actually spotted out where the town center is. He did actually run past the gold mine as well. But look at this, a single shiv, and that's going to be it. So
damn.
Unfortunate right there.
睇下先啊，咁啊暫時你見到，咁啊出咗長槍兵，然之後咧就起個2con，呢個2con係呢個係 market 定係乜嘢嚟嘅？
This is just the way to go. For a start, there's no trade post on this map, so why would you? And as you talked about before, it's like one of the go-to landmarks. I think considering the nerfs to things around Golden Gate now, it might just be the best tier 2 landmark in the game.
Yeah, I am of the opinion this landmark is way too good. I wouldn't be surprised that it gets nerfed. So if you're watching this on Twitch right now, or if it's been uploaded to YouTube and you're thinking about landmarks to go for, make sure you're building this one while it's this damn good, because it is an amazing landmark. Gives you 4 berries that spawn in.
睇嚟有果俾你，咁啊好似都幾正。
Put all their villagers over on that landmark, gather up all the berries, and then after 2 minutes they're going to respawn, and then you go grab them again.
Yeah, well, why do we always give these tips away? Like, why don't we just tell them falsities so that we can go get easy wins on the ladders? Like, yeah, build the trade every game. Every single situation is the best way to go. Don't do any. Build Kremlin as well on the roost. There's no other alternative.
Traders are especially good on maps with no trade post, by the way.
Yeah, definitely do. See, that's the thing. Whenever I'm wrong about an analysis, I totally meant to because I was trying to bait you off, right? Right?
Exactly. It's all about those ladder points. But the new age now begins. Both players up to that second age. And a good little timing here for Magic as well. Up before 5 minutes despite having that military school.
And there's the...
一隻矛唔夠力。
I was expecting this. Ottomans will switch their military schools instantly into support.
咁啊，暫時都還可以啊，你見到。
Spam as many as possible, because once you see the spearman, Lucifer's instant reaction, he's thinking, okay, there's 2 possibilities. Like, I either push spears or archers, because he's either going to keep pushing spears or he's pushing archers. You can't instantly like pivot horseman, you have to react to this first. This is just a great forcing the motion by Magic, and this shows you what value you get out of these military schools that other civs don't have.
Yeah, and I definitely think, judging how this is going so far, Magic's looking pretty solid with this opening build order. Interestingly, he's also keeping villagers on gold. One of the things that we do see Ottoman players do is have almost like a hard transfer away from gold, because once you've aged up, you don't really need it. But I suspect we're going to see upgrades coming through shortly for him, perhaps a wheelbarrow.
哇！佢已經係開始 set 咗2個軍事學校啦，咁啊然之後咧就係起咗個鐵匠鋪啦。
Quite possibly, considering Lucy's relying quite heavily on archers for his defense naturally here. I mentioned like the reason why you just don't want to do horsemen quickly on this map, especially if you think you're going to be the defender. I don't think Lucifron is giving up on the mid map, but he understands that this is.
但係佢呢個哇，真係通常咧，因為呢個奧圖曼咧，佢遇到一啲比較進攻啲嘅文明咧，佢會先起一啲即係唔係軍事學校啦，即係可能係軍營啊、馬房啊咁樣。但係就因為阿拔斯都算係幾被動。即係佢直接就2個呢個軍事學校就算數啦，然之後就等出兵。但係問題就係出兵好 Q 慢嘅，你見到即係暫時係8隻對3隻部隊啦已經。
We do see Lucifron also moving over onto stone. So 7 villagers over there now. So a second town center going to be online shortly. But you will hear that vizier point coming through in your headset.
Was that the sheep? It's usually the sheep.
Yeah, we'll double check and see if there's any sheep underneath the town center for Magic. I suspect that's probably not it at this point.
And he didn't get the meta, so it's the remaining one.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It might be that he's just not done it yet. We'll pull it up. We'll let you guys know very shortly because we've just opened up the game on.
Yeah, I don't think he's done anything because there's no imams, there's no sheep, and there's no metas.
Yeah, nothing yet. He's holding his cards close to his chest here.
I mean, it could be that there's enough sheep. Let's think about it too much. Let's think about what's happening here. He's intercepted the production now. I like this. He just parks on top of the archery range and tries to pep them as they come out. Because you can't fight one versus 4.
咩？出 G RAM 得唔得？
Yeah, you got to be really careful here. But we do see the second range.
8張10個。哦，呢個一開始通常都係揀經濟先。
He's got the military schools on Sparky. It's that extra food that's being generated for free, and then he's spending very small amounts of food.
咁呢個暫時你見到都係死守嘅，真係乜都唔做啦。
Really getting that archer ball rolling.
I think what we're going to see from Magic is a delayed usage into the meta point from his Imperial Council because he's still holding it for the moment.
阿拔斯嗰邊咁啊，偷偷起咗個 TC 喺角落頭。
Wait for a reason to, because in these type of situations, the difference between I've ran out of food, I desperately need the sheep, but I've used the point already to get the meta is game breaking.
Yeah, we want to take a look and see. Has he got villagers up on the berries there for the Twin Minaret Madrasa? It looks like he may have.
Yeah, he's got one.
Single one, yeah. So
其實佢呢個果咧，因為收入係略略多啲嘅，即係我覺得都幾正嘅，即係因為你唔使特別出去食其他資源。
So if you leave it with one out of one left, it's not going to bother respawning. It's not until it's 0 that it happened.
And he went into wheelbarrow, so he could easily shift villagers across from the sheep and not feel hampered. I think it's just he didn't have enough food. You can see how strained he is right now.
Yeah.
Between the production.
即係依家喺度等。咁啊，部隊數咧係9隻對14隻㗎啦已經。睇下先，阿拔斯停咗兵喎。咁啊，時間嚟到8分鐘，咁啊，村民數係一模一樣。
That was 3 archery ranges. And by the way, you were correct when it came to the Imperial Council. He did indeed go for meta drums.
Yeah, it's time. It's so efficient because you baited Lucifron into building archers.
係先嚟啦，咁啊，睇落唔似星城喎，好似，因為你雙 TC 你冇可能星城嘅，即係剩低咧就係究竟鄂圖曼係咪想星城？但係我睇鄂圖曼佢呢個經濟資源咧，感覺上佢係想爆兵多啲，睇落。但係呢個係感覺上啦，我都唔係好清楚，即係我哋望下之後點樣。
or something like that, but it's so easy for the Ottomans to deal with because of that meta, the extra additional speed that they've got out there as well.
Yeah, and the one thing you have to optimize with, right, if you pull out of formation, you're not going to get that movement speed buff, so always be aware of that. That's why he peeled off the Sipahi, because that would hamper.
咁啊，睇嚟乜都摸唔到。咁喺度側邊轉個圈先啦。咁啊，帶咗個戰鼓啊，咁喺側邊 buff 緊佢啲部隊啊。咁啊，你見到，即係你睇下阿拔斯佢唔使掘金咧，然之後我同埋想打都唔知打咩位，即係只能夠咧就係嘗試睇下可唔可以係喺側邊做啲嘢。打唔打到啊？睇嚟佢連個 TC 都未望到啊！真係邊人起 TC 喺正角落頭咁搞笑啊！等陣呢度幾個村民露底啊！
Oh, he might not have been paying attention.
There's no way it doesn't get seen, right?
Oh, it could have been. He could have been so fortunate right there, but the horseman numbers.
係咁啊，你啊，直接捉啊！咁啊，部隊數好似 22對37嘅，其實應該奧圖曼比較多啲嘅，但係奧圖曼嘅兵咧唔知因為分咗兩邊啦，可能會俾人哋係分開食啊。有啲濕滯呢個位，俾人哋吞咗一波兵係 trade 落嚟，好似阿拔斯好賺啊！而且因為屋企咧有 TC 咧，所以佢唔係話太傷嘅，應該唔係太傷。咁啊，好慘啊呢個位。咁啊，略略地係可能係死啲穿啩。咁啊，但係因為阿拔斯咧，只要佢係即係佢唔係話損失好多經濟嘅話咧，佢慢慢漚咧，應該係比較着數嘅。即係兩個都唔上星城，即係不斷壓制。
And the logic is that your opponent, like you can't trade archer to archer. The horsemen have to go as quickly as possible. So as you start to step back, naturally the archer count's never going to just sit.
但係你睇下奧圖曼佢，即係佢嗨唔到個阿拔斯，即係只要佢唔出嚟嘅話，你暫時奈佢唔何。咁啊，升個遠防。
I love the fact he went in with a supply instead. We wondered where they were. They were idling a lot of eco, and whenever you pull this wood line away from working, it means that Lucifron cannot escalate his archer count.
All right, well, for anybody wondering, we did see a third military school, which is going to be military campus.
但係因為啲兵免費嘅，其實都好似幾抵。咁啊，23對33部隊。
So he knows exactly what to do with this civilization. It's beautiful watching these top level players just mastering these civs already.
Magic's going in again on the berries. The berries on the extension TC. So these
are
acting at the same time. And look how many villages are out here. Lucifron with the quick reactions, but still dead villies and idle time alongside it.
Yeah, he pops up that fortitude bonus as well. Keep in mind that fortitude bonus is going to be increasing the attack speed of those Spahis significantly. So if Lucifron wasn't paying attention in that situation, that damage is going to be done.
The best way to think about fortitude, and this is the thing, fortitude sounds like it's balanced because you attack faster but you die faster. It's really not, because what it is it allows you to
戰鼓咁硬抵玩啊！即係佢被動啊嘛，本身有。
Most of the time, people are trying to peel back troops or peel back villages, whatever it is. You know, I've talked about this multiple times where, let's say you get behind archers and they have to retreat away from you, or horsemen have to retreat away from you. You activate fortitude. They're not trading with you. They're not doing more return damage. They're just running, which means you're doing 50% more damage on their exit.
Yeah, good point. All right, well, the Spahi yet to be seen.
睇下先啊，咁啊，暫時你見到部隊數25對40幾㗎啦，已經去到。但係阿拔斯依然咧係諗住同人哋換咧，就我覺得佢暫時應該未清楚自己發生緊咩事。睇下先死唔死啊？呢隻兵好硬喎，即係你睇下嗰啲嘢。其實阿拔斯唔需要特別衝出嚟打啊，但係就我唔知佢係咪覺得自己需要打啦。但係你見到部隊數咧係暫時好接近啦。咁啊22對32，但係略略地都係鄂圖曼領先，而且嗰啲兵係唔使錢㗎。咁啊村民數咧53對44。
Plus the ranged armor or attack speed now means that Lucifron can start to take favorable trades.
Yeah, and the trades are starting to look better for him.
哇！呢個咁樣就濕滯啦，即係你見到阿拔斯真係唔需要咁樣打嘅，因為佢雙 TC 噶嘛，佢肯定自己經濟好啲噶嘛，咁你冇理由衝出去同人打交啊！咁呢個時候你見到部隊數咧已經係14對30幾㗎啦，咁如果部隊繼續咁樣拉開個差距咧，咁好快鄂圖曼咧就會選擇係我諗可能會好快加衝撞車添。
Instead, just getting himself a little bit more food, and I like that adaptation. Makes a lot of sense.
I think that there's some value because obviously you're going to run out of sheep, and with these type of comps, you need it. And then on top of that, you need the gathering rates on mining because if you ever want to tech up, it's one of the most important points you can get in the Imperial Council. But great strike again. It's just.
就係呢個時候點算啊？18兵對40幾兵，即係最危險嘅地方咧，就係佢之後衝撞車嘅時候，咁啊阿拔斯點樣守？暫時嚟講，鄂圖曼最勁嘅軍事文明，可能要研究下先，即係因為自從佢開局咧多咗少少木，同埋佢只要掘50石就可以係起個軍事學校又起得快咧。其實好似都幾唔錯，即係因為佢屋企又有果食啦，即係一開始。咁你見佢軍事部隊數係比較多啲嘅時候咧，佢已經可以衝出去就食其他資源啦，即係感覺都幾正。
But yeah, that makes a lot of sense to be doing. Just snipe out the strategy, and I think the Ottomans, they're a civilization. Obviously, for anybody who's unfamiliar with the Ottomans.
同埋呢度咧，略略又死少少村民，有啲唔抵。 哎呀，咁樣死咗，佢咁樣一路雙 TC 嘅，但係佢村民數永遠就係同人哋只係相差幾隻咧，即係人哋嗰啲軍事學校，即係喺度免費出兵嗰度都抵消翻呢個經濟差距。咁啊，部隊係33對60幾，咁啊，村民數係57對50。我比較中意鄂圖曼依家呢個形勢多啲。咁但係要睇下佢係咪真係果斷打一波，定係喺度拗先繼續。You're just going to be laughing at them. And take a look at the upgrades as well. We see +1 ranged armor, +1 melee armor. Over on the other side, though, I mean, upgrades are coming through for Lucifer, but that's not going to mean anything.
Maybe just like throw all this wood on a giant pile and set it on fire. Hopefully the archers run into it, because Lucifer's floating an absurd amount of wood.
I don't think his meta's got a buffer active at the moment. Oh, okay, he just switched it on right then. All right, let's see how he goes right now. Numbers looking good, beautiful. 咁啊嚟啊嚟啊！咁啊直接打啦！咁啊部隊數係77對30幾嘅，但係就阿拔斯依然繼續係嘗試衝嘅。
Archers on this field right now for Magic. It is a huge amount of units. The body block's coming out. Archers just continue to backstep because they can afford to. There's just so many of them, and the Sipahi will wait patiently. 即係睇下會發生咩事先，你見到。咁啊部隊數係35對60幾㗎啦已經。我覺得依然都係因為部隊數差得太遠啦。其實阿拔斯咁樣換落去，我唔敢肯定係咪真係賺嘅。好似唔係好掂喎，而且阿拔斯嘅經濟調得唔好喎，咁啊成2000幾木材啦。點解要一路係咁衝？大鑊啦！咁樣就有啲大鑊啦。咁啊，呢個部隊數已經係相差越嚟越多啦，即係對方咧一路係以多打少咧，不斷 trade 得非常之好啊！即係1000幾2000木啊！咁啊，人口咧已經去到86對113噶啦，即係我唔知點算呢個時候。佢呢個有啲牙煙。Via the passive production. It's just such an efficient way to play this, and it's amazing that he's doing this on a map that has very limited wood. The reason is because he's a tempo aggressor. Check in the back of Magic's base. He's playing all these small clusters of wood. 哇！咁啊，加衝撞車點手啊？即係佢前面磨下磨下嘅時候，其實都唔係啲咩問題嚟。即係最大問題就係磨完之後啲部隊數相差咁遠，然之後人哋加衝撞車嗰一下咧，阿拔斯佢可能好難頂嘅呢一波，會唔會死嘅俾人秒殺？
Give him another 60, 70, 80 seconds. There's going to be a lot of horsemen out there, and their potential for him.
咁啊，再嚟衝啦！
So I would just advocate at this point. Maybe Magic could look at diversifying into some spearmen, maybe a few more Spahi himself.
I genuinely think you just keep massing archers. Like you're at a stage.
係先啊，咁啊後面略截下部隊啦，咁啊但係就即係正面應該唔會影響好大嘅。係先，鄂圖曼想打咩？即係兩個衝撞車遊街。
To sacrifice an arm or a leg, but either way he's come out ahead of the fight because every fight it feels like Lucifer is one step closer to having his head in the guillotine.
Yeah, it really feels like that, and he continues pushing forward. Look at the military difference. 70 against 35. He's got to be careful with that meta though. People are going to work out soon that you've got to focus that bad boy down, providing so much effective extra damage here.
I think he's trying to cut off the golden age. Like he's just ramming every small building on the way past. He's like, no gathering raids for you. It's very difficult to do at this stage, though.
It's a smart move, though.
睇先呢兩個衝撞車，佢係咪打㗎？究竟
？Like there's a fixed animation on the rams, right? So when you move past, you stop off for one and then like move on.
All right. Well, he continues posturing down towards his south side. You know, you talked about that farm transition. I said it's got to be south side that he goes for, and look at this. We spot the farms, but it's going to be a problem because Magic means serious business right now. Look at all. He actually spots out some of the stables down here. Does Lucifer go right now?
He has to. I think if you wait too long, you'll lose half these stables. Also, keep in mind, Magic has more troops come behind this. You see the second wave. I love that from Lucifer. He was trying to intercept. That won't work. Instead, it has to be a frontal clash. Small group of support.
睇下先啦，咁啊直接嚟打啦，咁樣用馬先上，然之後就點解全部都係工兵嚟嘅？ 部隊咧，睇先，後面兩個戰鼓嚟緊啦。呢個就係靠呢個戰鼓啊，咁啊放技，然之後就係夠唔夠抽呢度？其實肉馬咧打工兵始終有加成嘅，所以佢唔係話，不過好似都係唔得啊，即係部隊數差太遠。咁而且咧，工兵去到一定數量嘅話咧，其實肉馬都睇唔起嘅，即係佢雖然係克制。 呢個有啲濕滯。咁啊，村民數係79對63嘅，咁啊依然有變數嘅，不過入佢中路啊，咁啊暫時仲有變數㗎。咁雖然部隊數差好遠，但係即係村民領先啊嘛，即係只要村民領先嘅話，即係你唔係話差太遠啊都 OK 嘅，即係感覺上。哇！真係你睇下啲肉馬佢不斷都係肥下肥下，但係佢永遠攤唔起。
It looks like, okay, that's the slip up that happened again, but Magic, he's like, no, that was just a bait. Because look, bro, I've got a constant stream coming out. I think one of his military schools is always...
咁啊，肥下肥下，你睇下肥下肥下啲兵冇晒啦，咁然之後就係部隊數，咁啊17對呢個63啦，已經去到。咁啊，衝撞車仲喺度，咁啊村民繼續喺度俾人肥緊㗎啦，咁啊暫時唔係太……喂，等先，你村民走去邊啊？呢個追唔追啊？追，啱啦啱啦！哇，上面啲村民係免費食啊，可以。舐嚟，呢度20個村民咯至少。但係佢啲兵分得太散啊，但係就好彩佢呢邊都叫做勉強夠抽嘅，即係應該我諗。但係佢啲兵 group 埋一齊啦，唔好分三邊啦。佢上面殺村殺得好爽啊，但係呢邊可能啲兵會俾人吞啊，可能。殺唔殺得晒啊？好似又殺唔晒啲村民。等先，佢殺唔晒啲村民喎，即係啲村民係無啦啦匿咗一個角落頭避開晒。咁啊，比想象之中賺得少。咁但係部隊數仲係領先嘅，咁啊依然係對阿拔斯嚟講係好難受啊！即係呢個時候，等陣先，哇！呢個城堡時代啊，直頭高階電腦式操作啊！咁樣就應該冇啦。即係如果領先時代，即係尤其是佢免費出嘅兵，仲可以出呢個騎兵步兵咁樣，即係越拗越辛苦。即係應該會越拗越辛苦。咁啊，又一個衝撞車。
I know how aggressive these guys get.
Yeah, and you see that farm expansion on the west side is starting to extend.
Yeah.
The problem is whether we can get enough villages out.
其實用科技解鎖先有免費出。佢係啊，佢可以解噶嘛，但係就睇下佢解唔解咯。不過，即係佢用嗰個奧圖曼嗰個點數啊嘛。睇下先，升咗咯，唔投啊，佢唔投降。即係繼續堅持，我欣賞。即係話晒都係比賽，即係死堅持住先。即係萬事有村民就有可能。咁啊，部隊數係37對80嘅，咁啊死不投降。夠唔夠抽啊？唔夠抽啊！即係部隊數差太遠啦。咁啊，分咗一波馬啦，諗住去偷一偷雞啊！咁但係呢個時候咧，就依然係冇辦法處理正面呢一堆嘢。呢個時候縮去邊？去邊度走？咁啊，部隊數係差唔知幾多隻啦，50隻啦已經嚟到。
Berries are even starting to exhaust, and this is the power of being the aggressor. I've always been a believer that this map is undefendable. Like you have to be the aggressor.
係成日小心啲啊！咁啊，呢個鼓咧盡量唔好死嘅，但係就略略好難控。
He just flaunts it. He just slaps them under the TC. Says, "Just call the GG, bro." He does.
GG, bro.
So Luciferon will not be able to achieve a clean sweep. Magic pulls one back. The series continues.
All right, well, a beautiful game right there, and you know, I remember reading a lot of things about people saying they were
先追一局啦，至少。即係同埋聽大家講話呢個奧圖曼比較屈機㗎嘛，咁樣即係你攞奧圖曼出嚟贏咗一場都唔錯啊。
The Abbasid haven't had the highest win rate throughout this event, and it continues to get worse for them.
Yeah, these guys are trying to get Abbasids buffed again because I don't know about that. I don't know if we need to return to that. I think it's like people still just kind of having teaming issues trying to figure out how to make the Civ work. But you know what? Because we thought there was a possibility that this series was going to end, because we were maybe wanting to have another interview afterwards, we did line something up instead. We're going to talk with Magic. We're going to get his thoughts before this series. Let's go to an interview with Magic.
My name is Naeem Panchbaya. I am Magic, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. I qualified in the final qualifier, the last chance qualifier, so it was a long journey for me because I had to do all of them. At first, I would start with playing the ladder a lot, watching replays.
先啊，個洗手間
I
先。
realized I think the better method was custom gaming with top level players. So towards the end of the qualifier, I started changing my practice routines and tried to do more customs. Well, I think I have the hardest group because I am the lowest seed, so I have to face Marine Lord, which is seed number 1. But I practiced as much as I could, so I'm just gonna have fun now. Unlike the other players, I have to work a full-time job as well, so my practice is limited to after I finish work and sometimes on the weekends when I have time. It is the best event I think that I've ever attended, especially being in a castle. It's just amazing. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to be here right now, so it's great. Probably Beastie Cutie. I guess he's after Marine Lord or with Marine Lord. They're the two best players, so he would be the most difficult opponent I would face. But I would rather play him than play somebody like the Mista, because the Mista is a closer friend and I wouldn't want to face him. The one thing I noticed when I was actually preparing for this tournament is everyone is on a very similar level at the moment. I think there's a couple players that edge out the others, but everyone is very close in skill, so I don't think there's any easy opponents.
Always great to hear from Magic, inspiring considering he's able to bounce one back and make sure the series goes on. And it's time for everyone to put on their swimming trunks because all we've got left now is puddle fun, rather.
It's going to be 2 water maps that close us out for today. Of course, we
咩啊？封建1分鐘免費，好似出到3隻，你意思係？
Mediterranean, so not quite Boulder Bay.
你意思係邊隻先？咩兵先？
Well, they're kind of similar maps. Well, they are similar, but they play very differently. Mediterranean, you're far away from your opponent. Boulder Bay, while you're still kind of far away, it's very easy to hit them on land as well.
And I think this is going to be an HRE mirror.
即係因為佢出兵長，即係長槍都分幾鐘啦，即係你加個鐵匠鋪減時間都要啲，即係至少1分鐘，即係都未計其他兵。我覺得啱啱 Lucifer 咧，即係唯一一個問題就係佢喺唔應該打嘅時候衝咗出去打交，即係俾人哋 trade 咗一波兵，然之後就開始喺嗰度滾雪球。
Yeah, so I guess that's the interesting question. You know, what civ do you go and where for? So you think Holy Roman Empire mirror coming into into Mediterranean, which will be, I think, the first mirror of the event.
Yeah, because well, you couldn't before, right? Yeah. So those who don't know, like it's possible for it to happen now because you only get 2 bans each, and there's like 20 picks total remaining at that point. So as you can see, you know, Lucifer stopped the French mirror. You're welcome by picking it twice himself. Ottomans could have also appeared as well on both sides.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it makes sense, right? You take the Holy Roman Empire here; they're probably going to be the most solid civ.
長槍冇咁快脆㗎，長槍起碼佢冇加成嘅時候咧係1分，即係至少1分20嘅，我冇記錯嘅話。
So Rusa obviously quite a strong water civ as well. He could potentially look at going for that. And I guess the other thing is that he could be thinking about is you might actually want to save the Holy Roman Empire matchup for Boulder Bay where China comes out because that's quite a good matchup there itself. But I guess you probably just want to put your best foot forward though, don't you?
I genuinely think if you don't pick HO here as Magic, like you're
kind of throwing
gambling it a bit, right? Like it's not that the English can't do something. It's just they do something much better on the alternative map. Even like the Rus like feel better, I'd say, on Boulder Bay than Mediterranean. So just put your best foot forward. You know, you are up against the ropes. It's Lucifer's on match point. I expect him to just bring HRE because I think like Chinese as well. If I can choose either map, I still feel like you pick it. It's just as good on either.
咁啊，睇下今次係點先又。
Will be out of the way, and you should have an easier time on the final map.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that one. All right, well, we'll wait slowly for the player picks. It's been an absolutely awesome series so far. I tell you what, after that last game, you know, I mentioned to you, Ottomans are looking impressive, aren't they? Like, they are looking really, really solid.
鐵匠鋪好似唔係加好多嘅啫喎，好似，即係如果你話要減到40幾秒咧，係講緊成可能40% 啊，即係你諗下1分20去到40幾秒，即係相差30幾秒。
I believe the other one was it from Lucifron?
照計唔會 buff 咁多啊，應該。
Lucifron or Vortex, I remember playing it. I think it was Lucifron. And it didn't work out either way. I think there is someone there to be explored, but I still think it's just got so much more value on other maps.
Yes.
You could pick it on Dry Arabia, we saw it on Gorge.
Yeah.
You could even pick it on maps like Basin and it can function well.
Yeah, so typically a civilization like the Ottomans is going to function very well on land maps only, but we do see it's a Holy Roman Empire versus China game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Lucifron chose to go for like strongest foot forward for the final map in HRE. There is a danger though, and that danger is there's still English men at arms that can be spammed.
1分06
So just looking forward to the future when we get into Boulder Bay. Expect Lucifron to
50幾秒都差唔多1分鐘啊。
play. Otherwise, he could easily just lose the 5th game if we go there.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. So this is a fun matchup. So typically one of China's not the best matchup for China. At the moment, they've got a lot of good matchups. And this one definitely seems to feel the worst, or at least it used to. Maybe
睇下先啦，咁啊 Lucifron 其實啱啱輸嗰場都 OK 嘅，叫做即係因為你諗下人哋文明都係勁，即係你輸一輸還可以啦。即係有陣時打比賽咧就即係如果文明俾人即係壓住嚟砌嘅話，咁樣送俾人哋一鋪都 OK， 即係反正 BO 唔嚟。
Because you get other civs buffs start to kick in full force, and of course things like the Chinese build speed can fully be enabled because you have the economy to support all that additional production.
All right, so my question to you, do you think we see a scrappy game today?
I think so.
Yeah, you think it's going to be all over the place? It's not going to be, hey, you make galley, or you make archer ships, I'll make archer ships, and we'll meet in the middle.
I think Magic's really good on the archer ship spam, but Lucifron's really good on the micro. It's something I was worried about for Magic. Is like now that there's 2 water maps, I think Lucifron has been the most impressive micro and water to me so far.
Yeah.
There is a possibility that we don't even see water though. Chinese, we saw it yesterday.
睇下先啦，咁啊中國打呢個神羅。
All right, we'll have to see how it plays out.
呢一張圖打海圖嘅話，我真係唔知喎，即係我淨係知打陸地嘅話咧係神羅比較着數啲嘅，但係打海圖嘅話就好難講。Discord 嗰個我。你要問下睇下有冇觀眾喺入邊啊？因為我依家咧唔喺 Discord 入邊，即係我冇嗰條 link。即係你睇下其他觀眾可唔可以，即係如果喺入邊嘅話咧，即係叫佢睇下可唔可以俾條 link 你。
Exactly.
You had all the tools available to you that
that's it. I have an excuse. Yeah, I don't suck. It's just this civ sucks.
Yes. At least that's the way I think about it. But
that's why I keep playing Malians.
Well, we see an interesting stat.
又打1粒鐘，陰公，即係 AOE4有陣時打得好 Q 耐啊。
6 out of 9 games, so pretty decent win rate right there, 66.66%, right?
0.66 recurring.
Yeah, I forgot those extra 6s.
So it's interesting to me that not that the win percentage is in favor of HRE, but there's been a matchup that many times. I feel like it's unless it's water off of water maps. On land maps, I can kind of see maybe the Chinese having some value. In fact. Ooh, yes, we actually. So one of the wins going to the Chinese was on a land map. It was Hut versus Viper.
Discord 我唔會入噶啦，我本身都唔喺 Discord 講好多嘢，真係入去費事啊。
But on water maps, it's very difficult to gamble against the HRE.
See, I feel the other way. See, I feel like if you go for China on a land map against the Holy Roman Empire, like you're crazy to think that you're going to be.
我基本上我就算我 StarCraft 嗰個 Discord 都好似係我開嘅，但係我冇入過去咁滯。AOE4 呢個咧就係 AOE2 嘅玩家開嘅，但係佢玩下4代唔玩啊，咁然之後先塞俾我啫，即係個 Discord 本身唔係我開。
Look at the macro coming out from Magic. He had 4 food, 1 wood, and 0 gold and stone. 5 resources in the bank. That's how tight this guy's macro is.
咁啊，海嘅開局咧，基本上就係照道理應該大家都係5個服務員，之後就起碼頭。哇！咁啊，直接雙碼頭啊呢邊，有啲貪啊好似。但係唔知貪得成唔成功。Multiplayer 咁我遲啲咯，但係因為依家比賽多咧，即係你睇得比賽嚟通頂之後，你晏晝都唔會打機，即係至少我唔會啊。哇！佢呢度又加碼頭，即係發咗癲啊！我發現依家呢個開局，咁啊有個教長喺度不斷 buff 呢個村民課目，咁然之後咧就終於掘金啦。
But we've seen players actually struggle to close out an archer ship spam, and I think one of the weaknesses of it is they can't kill the buildings.
Yeah.
And those emplacements.
但係邊個着數啲咧？前面
The way you want to kind of play that is I do think the way is still.
即係正路啦，中國嗰個因為係交資源落去啦，然之後就係即係會額外再多少少。
I'm just waiting for people to start realizing that battering rams can do it. Just get a battering ram along the shoreline, and all of a sudden that's it.
Why can't I just build a
即係
battering
揾人擺低條 link 啦。我之後即係我睇完比賽之後，我之後再 update 翻。我暫時冇手，即係睇比賽。
Well, H-up's
That's
going to
not a battering ram. Don't highlight that to me, Mapu. I see what you're doing. Demo ships are not battering rams. They just die.
先上碼頭，佢呢個海嘅打法咧，同二代好似越嚟越差得遠。
4 minutes, so
咁啊，因為二代嘅話咧，
the amount of villages
好多時候啲人咧會係直接先上咗封建時代，然之後就係爆咗船去打人先嘅。因為
will forget to super
講到尾咧，就係船嘅戰鬥部隊咧係一定要封建先有嘅，所以咧佢唔會諗住咧就係蹲咁耐。但係依家你見到雙方都係雙碼頭爆漁船，然之後漚咗超耐先至諗住咧係升呢個封建時代，
I think the bug's since been fixed.
即係略地同我
Put 16
即係之前啲打法好似已經有少少改變啦。
routed towards the transport ship, you would put units inside the battering rams, and they would all
Oh,
fit
the
inside.
clown car strat.
It was the clown car. and
同埋依家海
it's hilarious watching.
打法有少少唔同。
It's hilarious for you until someone brings one demo ship in on the.
唔係啊，其實唔係衝車衝死啊，而係啦，你打海，人哋有隻船過嚟打你嘅時候，你係冇兵防守嘅，即係因為你喺黑暗時代啊嘛。
How do you rate this arc and
咁但係呢邊兩個玩家都唔係衝鋒劍，即係寧願係出一大堆船先。
Yeah, it's unfortunate when it comes to the placement of it.
I rate it out of 10.
That's an appropriate.
睇下先啊，咁啊神羅擺個地標喺
woodline as well. Have a look at
呢個位
that.
咁型嘅。
About 40% out of that woodline.
He's much too fast.
Yeah, look, have a look at this.
That's always the dicey thing about the HRE, right? Like the Arkin is
等陣先，佢呢個
tier 2 landmark for them.
Yep.
But like the value on
哦冇
these
嘢。
slot locations is diminished by how quickly you move out from them.
Right. All right. Well, have a look on the south side because Magic, or rather Lucifron, is going to be going for the Imperial Academy. And what do you think of this one? So he picks up his wood line with the Imperial Academy. Also picks up a
This
secondary
wood
wood line, which
line.
on water maps is pretty important. This is a nicer one, realistically. He's got probably a bit
Yeah.
of a better spawn here.
We actually had a game yesterday with the Chinese versus the Bastard the Linux series where like I want them to do this sort of thing. Like actually it was a very similar spawn.
哇，咁啊佢呢個地標 buff 嘅嘢唔係好多啫喎，即係其他食物又唔使要嘅。
Right now,
睇下先嚟啦，終於打交啦，即係漚咗6分鐘啦，即係大家都爆經濟，終於互射啦。
there allows you to like come and munch from the woodlines on
睇
the
下先啊，咁呢個咧係睇嚟佢攻擊嗰動作應該係新嘅船嚟㗎啦，即係你見佢係開戰嘅個嘢。
A single war junk comes out to help its junk little friend.
咦，咁快可以出呢隻呢隻叫乜鬼嘢？老炮船，點解咁快可以出嘅？
Pairing here. That's a lot of
但係力度唔係好大。
But it is the advantage of not acting first.
哇！呢個海戰已經改咗好多嘢，即係我基本上我都唔知做緊啲咩，即係呢個應該已經係兩隻唔同嘅船嚟㗎啦。
The difference between mass archer ships and these springolds is when you try to pull the fishing boats to heal, I'm going to target them instead.
Yeah, good point. All right. Well, now one of the things that we've seen trending typically on water has
但係邊個黑邊個我都唔係好知。
quite literally mass archer
睇下
ships.
先，力度好似 OK 喎。等陣先，
Sorry, as you
老炮呢隻船係黑人哋戰船喎，睇嚟。
facing left to right because one of the weaknesses of
咁啊，然之後有隻爆炸船飛出嚟，
they can whiff, right? They aren't perfect accuracy. They don't have homing
呢
archers.
度改得幾大下，即係我唔知邊隻黑邊隻啊
We。typically see at the moment for water is a very heavy focus on going for archer
咁啊，另外咧就係碼頭係咪回血慢咗㗎啦已經？
of springald ships out here for Lucifron is doing a decent job trying to get in here and dish
但係佢有漁船維修，即係好似冇乜所謂。
converting on any kills. Look at that galley as well, down to 25 health.
They are so low. He's trying to
咁啊，
optimize
如果
the count is slowly
僵持住
increasing.
嘅話咧，就剩低就係睇下邊個調資快啲，
Players so far,
即係升級㗎啦
he's。definitely getting the better side of this.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it at the moment. Still, the numbers here looking solid for him on the Chinese, and he's pumping out more and more war junks. We do see a ship going to be going.
等陣先，呢個神羅佢唔轉船嘅，佢打嚟打去都係呢隻船嘅。
And we see another one going down.
呢隻船真係好明顯係俾人蝦住喎，即係因為你睇下佢俾人哋肥嘅時候個力度即係咁鬼痛，
Coming out the shortest route dock.
即係佢好明顯係俾人蝦住喎。
It's further away to the north side. So he's
但係點解 I Imagine 佢一路都唔轉兵嘅？
move away? But this is a dicey fight. The good thing is the HRE has a good enough economy to kind of recover.
等陣先，唔係好對路喎，咁樣好似
All right, the demo comes in.
呢個炸落嚟好似效果一般。
The way he's just keeping the
喂，你咁樣唔轉兵唔 work 喎，即係因為依家打海咧係船係包剪揼噶嘛，好似
Now, this could be it.
佢呢個唔對路喎，咁樣漁船都死晒咯，打鬼啊咁樣，佢連經濟都冇啦，咁樣投得啦，咁樣佢輸咗海啦，咁啊 GG， 咁啊係 Lucifer 3-1嘅。AOE 傷唔夠啊，即係你諗下前期，即係點講好啊？即係雜火噶嘛，呢即係你打即係細規模交戰。我覺得佢要轉兵，即係至少要轉兵啦。即係佢唔轉兵嘅話，俾人黑住啊！即係然之後就唔夠抽。
For Magic, especially with the Delhi being banned, so you can't dominate land maps as easily. It's just a great read from Lucifron. Like, we talked about this idea of clashing in waters, and I still think archer ships come out ahead of just Spring or Mass, but the difference is the micro. I said he was going to be a micro king on the water. He shows up again and proves that once.
其實如果可以轉兵嘅話，或者捱到一陣間嘅。但係我另外有一個即係唔太中意嘅地方咧，就係佢嗰個地標擺得好怪雞，佢淨係 buff 到呢個伐木啫，咁連黃金都冇啊！我唔知佢係咪因為另外分咗個教長啦，但係畫面冇帶到啊！真係你淨係 buff 一個經濟嘅話，好似好蝕。同埋因為有海有漁船嘅話咧，你陸地你唔需要 buff 任何食物，你淨係要 buff 呢個木材同埋黃金。就係打得快先好啊！即係快脆脆咁樣，即係下一批啊！咁啊，今日應該係打四批人嘅。
Thank you so much. So I'm here with Lucifron, and that was such an amazing set. Game number 1.
Amazing set.
Wild. Can you tell us your thoughts? What were you thinking? The process.
Yeah, so first of all, I didn't really expect like the China pick there because it's such an open
哇！佢把
map.
聲咁嘅。
Usually, like nobody plays China there, especially when there's like 2 water maps in the map pool and basin. So when I saw China at first, I was kind of confident. Like I thought this should be good for French. It's a super open map, but then I felt like he like had prepared like exactly like what to do against French. Like I think he was expecting the matchup, and I felt that his feudal build was really good. And then once you like manage to wall them up, and it goes to like the late game, it can be really good for China. Although I think French late game is underrated because you know you have like the best horsemen, the best arbaletier. They are so cheap, so you can just like put a lot of pressure. Eventually, like once you get to the Chinese economy, I think it's good for the French. So it was really back and forth. Like at some points, I thought I was losing. There was one point where I was almost like I almost tapped out and just GG'd. But I thought, okay, let's just play every single game to like the very end. And eventually, I managed to come back. Yeah.
It was amazing, and you almost
Amazing.
had a victory there. How sure were you that
其
you were
實
gonna have it
我
or
覺
you
得
weren't gonna have
唔
it?
需要喺黑暗時代即係咁貪經濟，但係唔知佢哋點樣諗。
I mean, if it had gotten closer, maybe I could have tried to play for that because I feel like he has like ran 20 villagers across the map and built a keep in like next to a sacred site. So maybe I could have gone for that, but it wasn't really my mind. Like my mind was more like let's spam horseman or arbaletier like as much as I can, get like a good eco going, like all the food upgrades, so I can just like spam a ton of units. In hindsight, maybe I made the wrong landmark in Castle H. Maybe I would say that the Guildhall would have been better for this situation. But then overall, I think I played like the Imperial game well. It would have been trickier if he went for stone walls, but yeah, overall, I think we both played that one really well.
And for game number 2, you were French again. Was your strategy on Basin to be super aggressive in feudal? And did you want to ever take it to castle, or were you quite happy to stay in feudal?
So for me, it depends a lot on how like the early aggression goes. Like I think I sniped maybe 4 to 5 villagers and also forced like a lot of wood in walls. So I felt that it shouldn't be possible for him to hold feudal timing, especially once like he went like 3 to C. I mean, he's kind of forced to go into that, but I just think that if the French micros properly after such a pleasant early game, like when you, I don't know, I guess he didn't expect the knights that fast, and his spears were like slightly late, but that's normal with Abbasid. I feel once you lose like 4 or 5 villagers, it's almost impossible to come back.
Well, congratulations. We're going to throw it back
Congratulations.
to the castle route, and in just a moment, but we will first have one more question. It was actually the Civ draft. It was the first time we were doing this format for the drafting. What did you think of the format? And it was interesting that both players, you and Magic, went for the double ban.
Yeah, so I think this format is really cool. In general, I feel like it's very innovative, but it gives a lot of space for preparation, but it's still a fair format, so I'm quite enjoying it. I've been practicing like a few best of fives, like both drafts and even games with like my brother, like the last couple weeks. So I was feeling, I mean, I wouldn't say like necessarily confident, but like it didn't cut me off where I had like a plan, like more or less it went how I expected. So yeah, and about the double bans, I just saw that he likes Delhi and he's very good at Delhi, so I just said, okay, let's get rid of this Civ for like, usually I don't really dislike playing against it, but I just said he's very good with Delhi, let's just get rid of it. And he banned Mongol twice, which I think I've only played once in the tournament. Like I like the Civ, but I thought maybe he would ban like other Civs, but I don't know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your insights, and we will take it over to the analysis. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Yes, joined here by Nilly as we head into some of the analysis of what we've just seen there. My friend, obviously you kept a close eye on that. Now we're in, obviously, best of 5. The dynamic is slightly different. Keen to hear your thoughts on what we've just seen. We can probably open things up with game number 1.
Lily 喎，即係 Lily 好似好少打 AOE4。
A map that I think the French does it necessarily just favour them due to their cavalry and the sort of mobility that brings about immediately?
Obviously very small wood lines, right? That means it's tougher to wall. Typically you're not really, well, liking to move out, and that's why we see Magic already going for quite some big walls. That's even the direction where he had the Barbican. And as we all know, if we have the massive clashing armies, it feels like Chinese armies should win against French, and that's why Lucifron really pushed the issue.
So what are the keys to victory on a map like this? When you're, I mean, obviously we know the Chinese are one of, if not the best Civ in the game at the moment, but given the French have a sort of natural advantage on an open map like Prairie, what are the priorities as Lucifron, as Magic?
Well, going massive army is the idea, but beautiful move here by Magic. Gets his horsemen in from the top, and Spearman production only just now started, right? We have 8 on the field, not enough at the front, just had the barracks here, going to the next age, and we feel like Lucifron, he knew, okay, if this goes to late game and you're fully walled, it won't be easy, and he takes...
居然就會講返第一場陰公，咁啊睇嚟要第一陣間佢先開始啦。咁啊例行地去分析翻啲賽事，但係睇咗啲我費事講。
And what went wrong in terms of preventing that from being the case for Lucifron here?
Well, it is just tricky, right? Chinese are so good in defending as well. And we saw Magic defending quite a bit. And you saw Lucifron, like, he was really trying to force the issue, but it's so tricky, right? You see Nest of Peace in the back. Archers are dying here as well. And it is just tricky, right? Lucifron, he gets the map control behind it, got some checkered side, got 4 against 1 relic as well, some really nice moves, tried to set himself up for the long game, and he knew, okay, maybe limiting my opponent from either gold or wood resources on the map.
So rather than directly pushing and pressuring the opponent's base, given the Chinese defenses, it was actually constricting access to resources to slowly kind of almost like starve him out, right?
And we see the minimap, right? It feels like maybe a third is really walled while we have half of the map for Lucifron. The rest was pretty open, and obviously open without walls. That's easy to raid. And for example, BCQD, he would have like 3 layers of stone walls there, just knowing, okay, I want to play the late game.
Well, here we saw an excellent effort from Lucifron, obviously getting up against a Civ that we once again considered to be...
冇啦，Lily 佢係玩4代唔係好多，所以佢都我諗佢對呢隻 game 嘅認知仲少我好多。即係雖然我都唔係玩得好多。
It just feels like maybe some more keep, maybe some more stone walls defensively, right? Because this fight, those two
即係都係求其揾個人洞喺度噏下，即係吹下水咁樣啦，即係叫做。
Both players popped 200, but simply like losing steam there. The raids were really good, dropping from 130 villagers to 50.
Yeah, okay, and just trying to do what you can, obviously, in those later stages of the game with a Civ that is supposed to be pretty good there. We saw the French come back this time against the Abbasids, and it was on Basin. So slightly different texture to this matchup. Talk us through it.
Supposed to pretty good.
They were absolutely beautiful, right? Slipping in left-hand side, now slipping out at the right-hand side, and he gets 4 villager kills that are completely unanswered. And as we can see, those knights, they were so slippery, blocked in there, and he gets out. And that early game kind of felt already won the game.
Yeah, being able to sneak around the wood line there and those the knights so powerful, able to take down villagers quickly. Even, I mean, the reaction time was still pretty good, but still those picks were pretty key in the opening stages.
Yeah, and we see it was a relatively quick game, right? The knights, the aggression there with the archers behind, and it was simply horsemen and spearmen couldn't really do the job. Felt like maybe some more stables could have helped.
And you look at a situation like that and you think, well, you know, maybe newer players or people who are just getting into this game, they think, well, it's just a couple of villagers, right? But a couple of villagers at that early stage of the game, that puts you a long way behind in terms of continuing to develop your economy.
Yeah.
Move on now to game number 3. This we saw the Ottomans versus the Abbasids, and this is the one that Magic managed to win. Sort of running the Ottomans back in the second game in a row. Talk us through it.
咁啊，我暫時唔知道佢，我要自己玩下我先知道佢嗰個即係屈機嘅地方喺邊。
That's why we saw Lucifron actually got some aggression here. Archer range at the top denied as well, and Magic was pressured back quite a bit. But then Lucifron felt, okay, I might get overwhelmed.
即係因為咧，你見我之前做鄂圖曼嗰個教學咧，其實都已經係 beta 初期，即係佢甚至係改咗2次，我都冇特別玩過。
And I felt Lucifron could actually have
嗱咁啊，Lucifron呢度咧肯定係打得唔啱嘅。你見佢咧雖然係好似表面上係 trade 得唔錯啦，但係咧因為你係雙 TC 咧，其實你唔需要特別衝出去同人打交。即係你棟喺屋企，人哋過嚟你先打，咁啊差唔多。你唔需要行出去同人打交。即係因為人哋啲兵始終免費啊，即係你同佢打嘅話，佢會前期可能兵唔係好多啦，但係之後略略地會慢慢越儲越多。即係反而阿拔斯嘅兵係儲唔起嚟。Town centre.
Yes, indeed. So here we did see ultimately.
就係呢個只不過係即係開戰急得滯，然之後就即係慢慢滾雪球。
Carefully micros those, and now all the spearmen died at the front by Lucifron, and Magic is taking this one. I love this micro moment. That's why I wanted to show it.
This was the POV shot here. This is actually seeing it from that place.
不過我諗我應該過埋呢個紅牛杯咯，咁之後我諗下個禮拜可能會比較得閒少少，即係然之後就即係直播下打下。但係平時嘅話咧，我應該都係即係都係唔鬥住，即係可能 game 都唔開。咁啊呢個滾雪球啊，即係佢一路即係同人打，然之後就啲兵越嚟越少啊！即係因為人哋啲兵即係唔使錢，大部分都。
Yeah, the semi-finalists are going to have a chance to step back, take a day to sort of. I was going to say relax, but probably not. Just prepare, do the best that they can, try to refresh themselves, I guess, even if it's not a relaxing situation. So, closing things out, we've got the HRE versus the Chinese, 2 of the best civs in the game, and this one obviously broke the way of Lucifron. We saw the Chinese
HRE versus 呢個
this time he was able to
China.
Yeah, and this might have just been a win due to preparation, right? We have seen multiple approaches to this game, and we see only one archer ship open, right, for both players. But Magic, he stays on archer ships exclusively. And if you face like a mixed army, it feels like archer ships are always winning. But from here on, Lucifron went to springled ships exclusively. As you can see, like 3 archers, 6 springles, very heavily favored for Lucifron against the pure galley composition. And it just felt like Lucifron came prepared.
咁啊，暫時未見到，即係聽聞得你依家呢個版本都幾勁。
Massed archer ships can kind of go up, they kind of break that scissors, paper, rock triangle here. But then we've seen here the power of the springled ships in actually sort of undoing that as well. So I think we've still got a lot to unpack from the way that the naval rework has changed the game. But these two, they put in a hell of a show across the 4 games that we saw there, and well done to Magic to making it as far as the quarterfinals. But Lucifron, he's in great nick. He seems very confident as well. Just the interviews and the way that he's carrying himself. Looking forward to seeing what he brings out in the semis.
Yeah, I'm so excited, and he said it before.
So exciting!
He loves the game so much right now. Like when the game came out, he was still grinding it, tried to be one of the best, but he feels like the game made such a big step. The maps are better, the civilizations are better, the meta is more entertaining. He loves the grind, he loves to compete.
It's much smoother now, yes indeed. And of course, a lot of that nearly is due to the updates and the changes that have happened. And of course, the addition of 2 brand new civs. The Ottomans and the Malians have made their debut on the grand stage here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. And while they aren't certainly as new as they were, we are getting a deeper understanding of these civs, their mechanics and how they're played. It's still worth going back and having a look at what these two civs are all about.
睇下先，居然喺度播宣傳片。其實 Viper 咧，我覺得佢真係集中一隻是但一隻，就唔好兩邊都平均玩，即係搞到兩邊都兩頭唔到岸。不過打 Lucifer 嗰場我唔知佢打成點咧，即係我諗住睇下會唔會之後錄翻嚟望下。
Welcome back, folks. It's about time to get underway with the second series. We're going to have Beastie versus a beast from the East, Leenock, the one and only.
睇下先啊 ，Beastie 打 Lina 嘅 ，nice。咁啊，有啲嘢睇下。
On the cast, I'm joined by How are you feeling?
Thank you, man. Good to be here. Yeah, feeling good. Got a big series coming up. Excited to see it.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about these players because Beastie and Leenock, they have a long history. They come from the StarCraft universe. A clash of ideas and styles, an interesting ramification last time we saw them on LAN, Beastie versus Leenock, of course, at N4C. How do you feel about these two going into this event?
I mean, Beastie's probably the second favourite along with Marine Lord. Leenock maybe hasn't had as much practice as he would have liked recently. Still a very solid player, so I think top 8 is not unexpected for him, but yeah, it's going to be a big challenge for him to get past Beastie in this series.
Yeah, it's intriguing as well because Beastie, he wasn't being quite as smug as Marine Lord, but he was like, I know Leenock's weakness.
I don't think that's possible to be more smug than Marine Lord, personally.
Maybe if there's cloning tech, right? If we can get,
of course, yes.
Or he has a secret twin. But, I mean, you can see the vicious favorability here. 73.8% in favor of Beastie when they clash.
睇下先啊，73.8% 贏鬼啊！
I mean, look at that speed though.
咩啊 ？Viper 4代有打㗎，佢唔直播啫嘛，佢有打啊，打得唔少添啊，好似。即係佢2代收咗台之後就打4代啊！即係我諗佢係因為怕啲觀眾唔中意佢打4代，即係佢淨係自己收收埋埋打。佢打太多 game 啦，同埋佢好似又走去玩呢個 Warcraft 嘅故事模式，即係玩咁多嘢把鬼咩？即係臨比賽時候搞咁多嘢。
Right, in this new aggressive meta as well?
I mean, he has, as we can see from two of his picks here, he's picked Mediterranean and Boulder Bay. So, I mean, that basically answers the question, right? Does he feel confident on water? Yes, he does.
And, well, the interesting thing to think about here is we just had a series where this happened, where someone just went all land, someone went all water. In fact, apart from switching the order around a little bit, this is the exact same map draft as the first series.
Yeah. I mean, solid maps, probably the most comfortable maps for a lot of the players, so, I mean, makes sense. Interesting civ draft, though. So we've seen Leenock ban Chinese twice, which makes sense. Definitely the most, probably OP civ right now on water and on land in some maps. But,
Beastie
Mongols and Abbasid ban from Beastie, so going 1 and 1.
睇下先，好彩 AOE4 ban pick 唔使睇佢哋慢慢喺度冇。
Coming in this Beastie, and even when I talked to him the other day, he's like, I think actually, to your question, my signature civ, my best civ is HRE. Everyone else thinks it's Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say BC is definitely like the HRE man, you know? Like, he's been liking the civ for a lot. He's got a lot of experience on it. Definitely the best player on it. But I would also say Leenock traditionally has been the best Chinese player, so...
Yeah. It's an interesting one, actually, considering, like, he bans them out. But, like, historically, when Leenock first started, he was a Chinese main. That's all he kind of done. He lived and breathed it. But looking at what we're doing with the first map, I believe we were going to Gorge, right?
Yep.
wow, this is intriguing because we just saw a Bassids. It looked a little bit rough, especially when it's up against an aggressive Civ, and doesn't get more aggressive than this. BC opens up with the Mongols.
And you've only really got that one safe wood line right at the very back of your base. And it's only a small wood line as well. So, I mean, if it's a tower rush, it'd be interesting to see how Lenok deals with it, but let's see.
And do you see a way in which the Abbasids can play like one TC and be the aggressor, or do you think it always has to come back to that TC boom it has been historically?
I mean, it never feels good, you know, playing Abbasid on one TC. You really want to make the most of your ability to make villages for cheaper. So you really want at least one extra
上年好似玩爆經濟，其實 Firepower 嗰個 style 都係咁上下，即係打防反。
We've been seeing a lot of people go more for a economic approach with Mongols, going 2 TC themselves, and then just going straight to Castle Age. But yeah, I don't know. This map, it's very open. I think it's down to spawns as well. Like sometimes you have a really good spot for a second TC as Abbasid. Sometimes it is really. 睇下 Lina 可唔可以爆冷先？即係照計 Beastie 即係都幾穩。 on this map and in this matchup at the moment.
And I think usually when you want to go for that secondary TC play, as the Mongols, as the French right now, the pattern we're seeing is it pays off if you're aggressive first. So
of course, and we all know the Mongol Tower Rush. It's been a staple of the game basically since day one of the game coming out. So what better way to, you know, get an economic follow-up to your pressure? So
especially on a map like Gorgie mentioned, there's only one tree line, so it's predictable, but that also tends to push these gold spawns to the front side of the base. You eliminate that, even for a civ like Abbasids that can usually be heavy food wood, they still need gold initially for their tech up and then things like the fresh foodstuffs.
Like I said, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Let's see. Be interesting game.
Was there any other interesting elements you saw to that draft process? Maybe some surprises on picks coming from either side?
Not really. I think a lot of the picks are like sort of worked out in terms of like the hierarchy of civs. You want to have like a lot of flexibility in the best of fives. One thing I would mention is Lenok said to me yesterday he actually hasn't even done a practice draft in the best of five.
Oh, really?
Maps or civs. So, I mean, BC seemed pretty confident. He said he did a fair bit of prep work yesterday. So maybe a little bit of the experience of the draft going his way.
That's interesting actually, because I talked to a few players and they rippled that thought as like, you know, we haven't really practiced best of fives either, because you know, you got so much time to scrim. I'm sure you can organize for a session, but the amount of time you'd have to sit down to do that. Some of them did say they got a lot of mirrors, even though they were just doing best of three practice with people. So people are prepped for that. Do you feel like we're going to see many mirrors, or do you think like a lot of players are going to go out of their way to dodge that?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Like, it's interesting because we haven't had any mirrors the entire tournament, and now you can run into one. So let's see.
Can flip the script entirely, but let's flip the script and move into the game. It's time to kick off the second series. Best of 5 between BC and Lenok. BC, of course, repping the Mongols.
咁啊，賽事開始啦。咁你見到 Beastie 係選擇佢最中意嘅蒙古，咁啊而 Lina 咧就亦都係選擇佢最中意嘅阿拔斯。
And interestingly, we see Lenok going straight onto the berries. A little bit
Mr 好似天才嚟嘅，即係感覺上。咁但係咧佢。 平時好似話咧，就算冇得玩咧，佢都喺個腦度咧係咁諗，即係咁諗隻 game 可以點樣玩。
I mean, they got the extra damage now, so I don't know. It's just been such a solid staple of Mongol play for so long. It's just the perfect mix of like being aggressive but not being.
咁啊，呢一鋪咧就睇下 Beastie 選唔選擇，依家仲興唔興塔攻啊？咁我見佢咧得3個人伐木，睇嚟係咪加咗軍營啊？
Yeah, you don't really need it. You typically don't benefit from going like fast castle, for example, with Abbasid, so that's fine.
I love how this trick.
頭先呢個鋸周圍走，咁啊呢嚿嘢咧就點解可以攞羊㗎啦？原來。
Now keep in mind you have to deploy it first, otherwise the sheep will ignore you like you're not Papa.
唔係喎。
Should bring the boar too, man. That'd be so sick.
等先，研究下先。
Please don't give them ideas. Like coming to this event.
原來可以咁樣攞羊㗎啦，已經。
Then they saw the pop maps. They're like, oh, maybe Mongols will have a use, but they're still not that good. Been looking pretty hot so far. I think they run a 60% win rate.
Mr 唔係佢話1年打幾個月咧，係因為 Mr 要種田啊，佢係農夫嚟嘅，即係現實。
Wait, no, I'm lying. I'm wrong. He's not at all. So he's as far away as possible from this.
咁啊，種田有分呢個即係收成咁樣噶嘛。
Typical play from the Mongol player, so it won't be a surprise, of course. Like I said, I'd be a bit sad with his positioning, but I mean, what can you do? You just have to deal with it.
I want to see if BC's going to shoot the mining camp and the mill, just so that you can't insta delete them, right? So then you get paid.
I mean, I think most players now just sort of accept it.
瘋狂插塔。咁啊，睇嚟都係要打塔攻嘅。
Being burned down, but and of course you get the extra burn resistance from the House of Wisdom, but yeah.
哇，係咁啊，直接走。
And they just keep repeating this, right? Just like outpost, come back, try to burn me again.
夠唔夠黃金啊？139。好似係咪有啲大鑊啊？呢個位？啊，不過唔緊要啊，即係佢有黃金啦已經。咁啊，升到至少升到個村民半價啦。
Possibility of extra towers coming up. You only really want them to get one up. You can't really stop the one that is coming up now, but yeah, I mean.
西圖啊，其實冇計嘅，即係你一開始肯定係俾蒙古搞嘅，即係蒙古唔會俾你爆經濟。咁啊，而且咧蒙古咧可以係塔完之後咧就自己慢慢升城。咁啊，剩低咧就睇下兩個玩家嘅基本功，睇下邊個俾人騷擾得慘啲，同埋或者係邊個守得好啲。
Is a little bit annoying with this case because they will generally always get the tower up unless they're super greedy. So tower comes up, the mining camp's going to get burned down. So now
mining camp 搞應單啊，咁啊着火就有錢攞。
And yeah, like the next decision is basically, do you want to go for horsemen and try and do extra pressure? Because obviously we see the archery range come down.
加咩？加個細戰場。咁啊，阿拔斯咧防塔攻咧，唯一能夠做就應該係工兵同埋衝撞車。咁但係咧就好，其實都幾辛苦嘅守得。
Adding towers, so I mean this is why you want to rush the archery range out, get the one archer out, so you can basically stop any more towers coming up. If you let them get more than one, like something has obviously gone wrong in your game plan, so this should be denied.
And you can see Lennox has just been holding the wood, like he's almost got 300 in the bank, should be enough to get the counter.
真係幾辛苦下，不斷俾人搞。咁啊 ，Beastie 咧亦都係慢慢升緊呢個封建時代啦。咁但係就即係正路都係咁樣啦，冇咩特別。
Which is like typically a mainstay of Mongols going fast castle. They want to grab up 4, if not 5 relics as quickly as possible. But good pressure here actually. So I mean, the extra set of spearmen is actually paying off here. Just even if he loses 1 or 2. That's how actually he's going to go up. So we will force a ram out of Lennox eventually here.
Yeah, of course, that's quite the burden on this map.
頭先佢呢度點錯咗一樣咯，即係走去射一兩箭。係終於執咗一個長槍兵啊，咁辛苦。
Buying the extra set of spearmen allows him to get the extra tower up. That being said, you're not as sad now if you have.
但係 OK 嘅，即係好似。拖村民呢個位，睇下先啊！佢呢度啲村民嘅血有啲少啊，但係 Beastie 呢度咧可能我唔知佢有冇控過箭塔咧，即係射下村都好。會唔會射一個村？一隻。其實都唔係，即係你咁樣防住都唔係話一件咩好事。即係尤其是蒙古咧，佢唔會淨係插一支噶嘛，佢周圍插嘅話攞嚟控下圖，即係你始終都係要諗辦法清理。咁但係咧，蒙古咧投資嘅經濟唔係好多啊，即係一支箭塔同一個村民行出去。
Probably more left side will be his late game focus, of course, but I mean double D pack being on the right side. Yeah, it's tough being delayed on your natural expansion.
即係阿拔斯又冇雙 TC 啊，又乜鬼都冇，出咗幾隻工兵。
I mean, you only really need 2 horsemen here. You don't need to overinvest in them because you
即係唔係好樂觀，即係暫時呢個情況。
Wow.
即係村民數係24對25㗎，唔係好掂當。
Could be. I mean, he has options in terms of getting wheelbarrow or the broad axe upgrade, so getting a little bit extra wood. But we do see the wheelbarrow coming in straight away here. So yeah, it looks like a bit more of a one-base play, and of course we do see the barrel.
頭先仲要加埋軍營添，哇！又一支塔啊
！Let me tell you, that is the worst feeling.
Lina 個樣打機好似阿伯唔係啩？不過其實佢應該都算後生。 我記得咧，佢當初打 StarCraft 嗰陣係得唔知14定16歲。
Okay, like I took maybe some damage, but like it's over, I can focus on my game plan, and then there's just a random tower behind your wood line that you didn't expect, so...
Even more so because he didn't go for the ram instead, because he went for ram, it's like, oh, I can just clean up an additional one, no problem, thumbs up.
Exactly.
It's great reactionary play coming out of BC, and right now, leveraging the fact he's got more...
咁啊，情況非常不利。
So he just overwhelms them, pushes off the gold again, but at the end of the day, all he needs to do now is wrap around...
咁啊，你見到咧蒙古嘅食物收入咧係17個村民啦，而且已經有400幾食物嘅，咁啊嘔一陣間就可以睇下佢上唔上城先啦。即係你睇下 Lina 呢度俾人搞到有啲慘，尤其是咧你村民走嚟走去啦，你係損失緊呢個採集時間。頭先嗰啲村民走去邊啊？佢係去邊啊？佢呢啲村民去邊啊
I mean, the problem with this is that the sheep aren't going to last very long, and if you have to bring your whole army to defend here, who's defending at home?
佢唔係諗住揾下一個木位，然之後就走咁遠啊？係喎，真係喎。咁樣就應該 GG 啊呢個鋪，即係你好難防啦，而且你見到蒙古都升呢個城堡時代啦。哇！咁啊，蒙古亦都偷雞出去食豬。真係好似唔係好對路。
It's free food. Get on the Ds.
Exactly, especially on these type of maps where the wood is limited to begin with. Do you really want to be building these pastures when you can get a better gathering rate and not waste wood? Don't think so. Also, just trying to be a nuisance for the moment, but Lenok.
Even more idle time for Lenok. It's definitely adding up.
I think he's contemplating castle, but it looks of a hut.
The problem is, like, what do you do in castle?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Like, BC's like. Still getting stone. He can easily like get the monks out to get the relics quickly. He can pressure with like man-at-arm Lancer. And now we've got so much exposed resources on the map for Lenok being up north with the wood.
點算？點打佢呢個？咁啊，上咗城堡時代。咁而且本身打緊馬嘅話咧，就你亦都可以打騎兵嘅，即係如果你想秒殺人就加軍營出步兵。咁但係你見到佢都有，等先唔係喎 ，Lina 佢諗住打一波先啊。好似都唔錯，即係因為咧你壓制人哋黃金位啦，咁蒙古應該出兵略略有啲局限住，應該。
I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough here. Step readout probably complete in the next 10 to 15 seconds, and an insta pump of lancers and men at arms after that.
I mean, good little push on the gold though, gets the villagers off there, but I mean, BC can make man at arms against this and be quite happy. Usually, if you have this much gold when you age up,
睇下先，佢特登係偷雞出去，咁啊掘另外一邊黃金。等陣先呢個，你見到蒙古兵好似有啲少得滯喎。佢冇黃金喎，喂，等陣先，情況好似略略有啲改變。依家係16隻兵打5隻啊，尤其是你出騎兵咧，應該係幫唔到手啊！你見佢咧係攞石頭咧雙倍出呢個裝甲步兵，但係只能夠出到2隻啫喎。即係睇下先，盡快走呢批嘢。形勢有啲唔係好對路。
Those hidden resources, the boar, the deer, and now the gold vein to the right side that he's moved the step readout over to.
即係形勢有啲唔係好對路。Lina 佢依家還可以啊，我覺得呢個情況唔係太大問題啊，因為你見佢咧都升緊城堡時代，而且蒙古喺依家呢個時候其實都仲係超級唔順嘅。睇下先，佢望到嗰個黃金。佢想打咩啊？我唔知佢依家諗法咧，係咪諗住咧就係打走人啲建築，然之後就限制人哋出兵啦，即係代替嚟到壓黃金位。
BC needs at the moment. Just again, it's just all about the man at arms.
邊個着數啲？咁啊，部隊數係15對11嘅，但係就裝甲步兵開始多啦。咁啊，正面可能係唔夠抽啊。但係就 Beastie 嘅嗰個係遠防嚟啊，一遠防。咁啊，升緊個一攻啊。 好似等陣先，佢啲次序調轉嚟排。咁啊，攞裝甲步兵嚟打啦。咁因為裝甲步兵比較好抽啲啊，咁啊應該係可以趕走對面啦。衝撞車俾人咁樣秒咗。
It's just weird and kind of foreign to see the Abbasis playing like this.
Yeah, it is a very weird game. I mean, I've watched a lot of Lenok games myself playing Abbasid, and this is probably one of the most.
等先，起咗個修道院，啲村民游嚟游去。唔係喎，形勢可能又有啲唔同喎，因為你諗下 ，Beastie 嘅村民佢其實又唔係話即係好順咁樣做嘢咧。 即係阿拔斯依家係，其實佢經濟好似都唔錯，即係升咗成，但係唔知佢出咩兵啊諗住。係嘛？側邊兩支塔都仲未解決，未解決啊！
Of course, and I mean, as we've already seen, as Marpi pointed out, just the little rat villager going around making.
咁啊，轉老兵、裝甲步兵，咁啊有一隻騎兵長槍，即係好雜啊啲組合。咁啊 ，Beastie 諗住反打，但係還可以啊，即係呢個部隊。
Not to mention, Springwall Towers can start to come in the equation if he wants to with that passive stone generation.
Yep. He did remake the Oval, of course, so that's good for Beastie. We did see Lenok going into a couple of crossbows now. Obviously, that's going to be like the core unit that he wants to bank his mid game on. But again, still, 0 stone for Lenok. Yeah. 0 stone. So the longer this game stalls out, the better it is for Beastie.
Do you think there's a world in which Beastie gets greedy and goes second?
哇！呢個果食晒啦，咁啊冇 delete 到個魔方，但係等先 ，Beastie 唔記得咗自己係蒙古喎，點解唔打到着火？咁啊，上面分咗少少騎兵殺村民咁樣都幾賺。咁啊，部隊數係13對28嘅，咁啊蒙古嘅經濟應該係靠嗰個黃金起飛啦。睇嚟 Lina 真係輸啦今次。 即係雖然老兵係黑重甲啊，但係你見到對面數量太多啊！哇，咁啊 ，Lina 咧分咗一隻馬去嘗試做翻同樣嘅嘢，夠唔夠抽㗎呢度？你睇人哋兵多得滯，即係老兵佢前面冇坦幫手頂住啊！即係而且數量好似唔係好，哇！上面都打緊雙線原來，哇！呢度死太多村啦，咁樣就34對48啦。 咁啊 ，Lina 咧係太過喺正面度做操作啦，咁啊側邊死得嘅村民有啲多得滯，呢個係唔多掂啊！你見到即係死太多村啦咁樣，咁啊村民數咧嚟到突然間啊，即係瞬間係嚟到30對49，應該有啲無厘頭。官戰係咪一定要手動？ 一定㗎，即係因為你要靠個，即係要靠嗰個人去理解隻 game。你意思係佢個畫面係咪推嚟推去嗰個手動啊？定係點樣？其實佢依家已經係叫做用一個中間掣啦嚟到移動啦，即係已經算好㗎啦。
Wondering, like, do you just now full halt men at arms, just go lancers and then mass spears and maybe your own crossbows as the Mongols?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of ways you can go about it. I think he'd be comfortable just adding a second TC here. I mean, maybe that's.
其實還可以啊，即係就咁。
So I don't think he needs to do anything particularly fancy. I think he's just more than fine just trading units constantly here. Yeah. But crossbow is definitely the unit he needs to get into at some point here.
Yeah,
and we do see the first one coming through now, actually.
I was about to say, this is one of those matchups as well. Like, usually if you start building mass range against your basses, like, you want to be pummeled by rocks. But the beautiful thing I always loved about this matchup is the creeping siege on both sides that allows you to snowball each victory if you need to add in mangoes or other things.
And we do see, speaking of a Mangonel coming down for
村民數喺畫面嘅正上方，你見到34對51就係嗰個村民數嚟，所以其實 Lina 呢度應該輸噶啦。咁啊，但係就可能仲可以捱一陣間，即係睇下點樣啦。
Pretty much. I mean, like we see these front berries, maybe a little bit exposed, but he has like back berries as well, so I don't think it's particularly scary. But I mean, the one chance here I would say is that BC might have forgotten to get the improved siege engineering. Maybe that's a possibility. So if he can't make spring olms, maybe this can work.
Yeah, but there is still concern. You haven't got many spears to defend this Mangonel, and there are some lances in the field for Beastie, which are right now busy murdering more poor Abbasid people. I feel like we hover on this on purpose so we can hear the death cries, the over-dramatic death cries.
I mean, I think that's sort of Linux.
其實應該瓜啊，睇係幾耐先死啊應該。咁啊，暫時 Lina 咧正面部隊係26對34嘅，咁而佢嘅部隊已經係半殘血㗎啦。咁啊，靠咧就係靠呢個輕頭睇下可唔可以做啲嘢。
Yeah, it's really smart. I mean, again, like what do you push with the Mangonel? Like.
That's exposed. Yep. That's fully exposed. She's going to wrap onto it. Lance already gets down to half HP. One shot comes out, but that should be all she wrote as the Mangonel will go down. Crossbows are going to be pinched on the backside by the Lances. And it looked like it was going to be a decent exchange for Lenok if he was able to pivot quick enough, but BC just routs the Lenok army.
哇！真係咁樣真係冇得打，咁啊部隊數差太遠啦，咁啊終於 GG 啦。
Miscalculation of the positioning of the army for Lenok and Mangonel dies. That's it.
And that's the weakness on such open maps as well. It's one of the things that makes the Mongols so good here on this type of map. We've seen the English as well. You can't be the defender, and it feels like it's impossible for the Abbasid to not be the defender in these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, and like he was defending the whole game, and he didn't even get to expand. So I mean, that's never a good feeling.
And BC, as a result, will take
defend the whole game.
Like I said, he said he knows Lenok's weakness. I don't think that this says too much about Lenok per se. I just think it says a lot about the Civ and the map choice. But
I mean, like I said though, like when was the last time you saw Lenok struggle that much on Abbasid? Probably definitely his best Civ for many months now, and I mean he just got dominated.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. I remember watching him transition to it in the early days of the year in the 3v3 tournaments. He was I called him the bottom of the formation, right? He just spammed spears as Abbasids and let everyone else boom.
先係完咗一場先嘅。
As much, you saw that clear steer. And, well, it eventually paid off, at least in the last batch when Abbasids
叫做有來有回嘅，但係 Lina 佢哋嗰度死村民真係唔係好抵。
Moving over to Prairie, another very exposed map, another one where the aggressor is usually favored.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what Beast is going to feel comfortable picking here. Maybe Hatchery. I imagine he'd probably want Hatchery for the hybrid maps though, but I definitely see French for Lenok on Prairie.
Yeah.
Maybe Ottoman for Beastie. I don't know. Let's see.
That's what I was thinking. I've heard a kind of clash of ideas. Some people definitely don't like the Ottomans on Prairie. Other ones think it works. I was kind of on the I don't think it works bandwagon until I saw what Muslim done against Kapoch with the 2 TC condensed into the passive production. So maybe the Ottomans could be the player here.
I mean, it could also be Delhi. It was Lenok versus I think Kapoch as well.
Yeah.
In the group stages was French for Lenok on that map with Kapoch playing Delhi. So maybe Beastie of course a very talented Delhi player himself.
Yeah, and historically, I feel like the Delhi have been favoured over the French. It started to happen on Dry Arabia a few months back, where France was still dominating, and all of a sudden Delhi became kings.
Yeah.
So, thinking forward on this, you know, is there a worry that the momentum switches if we go to water maps? Like, have you seen a weakness in BC's play there at all?
I don't think so. I think BC would be much more comfortable on water maps compared to Lenok, I think. So.
Wow.
Yeah, Lenok's really up against the wall, I would say, this series, unfortunately.
It feels like a repeat of the last one that way.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a rough match for Magic. Like, if he couldn't get momentum early on, we got the warm maps, Lucifron just on point with the micro. Maybe Lenok tries to go a little bit spicy with something like Mediterranean. We saw what Kapoch was able to do with the Chinese going on land, but looks like it is going to be the HRE you mentioned, and as expected on the other side, Lenok will be whipping out the French.
Yeah, keen to see this one, to be honest. This is... I mean, I was one of the most vocal whingers about this matchup, you know? Like, as a HRE player, you could never beat French previously, but, I mean, it's sort of changed now. I think HRE can be very comfortable playing this matchup at the moment, so it is very open, but I think what we'll probably see from BC, just try and take a lot of wood early on, add farms with the second TC, and then just trying to weather the storm until we can get to castle.
Build a second
Yeah, I think
TC.
the thing that maybe makes HRE an unexpected great pick here is, although it's not your tempo aggressor that we've seen dominate on Prairie regularly so far in the tournament, it's the sheep, right? There's just so many sheep, so you can play safe under your base. And what we saw in the Road to Wololo constantly with Frizzy Marshes, if an HRE player can do that, they're very comfortable to get through to their power spike.
Yeah, I mean, the extra sheep definitely always help for HRE. The good thing about, as you mentioned, the abundance of sheep, you only really need to go one scout. Typically, versus French, you would always feel pressured to go two, but just having a little bit extra economy from not skipping the Ville now is quite nice. But yeah, let's see. I'm interested to see how Beastie plays it out because, as we mentioned, very open map. French is going to have a lot of tempo in mid-game, but let's see if Beastie can weather it.
Do you think it's the type of game where Burgrave is the go-to play?
No.
No?
Never.
Not a Burger fan?
I tried it many times, and yeah, the Knights are just too good against it, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't brace, you can't stop them. But it looks like it's time. Game number 2, another land map, hopping into Prairie. Beastie leading against Leenock.
係咁啊，嚟到第2場賽事啦，咁啊神羅打法國，
Make it 2-0. Leenock though comes out with the aggressive sieve, is playing the French.
神羅係咪應該蝕底啲？即係始終係 open map 嚟。
About the initial spawn that looks a bit spooky. Like Leenock has very little wood.
但係咧就要睇下神羅嘅防守係點樣嘅。
Weird spawns where someone gets like 3 clusters around them and like you're being spoiled right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, that's actually an amazing Archon position for BC coming up. He'll have pretty much everything under it. So, I mean, he'll be happy in that respect. But yeah, I mean, if he has to add farming eco there at some point, he'll be probably a little bit sad. But I mean, the thing about this map is like, where do you start walling? You know, like, how do you actually negate the advantages of the French Knight? It's so hard to cover all of your bases. We did see Leenock yesterday going for basically the tri-comp very early on. So he goes the Knights, then he adds an archery range really quickly. And then because obviously you want to make horsemen versus that.
先諗下，雙方都係雙斥候嘅。咁啊，神羅呢邊咧就其實雙斥都冇所謂嘅，最主要佢就係需要好多資源，即係反正都出唔到去食㗎啦。咁啊，靠咧就係靠呢個羊啦。咁另外咧就係 Beastie 咧，佢亦都做咗啲神羅教學咧，佢都會話咧就係神羅有陣時你冇乜羊，你就要開始種田。 即係佢反而咧唔係好似其他文明咁樣，即係叫你行出去食資源。即係始終咁危險就無謂搏啦。即係你出去食資嘅話，俾人剁2個村民都蝕翻嚟。即係而且咧，你喺嗰個地標隔離種田咧，咁即係都有加成，即係都唔錯。
should benefit from here is if he takes mid-map aggression early and he wants to play pocket ecos, that boar is so far away that it's unlikely BC's going to be able to on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful spawn for it. What can you do about that? I mean, typically you wouldn't want to be on map anyway. I think the way BC generally likes to play is that he's quite defensive and just is very happy just doing his own thing and avoids taking damage whenever possible. But yeah, that's a really nice ball.
咁啊，直接係起地標啦。
This basically answers what he's going to do. Definitely a second TC coming up.
睇下先啊，等陣先。咁多村民起嘅？佢係諗住等陣先。哦，佢係出去食豬、偷雞。 即係因為咧，正常神羅咧，你好少話即係拖咁多村民去，即係衝個封建時代咁樣。但係會唔會啊？我覺得 Beastie 呢個唔知咩意思啊，即係7個村民起地標，即係有咩咁趕？即係有冇咁趕？8個村民啦，已經去到。8個村民起地標，你睇下佢啲經濟係乜嘢都做唔到喎，即係你咁樣起。
Yeah, and the nice thing about doing that way is like if your Archon isn't going to extend across much, then you can at least build more prelates now.
Yeah.
真係勁快脆呢個。
Instantly hard onto the stone. And one interesting thing to think about is I think this Civ is the Civ that's crippled most by going out further for the TC placements because
等陣先，咁樣有咩特別啊？即係你4分鐘升個封建，然之後走去掘石，即係同你安排好啲村民去掘石，然之後慢慢升封建咁。我覺得佢呢個好似好傷經濟喎。 但係因為佢呢個地標又可以 buff 3種資源咧，即係我唔知一來一回嘅話，究竟係邊個賺啊？即係究竟係邊個開局賺啲？即係呢個好似有啲奇怪。
Yeah, I think the benefit of doing this version, especially against French, is that you should have the TC finished by the time the first knight gets there, so you can actually get it in a perfect position without worrying too much about getting denied.
And Lenok, he went for the wheelbarrow before the school cavalry completed, so it looks like he's not trying to prioritize the perfect timing on the initial knight getting out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty typical.
啊先啊，咁啊法國咧直接強打封建啦，即係唔諗住同你鬥上城堡時代啊，咁啊加咗個射箭場馬房，咁啊4分零，差唔多5分鐘升風差唔多，咁啊加咗個手推車，咁啊一個好正路嘅雙斥嘅 timing 嚟。點解 Beastie 咁怪雞嘅？即係佢冇，即係點講好咧？我唔係好明佢嗰個做嘢嘅次序，好似立亂咁樣。哇！佢呢度睇嚟佢好怕對面嘅馬咧衝過去啊！咁啊 ，Lina 咧直接拖村民咧係可能係插塔啊！佢呢個經濟咪好差咯！佢就算開到個 TC， 你留意下咧，佢因為得3個人揾食物咧，佢係出唔到村民嘅呢個 TC。哇！如果仲要死個村就蝕啦。但係 Lina 冇乜點樣操作。但係我覺得 Lina 拖村民好 OK 喎，呢個位非常 OK 啊。Beastie 望唔望到啊？好似咁鬼近都望唔到，冇理由啩？望到啊又。但係佢咁樣開 TC 係冇經濟㗎。我等先 ，Lina 一個村啦已經，第2隻啦，可能。哇！佢呢度近得滯啊，可能呢個村起唔起到啊？都係起，哇！佢咁樣送3個村民，瞬間爆炸。真係。你見到 Lina 咧個表情啊，已經係話俾大家聽咧，真係唔係好對路啦，已經唔係好對路啦，大鑊啦！即係呢個係好唔應該啊！即係呢個失誤。
I mean, if this doesn't work for Lee, do you think it's that type of game where you can still play it?
I mean, like these guys obviously don't want to give up.
真係陰公。
But I mean, this start is so rough for Lenok here. Like
he's even going to torch it down.
Yeah, I mean.
Like, wait, we're trying to repair. Let us get in time. By the time you start tapping your hammers, it might be too late.
I mean, it might go up. It might go up indeed, but I mean, the investment here for this one tower, like before, it was fine, right? Like,
真係陰公到爆炸。
Tower goes up, okay, cool. Like, it's worth it, but I mean, losing
應該炸都冇呢一鋪又係。唉，可惜。
And this is deceptive, like, oh yeah, but they're even on eco. It's like, yeah, but the French should be producing a few more if you're 1-on-1, but BC is now 2 TCs versus the French one.
And with that 40% buff, of course, so yeah, the eco is heavily in favor of H.
睇下先啊，箭塔互射。嚇，咁樣送咗3個村，即刻冇晒所有優勢啦，已經。
Typically, you're not too upset as HRE here to add a barracks and a stable and just sort of go spearman horseman just to clear this tower. But as you can already see, the tower from Lenok is in range of the wood line, and you don't have all that much wood around you, as we mentioned before. It's sort of like he's only wood line, he's got a couple of straggles, but that's so inefficient.
勁冇運啊！即係又唔可以話冇運嘅，即係。即係明明，我覺得 Beastie 呢個開局咧，其實已經係有少少經濟差㗎啦。即係其實如果個箭塔擺得靚少少咧，基本上 Beastie 呢個開局係幾傷嘅。喂，等先，都送翻一個村，至少。即係 Beastie 呢個開局咧，我自己覺得唔係，即係唔係太正路。佢封住金位，其實一開始冇所謂嘅，即係因為神羅佢都唔要黃金。但係先呢度又死一個村啦。
it's going to take a long time before this is cleared up. Like you can't just because he's making Horseman Spear, it doesn't mean the tower's going to die.
其實你前期封住黃金冇乜所謂嘅，
This aggression is obviously
係你冇辦法兩個 TC 咁樣升成咁解。
The villagers straight away. Why didn't you just torch it down? It's like at that stage, his economy was so small that it would have crippled him way too much to do that.
即係你見開始都出翻兵。
production coming down for Beastie though. Probably not what he really wanted to be making at this point though. Like I think the game.
其實 Beastie 打得呢一場係打得好怪嘅，即係因為佢咁樣，即係佢為咗啦，即係佢為咗人哋啲馬過嚟之前，佢開個 TC 咧，其實佢經濟嗰度已經係好差噶啦。即係我覺得咁樣開局係有少少得不償失，即係還不如係慢慢掘下資源，然之後出個長槍兵手。即係你出長槍兵手嘅話，人哋可能連支塔都未必真係可以擺喺你前面添。
Like the perfect transition for Lenok, right? He does the aggression, gets the economy behind it, doesn't put himself all in, being aggressive when he doesn't need to. I mean, he's securing, well, he's pressuring rather the points to the map.
睇下先，又執一個村民啦，咁遠嘅原來個距離，即係即係你來我往啊！即係送村民呢度。咁啊喺出邊掘金啦，咁啊都 OK 啊。 佢呢隻塔咧係咪封得到嗰個 TC 出村民啊？即係我啱啱冇留意喎。即係如果佢村民出嚟會俾人肥嘅話咧，不過好似唔得。即係如果村民出嚟俾人肥嘅話都唔錯，但係啱啱望下個距離好似係有啲遠。即係因為好似更新咗啲村民可以係即係點講啊？唔係村民，應該係啲所有部隊都可以喺唔同方位出嚟。
BC obviously going 13 on gold when he's got a
13 on gold.
Never feels too good because he's obviously going to mine the 600 he wants very quickly here. Maybe he can get some eco upgrades, I guess, to offset that. But yeah, the economy has just been completely messed up by Lenok being so aggressive.
And the problem is the wood is drying up. It's not just the gold demand.
支塔咁樣偷下村民又偷咗唔少啊！即係本身感覺上好似好蝕嘅，死3個村。但咁樣肥肥下又肥咗唔少村民，即係 Beastie 呢邊略略都有啲失誤咁樣。即係形勢，其實形勢都係 Lina 不利嘅，但係就總好過好似啱啱咁樣送3個村民。
Yeah, he didn't even build additional prelates because, of course, lacking the gold.
Yeah.
Frustrating situation. So, Lenok, I don't think he goes into a full all-in with siege engineering, right? Like, this is the worst if to try and ram out the game fast.
I mean, I think it's actually fine in this situation, right?
就係，但係都感覺都係普普通通啫，因為你諗下神羅佢依家個經濟拗下就可以上城堡時代，然之後就執遺跡㗎啦。咁但係法國嗰邊咧就佢搞咗咁耐，佢村民仲未領先咧，因為神羅個地標係加經濟㗎嘛。你村民冇領先嘅話，已經係神羅經濟領先。 即係你同神羅打咧，你經濟冇佢嗰個地標加成，即係你抵唔翻嗰個加成嘅話咧，你就係落後㗎啦。即係你同樣村民數，即係長遠睇係有啲唔係好掂嘅。
Yeah, it's like we've been waiting for you guys to come on this map all day. Let me munch on you.
其實你逼唔到佢打封建，你睇下佢都升成啦個資源。咁啊，而且佢雙 TC 佢都唔怕同你打封建啊，即係佢雙 TC 都係咁樣出村民。睇嚟都係領先唔少，即係升成啦！你見到。 咁啊，法國呢邊咧就部隊數係夠多嘅，但係問題就係佢有冇辦法係打咁啲嘢？等先嚟啦，真係嚟啦，工兵咁啊，數量幾多下？咁啊，10對27部隊嚟嘅。呢個 timing 緊要啦，即係因為咁啱就係升緊城嘅時間嚟嘅。咁啊，而且 Beastie 嘅兵唔係好多。 呢個位唔錯啊！呢個位逼咗 Beastie 嘅村民，甚至喺度遊街咧。你留意下佢嗰個資源量咧，佢就算升咗上城，佢都出唔到啲乜鬼嘢。即係你見到，而且上面黃金俾人封住啦，下面黃金俾人封住啦。咁啊，村民只能夠係遊街啊！ 我覺得呢個星城會唔會係因為急得滯咧？你睇下佢資源係完全出唔到兵㗎。佢可能有少少心急得滯啊，咁樣就即係冇經㗎，你留意下，會唔會有機會逆轉？咁啊，村民數係49對56㗎，咁啊依然係唔錯。死啦 ！Beastie 冇經濟啊！佢呢個星城，佢呢個星城可能害咗自己。咁你見到 Lina 咧就睇嚟想拆咗呢個軍事建築先啊！咁啊，盡量唔俾你出兵住。哇 ！Beastie 咁樣升咗城，然之後打死自己喎，可能冇經咯。咁樣就你睇下佢勁窮啊！佢唔知可以做啲咩呢個時候，你見到咁啊 ，Lina 咧係盡量拆咗人哋啲軍事建築，等佢唔好出兵。Beastie 仲可以出隻咩啊？你見到佢出咗啲咩兵啊？乜鬼都冇啦。咁啊，夾硬咧就用呢個神羅嘅即係自動修理，咁啊盡量捱嘅啫。唔係好掂喎，即係 Lina 呢度做咩㗎？呢堆村民？哦，伐木嘅，其實唔係好掂喎。哇，咁樣升城俾咗 Lina 幾個機會啊！你見到即係哇，明明前面個開局係即係差唔多心態都可以炸。佢呢晚爆到兵，但係問題就係佢冇錢啊！佢啲村民俾人趕走晒，全部做唔到嘢。
Yeah, I mean, I think it was sort of like I don't think he'd be too happy with that spawn. Yeah, I mean that's how she rolls.
I mean, you know what? He's got to be feeling confident after that one. We're going to have to see how confident he was feeling before he even got into this series. We've got an interview that we got from Lenok before this game began.
係，即係攞晒啲錢升城，然之後瞬間投降。
My name is Lino. I'm from South Korea.
My name is Linok.
I want many practice, but this time really hard for practice because only few people can play pop, and I took BC before, so only I practice with some Koinu and Kasuga because only Koinu same time zone. I'm Korean and Koinu Japanese. Maybe I can go to round 8. Just I feel. I'm really exciting because playing castle, so feel strange and it's good. I think good. Have not fear. Everyone I can win.
係，真係咁啱得咁巧。但係我覺得 Beastie 呢個開局已經係好怪雞嘅本身。我懷疑佢本身揀神羅唔係諗住遇到法國都未定，即係你唔知佢諗咩。即係咁啱遇到法國嘅話，其實神羅喺 Open Map 打法國係好似係幾難打，我唔知有冇記錯。即係神羅打羅斯啊，打啲壓制力好勁嗰啲文明啊，即係你喺 Open Map 係好難打。即係因為講到尾佢都係要靠星城啊嘛。
I've seen kind of a split in this. Some people prefer the Rus for Boulder Bay, and some people prefer the English. Do you not rate the men at arms spam that highly?
I mean, I think if you like once you've seen it and you know to just pre-wall, I think it's fine. I don't think it's too much of an issue, but
okay. Well, looks like he wants to whip out the Rus here. Maybe he's hoping that Lenok hasn't seen it before, doesn't need to pre-wall. But this should still lean in HRE favor, right?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I think it does depend on the what sort of spawn you get with HRE. I think if you don't have your golden wood under the Archon, it can be a little bit sad. But I don't know. I mean, the extra wood from Rus, and I mean the fish boats are still expensive, 150 wood still. I mean, it's tough. I haven't not really seen Rus too much on like the open water maps. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we've had like 1 or 2 picks here and there, but usually I feel like the games we do see it with, it's almost just been the ones where it's like a 10-minute GG. Like I think there was
即係咁樣執咗鋪，都幾好，都幾唔錯。
He just waved the white flag after 6 ships in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it feels a little bit better on Boulder Bay just because you can, if you get pressured heavily enough, you can just go to Golden Gate, buy stone, just get arrow slits if you really need. But I mean, let's see.
Let's see what you can do here. Time for map number 3, heading into Mediterranean. BC of course will be whipping.
睇下先啊，咁啊今次係打海啦，咁啊神羅打羅斯。
The true naval power. Not usually in history, but definitely in Age of Empires 4. Lenok is pulling out the Holy Roman Empire.
等下先，羅斯啊，羅斯呢個版本好似改咗咗唔少嘢喎，即係 Beast 用羅斯嘅話，唔知係咪一件好事？因為羅斯本身咧就打海唔係特別勁嘅。
HRE feel that the king's the water, and HRE was like historically led by the Austrians.
即係羅斯咧，唯一
One dock.
打海能夠勁嘅地方咧，就係佢早少少升呢個封建時代，然之後就變身過去壓住人哋個碼頭。但係呢一個打法咧已經係真係好舊㗎啦，即係我諗即係Lina會唔識手啊之類，即係甚至係唔好太貪經濟嘅話咧，就我覺得要守唔係問題。
Because I think at the end of day number 2, like their stats were pretty abysmal. I think they were, I want to say, 2nd worst, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, I think they're probably just a little bit hard to figure out at the moment. Like, yeah.
1 win, 6 losses.
Well, what are you going to do?
I mean, the funny part is like the almonds are down in that sort of area too. So it's like if there's a lot of picks, it can just be argued people.
Yeah, but you
losing as well.
got people like me who are bad at the game, dragging those stats down. So.
You're keeping it spicy. That's the way to figure out a heart, all right? Maybe you're just ahead of your time. We're going to get the grand finals. Someone's going to whip out Ottomans on Boulder Bay, and you're going to be... I help them with that.
Let's see. Why not? It's like Marine Lord. I keep telling him French sucks, and he's just like, no, you suck. So... Maybe these guys obviously know more than I do.
That doesn't sound like Marine Lord. I don't think he'd say you suck. It'd probably be someone do your mum sucking.
Yeah, no, he's a very humble person in real life.
Oh, yeah, totally.
He's not smug or anything.
He doesn't keep going. I will beat them. It will be easy. I feel they can do nothing. Love that guy. If you love
打開咁多同 HRE， 因為佢平穩經濟有加成咁樣。
Yes, last series. Big game.
Very cool way to round out the stream, but of course you're up against the Roost. Got to remember.
睇下先啦，咁啊羅斯打獵咧應該係經濟會差過以前嘅，但係我唔敢講話好差，即係只能夠講話差過以前。
Bit of a meta shift actually. Previous patch you would be seeing the hunting cabin coming out quite quickly just for the second scout, and you wouldn't make 3 or 4 like you typically would on land, but the second scout was generally used just to secure maybe like. 2.5 deer packs and whatever wolves you can.
睇下先 ，Beast 係單斥後添啊，真係慳皮得勁緊要。
I mean, even just get like the 2.5 deer packs. Like each deer pack's worth 70 gold. Food-wise, you're paying 70 food for a scout. It's a good exchange.
Yeah.
但係都仲係好貪經濟，我發現佢哋。
Keep an eye on your opponent's base. Maybe.
我唔知大家知唔知咧？以前打海嘅 build order 咧係求其出3隻船就算嘅。 即係因為咧，你可以盡快上封建時代，然之後就打人哋咧。即係咁樣嘅話，你出幾多船都冇用噶嘛，你冇兵手。
Not sure what, like why it's.
睇下先，話依家打獵真係慢到嘔喎！即係你諗下，佢仲要單斥候啊！即係連個續輪都未升，就要捱一陣間，咁啊升級先。羅斯真係好似普普通通啦！依家你見到神羅嗰邊經濟都差唔多，又可以升呢個封建時代。 即係呢個羅斯嘅打獵喺海嗰個優勢好似好少。即係你諗下，大家差唔多時間升封建嘅，咁你啲船變身都好啊，咁人哋隻兵都可以捱一陣間都出到嚟。即係匿喺碼頭啫嘛。咁然之後咧就要考慮到羅斯嘅兵係即係嗰啲船咧係比較渣嘅。 即係如果咁嘅情況之下咧，你即係你打封建，然之後個海大家都係同一個氹嘅話咧，即係點算之後？
it also I feel like all these changes together, it's another small.
即係個海可能會俾羅斯啊，唔係，即係俾神羅打爆。係先，佢仲要我感覺上佢連船都冇錢變身啊，好似係嘛？唔知變咗幾多隻喺呢度？變咗幾多隻？佢應該係撳咗掣啊，好似。有冇變身？
Like again, the other weird thing is you don't really need too much gold in the current.
依家啲船冇邊個炸，但係羅斯喎，羅斯啲兵唔係點都弱啲嘅咩？
The quick transformation. This is taking me back to the Boulder Bay times.
Oh, good lord. We just don't see it often these days, right?
Yeah, I mean.
係先啊，過嚟變身肥啦，睇下會唔會射一隻船先，至少。咁啊，執一步，咁啊，然之後匿埋。睇先呢度放翻出嚟咩意思？睇先，喂 ，Lina。 冇啦，放出嚟。哎呀，呢個本身唔使死。
What a fake back by BC. Instant turns around. Lennox trying to optimize, get them back out. Instantly regrets it. So 2 fishing boats going down. BC already prepping the demo ships.
Yeah, I mean this.
嚇羅斯都一樣啊！如果羅斯都一樣就唔同講法喎。講真，如果羅斯都一樣嘅話，羅斯呢個直接變身嘅優勢好大下喎，即係。 你喺碼頭度慢慢出兵，同佢一下變幾隻出嚟，然之後咁樣摸你幾隻船嘅話，我覺得羅斯又唔同講法喎。如果咁樣打海嘅話，好似又幾屈機喎。
So I've seen some players like panic in the last moment and try to use fishing boats to hide their demo ships. They do kind of look alike. Has that?
頭先啦，咁啊出咗個呢個應該係老炮船啦。睇下先，爆炸船可唔可以一下秒殺？
Why is that fishing boat on fire? What's going on
They're having a party, man. They got the barbecue on there.
Yeah, they're just roasting the fish straight away.
Yeah, why
Very
not?
efficient. There we go.
但係好似咁啊，你見到 Beastie 咧，佢係略略放遠咗，即係嗰個壓制。
No mass archer ships going out here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous series with Magic, he tried to go for the mass archer ship initially, but you sort of get pressured too quickly by the springhold ships. So
我見 Beastie 嗰度係暫時都仲未掘金嘅，即係佢係靠賣木材嚟到換黃金出嚟用。
A very quiet game, oddly enough.
Very tranquil, right?
Yeah, they're just doing their own thing. You know, got some fish.
I just like the music as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of adds a tranquil feeling. But you know.
邊個優勢依家？咁啊，你見到村民數係31對35，我唔知係咪計埋漁船咧，即係然之後就係部隊數14對18。不過羅斯呢度咧，佢伐木嗰個加成都幾多，即係經濟應該幾好。即係剩低就係鬥多兵嘅啫。咁14對18嘅話，暫時。 即係你見到羅斯小優勢，睇先爆炸啦，嚟爆炸，睇先係呢個位護黑㗎，咁啊老炮打戰船，然之後就爆炸船過嚟啦，一隻都炸唔到啊！大鑊啦 ，Beastie， 有少少大鑊。佢呢個 plan 咧就係攞戰船嚟到打，即係剩低嗰啲兵，然之後攞爆炸船炸呢個即係老炮船，但係。 個爆炸船炸唔到嘢嘅話，就全部兵俾人黑住啦！依家好似唔係好對路喎，即係你睇下佢個樣。等先嚟炸，睇下今次好緊要呢個位，而且移動速度幾快㗎。Lina 散兵，換一步，後面仲有一隻，睇下先嚟爆，大家互爆。但係我覺得 Beastie 都唔係好掂喎，好似。 即係尤其是你啲船變身咧，即係代表你漁船都少咗。我唔知佢變咗幾多隻啦，依家咁啊，經濟34對42啊，其實有優勢嘅。睇下先，有爆炸，個範圍有啲得啖笑，睇落好似。 睇下先，最後都係老炮船互射喎，即係佢呢個雙黑又唔係話真係好緊要咁樣。睇下先，又爆一次，即係爆炸船講真，唔係即係講真啦，都要錢噶嘛，即係咁樣嘅話，好似有啲唔係好似冇乜料到，即係你炸唔到人又自己蝕錢。
Gonna be a little bit awkward if BC has to rely on static defenses here.
I mean, look how much wood BC's got. He's got 30 people on wood.
Good God.
So, I mean, that is a very ugly hunting cabin, though.
And then look on the other side at Lenok. This is 15 food, 15 wood. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, 43 gold from the hunting cabin. Can't complain. Little nice rest spot for the Vills, but obviously blocking a little bit of pathing, but not the biggest deal.
即係賺唔到人哋自己蝕錢，好似有啲虧得滯。
I think he was trying to go for land transition. You see this now, the horseman. So he's going to try to raid on land. It's actually a good time to do it because BC's reaching the outer limits of that.
哇！呢度好多船嚇，但係部隊數係已經少過神羅啦。而且 Beastie 咧，佢係由頭到尾都冇掘過金啊！我唔知佢夠唔夠錢出兵啊！即係你賣下賣下，你總要自己親手去掘噶嘛。但係佢完全冇掘過。
I think eventually, I think that's like your obvious goal. Like as you mentioned, he's making.
我懷疑 Beastie 冇乜錢嘅，即係。
You're obviously not going to end the game with, 2 to 4 horsemen here. You get some damage done, and then you sort of just like continue playing the game out. But yeah, a little bit of poking here, make sure that BC.
咁啊，你見到 Beastie 終於忍唔住自己掘啦，咁啊開始放低礦場喺右邊自己親手掘啦，終於。尋日 Viper 俾人哋早段炸咗2部船，冇計啊！真係新版。
You can't now just say, okay, I'll wall myself. 4 or 5 palisade walls, they take over double the time to build they used to.
Yeah, I mean, like this is like such a good play by Lenok, like choosing to go for the horseman while he's transitioning into castle. So. Well, actually, he does stop by to get wheelbarrow, which is a little bit interesting to me. I would have thought you're more than happy just skipping that for now and getting it a little bit later. But
I feel like if you really wanted it, you would have got it maybe like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like if you look at his wood line at home, like Lenok is getting to the stage where I know it is at the extreme where I really need this now, but it was already getting kind of absurd.
And we do see quite similar numbers of ships in terms of the navy count.
哇！兩邊炒埋一碟啦，嚟啦爆炸船，而且 Beastie 好似打唔到嘅，哇！呢度炸得靚啊，但係範圍好似唔係好夠大。咁啊，依家咧就輪到 Beastie 翻轉頭去炸翻佢啦。咁啊，部隊數39對50幾啊。蹦啊蹦啊！等先，呢個部隊，呢大鑊啦！呢個動咗喺度，扣得多唔多啊？仲有一步，好似都係冇乜料到。即係佢雖然咁樣炸啦，但係你一隻船冇打爆嘅話，人哋可以回血噶嘛。咁即係個爆炸船，如果即係個成本太高嘅話，你咁樣炸落去都唔係好抵。
Yeah, I'm still surprised Lenok chose to go for wheelbarrow instead of just going for a quicker castle here. I mean, I think he was quite comfortable with the amount of navy he had. Could have just secured his position at home. He wasn't really at risk of taking like so much damage, but looks like it's going to be even longer feudal, which I think that's.
啊，鐵匠鋪咁應該係星船嘅攻防。其實邊個着數啲我都唔知。你見到經濟係羅斯嗰邊比較好啲嘅。但係因為佢爆炸船咧，好似一路都唔係炸到啲乜鬼嘢咧，即係搞到好似即係啲錢好似好浪費。
Can you actually afford to be making man-at-arms while holding on water, Like, we see Beastie, he's got 11 arrow ships now, so as we mentioned before, he's finally switching into the mass arrow strat. If Lenok comes out on water and tries to contest and he's not ready, he can get overrun very quickly here, so...
And the weird thing about archer ships, so the whole point you have to like snowball them is partly to do with the AOE.
海戰係啊，依家有啲尷尬，即係剩低就睇下。我唔知會唔會有人諗，即係是第一個諗住偷上呢個城堡時代，定係點算？
I think BC's like fought himself into a comfortable position in this game now. He was getting pressured very heavily. He was sort of down, 200, 300 wood per minute when he was a fishing eco was being harassed. But yeah, he sort of resecured that. Got a nice spread on his navy.
係先，咁啊，居然係 Lina 主動嘅。炸咗一下，咁啊集火秒，咁啊秒咗上面，後面仲有一步，炸得多唔多啊？ 咁啊，部隊數咧係 Beastie 領先嘅，你見到係55對83嘅。咁但係因為 Beastie 呢度亦都有10幾隻兵，應該係陸地嘅，係嘛？贏唔贏啊？ 等陣先，上面仲有爆炸船哦 ，Lina 完全冇散兵嘅，點解？哇，咁樣冇散兵嘅話就有啲搞笑啦，即係呢度損失有啲多得滯。咁啊，陸地一直都係即係喺度打緊交，你見到幾忙嚇。咁但係好彩咧，就係因為神羅有裝甲步兵啦，所以佢唔需要特別話出啲咩兵去黑馬啊之類嘅。咁亦都可能唔需要特別地去理啲長槍兵。但係就暫時你見到打得有啲混亂啦，開始。
He's like, oh, I thought you were sending more cavalry. Yeah. Well, what do I do with these now? What if we just go kill villagers? Lennox like, thank God I got wheelbarrow. That was the real value.
哇！真係炒埋一碟啊！部隊數35對66啊，又炸啦！睇嚟冇啦，真係咁樣炸落去換落嚟唔係好抵啊！即係後面仲有一波爆炸船。咁啊，仲有幾多隻船啊？呢度2部就得翻，好似即係我睇嗰個顯示。咁樣炸落去真係應該係咁先。應該差唔多啦，咁啊村民亦都俾人打緊啦，咁啊而 Lina 咧好似係亦都冇特別注意定唔知點樣啦。終於投啦，咁啊好算唔算可惜？
What some people call an unexpected win against what has been the domineering force on the sea.
Yeah, I mean, like, BC played it to perfection, really. I mean, he was getting pressured quite heavily early on, you know, didn't panic, didn't say, like, oh, I need to get arrow slit to not die, just, you know, okay, I can deal with this, just absorb the pressure and then just come out with the mid-game pressure. And, yeah, I mean, really well done.
It's true. Like, when he's got that kind of focused face, you can just imagine him going, this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got the new portrait on, his account, I think, so why not?
And that means Lennox now finds himself with his back up against the wall. Best of 5s, of course, so BC now match point. And, well, Lennox, he's got to think, did the water map go better? Did the land map go better? Well, I got a win on land, so I guess we're going to...
只能夠講冇乜計仔啊！即係如果佢2隻船差唔多能力嘅話，即係你直接變身肯定係好着數啊！即係呢隻 game， 你前面偷咗2個漁船已經係滾雪球啊！即係可能睇落唔係好多。 但係滾雪球就係滾雪球啊！即係無論多少，你一個村民都係錢，即係何況係漁船呢啲效率咁高。即係只能夠講冇乜辦法，即係咁樣。
bracket or the group because I wanted to avoid that, try to get the variety and to make sure I'm prepared for everything. I came as one of the higher seeded players and my first match is someone I'm very comfortable playing against, and overall group I feel pretty good. Both groups are really difficult, but I think going into potentially playoffs I like my group and my chances. You know, best of 3s are always scary in the group stage, but as long as I make it into the playoffs, best of 5s or maybe even best of 7 series, I think suit me way more. And my main goal is just getting basically out of the best of 3 stages and going into longer series. So far the event's been great. You know, seeing everyone and meeting the new players has been really fun. I have been competing for quite a while, so I do have LAN experience, and I'm just looking forward to, you know, playing once again and competing. As long as I play my game and I do what I practiced, I should be able to do really well. Most confident, probably the AOE2 guys because they haven't had as much practice. Specifically, I want to play against the Viper. He beat me at the chess game earlier, and I'm pissed, and I need my revenge.
睇下先啊 ，Beastie 話自己捉棋輸咗俾呢個 Viper， 所以想喺 game 度打翻贏佢。 但係就遇唔到噶啦，即係出咗局啦 ，Viper。
What can we do to get that kind of experience in AOE4? How about a mirror matchup for the first time in the tournament?
I know. Like we mentioned before, we haven't had any mirrors in the group stages, obviously with the different draft rule set. But yeah, the first time we're going to see a mirror, and it's going to be a Delhi mirror.
Yeah, this is a matchup that,
Daily Mirror 哇，得你打得你。我成日覺得咧，如果鏡像文明咧，兩個玩家即係打嘅好相似咧，其實有陣時咧係比較弱啲嗰個玩家可能會有着數。即係點講好咧？即係如果你同人哋打，然之後人哋對一啲即係唔同 matchup 嘅理解比你好嘅話咧，即係打翻 Mirror 咧係可以縮短咗呢個即係差距。即係因為大家係同樣文明啊嘛，即係你唔需要特別理解啲乜嘢，你淨係需要係所有嘢即係細節嗰啲做得好少少。即係反正大家都打一模一樣。但係咧，如果你同人哋即係好似 Beastie 呢啲，你同佢打一啲兩個文明係唔同嗰啲 matchup 咧，即係有機會係同佢理解，即係你跟唔到。係嘛？得你嘅 Mirror 咁啊，而且係 Beastie 嘅叫糊嘅一場。
Both guys to sort of do mirror builds, obviously, for the mirror, makes sense. I'd say BC traditionally, probably the more comfortable on Delhi than Lenok. I mean, for a long time, Lenok, as we mentioned before, pretty much only played Abbasid, and then sort of brought out Delhi, I think at N4C as well, brought out Delhi in one of the big games there. So, I mean...
Yeah. Delhi was kind of a very meaningful civ for the first half a year of the game release. It felt like people were doing some cheesy things. At first, like elephants, they were no.
先啊，咁啊得你，咁啊略略罰啲木起咗個磨坊，咁啊食果，然之後咧就亦都有木起屋同埋有木加呢個清真寺同埋礦場，咁啊啱啱好啊。
I mean, it's the Wololo from him that really do it. The face palm, like, how did he get me? Where did this? He should be taking that back home to bank the relic. Why is it in my economy?
Yeah, it's not a good feeling, I'll tell you that much. But
Marcus Ladd, shout out to Mr. Sausage Man and what he does to the Delhi. But of course, the Delhi, where it got really interesting is in the height of French aggression dominating Dry Arabia. These guys took the top spot. They took it away from them.
即係大家做嘢一模一樣。咁啊資源亦都係差唔多。咁啊 Lina 咧就點解木材少50嘅？
And I mean, it completely changed the way the game played out for the first couple of months. Like everyone thought they sucked, and hey, they're really good. So.
Yeah, and then in the Road to Wololo, we even saw some people dangling Tower of Victory.
Lina 呢個咧就應該係
I don't think it's the way.
點解嘅
？Right, that's definitely not the place.
No, I mean you still have a lot of value from the scholar healing as well as obviously you want to take and contest the sacred sites. So.
邊個好啲啊？我覺得 Lina 呢個開局好啲喎，反而。即係講到尾就係得你升得快少少咧，即係點都着數啲噶嘛。你留意下 Beastie 嗰個經濟咧，佢係至少短時間都未升到封建。
It really does. It's like 140 health. You do what 5 damage.
大鑊啦 ，Beastie 會唔會咁樣掛？
Well, that's okay. I'll build blacksmiths. I'll decrease the count. Yeah, but it's gonna take.
即係4個村4個村，即係 Lina 嘅經濟會升得快少少啊，咁樣。咁啊，雖然就好唔係差好遠啦，但係即係講到尾 Mirror， 即係你點都係略略快少少着數啲。即係 Lina 個標打好啲啊！即係你睇下升級快成1/4。
BC's going to have to go a little bit further out to get his resources. So we've got the back berries here. Sort of happy with that, but I mean this is going to be a key spot for him if he wants to secure this.
快成1/4啊！
Always nice, and then the other deer pack is further up to the north as well.
I think that although you've got retracted berry Selena, there's kind of a difference in the surrounding resources in terms of defenses. Like this wood line for Beastie means one angle approach is hard. But Lenok, unless he walls past near these wood lines, those berries are out in no man's land, right? They're pretty open. Yeah, so important, I'd say, like Lenok to maybe be the aggressor here.
Yeah, I think BC is probably a little bit more comfortable with his map, to be honest, overall.
就係得你呢個 matchup 就係升快少少搶點，可能有啲着數。咁啊，村民同埋部隊數一模一樣嘅，暫時。
An easier time accessing the very far north sacred site as well.
睇下先，4分20秒就升級啦已經。
Some maps when you get in, I think the classic one was always Lippany. There's two sacred sites next to each other, like they're twins, they can never be separated, and then one on its own. Dry Arabia
係咪真係打唔贏咧？究竟好難講。講真，我覺得 Mirror 呢樣嘢係好
perfectly distanced.
真係可以縮短咗雙方實力差距。
in terms of reaching them.
Yeah, of course.
有先加長槍兵。
Spread as well. I think it's fine. Yeah.
No, I mean, big shout.
居然加長槍兵，長槍兵隻抽啊！
Of course.
I'm shouting him out for the good things, but don't worry if he does something bad.
Yeah, we don't mention those.
I mean, like, I love that he's here helping Krazzini, but I did warn him. I was like, I feel like if anything goes wrong, like Krazzini's going to pull out the execution outfit, and it's going to be your head on the platter, mate.
Poor Petito, the little duck man.
Poor Petito, about to be sliced like a potato. But looking at these open.
咁啊，一個打馬，一個打長槍。咁啊，哦 ，Beastie 取消咗個軍營，然之後就轉咗打馬。
Did he see the racks and then do it? No, he saw the archery range.
Yep. But obviously an instant barracks from Leenock in response to that.
Yeah.
但係我覺得 Beastie 今日嗰個狀態普普通通嘅。
As we see, BC obviously he's more comfortable playing the horseman here, going to have a little bit of map control. Decides, okay, you're going the counter unit, but I just won't fight you. So more than comfortable getting the blacksmith. Probably see him go into, what do you think? Maybe +1 arrows. Maybe defense? Yeah, range defense.
長槍加工兵，然之後加咩啊？咁啊，睇嚟都係爆兵嘅。咁啊，長槍工兵馬，然之後咧就出去搶點啦。
Like that priority, and that's one thing I think is very elegant about the Delhi Mirror at this stage is like you see some matchups where this person goes spears and you're like, oh, now I have to go spears as well, right? Oh, he goes archer, I have to go archers. You can kind of dip in different ways, and you can pivot your builds, whether it's blacksmiths or the archery range into the blacksmith play or the archery range into the stables. There's just so many variances there.
And actually, I think with the Northern Sacred Side, he probably won't be able to wall that either player because of the location of the
Beastie，然後 Beastie 病咗。
I mean, probably not the biggest
咁樣就但係 Lina 佢唔算係啲咩天才玩家嚟嘅，即係互相抵消啊！即係一個病一個本身唔係好勁咁樣。但係我覺得 Mirror 真係你睇下依家呢個情況。 即係大家做啲嘢差唔多嘅話咧，即係你暫時好難話，即係睇得出究竟邊個比較勁少少啊，即係邊個理解好啲啊咁樣，即係你完全睇唔到啊呢啲 Mirror。
Leenock to be more defensive than he would like to be. He'd like to be getting on map with the. He's technically got the.
睇下先啊，呢個哇！呢度一大堆村民，我拖埋村民隻抽咩料？佢呢個圍得都幾大下，我唔知會唔會好蝕經濟咁樣。但係Lina呢度有個村民係少少殘血，我見到 Beastie 咧好似想點咗佢㗎，但係就咁樣送咗一隻馬。 咁啊，村民數咧亦都係 Lina 領先2隻咯，已經。Beastie 喺後面發生咩事咧？究竟？即係大家都係咁樣出兵，然之後 Lina 嘅村民多一隻啊，多一隻半啊，可能。唔係好掂當。即係 Lina 嘅基本功其實幾好啊，你留意下。 但係呢度搶點搶咗一粒啦，已經部隊數係差唔多㗎，咁啊，剩低就係睇下控圖係點樣控啊，大家。呢度一隻馬，哇！佢呢個補血都幾屈機，但係 Beastie 夾嚟啊，真係大鑊啦！咁啊，部隊數係12、14啊，你見到 Lina 係小優勢啊。Lina 有小優勢。
Again, I'm surprised at how defensive Leenock was being initially. I think like if he was able to sneak like one spearman out and just have it on map, just doing something because I mean, BC's
真係唔係好對路啊 ，Beastie。
This game, he's taken map control for himself. He's got his resources spread out already. He's on the back berries. Yeah, it's looking really comfortable.
Yeah, I'm going to say it again, but I feel like at this point a coach who only has one pep talk thing to say. Proactivity over reactivity.
That's right.
咁啊，部隊已經18對23啦。Beastie 嘅食物嗰度控制得唔好啊！你見佢爆唔到兵嘅，即係因為肉馬同埋長槍咧，主要都係要食物嘅。咁剩低就係工兵係要略少食物，但係都要食物嘅。咁但係 Beastie 嗰個經濟好似支撐唔起佢爆咁多兵啊！即係呢個食物量。形勢有啲不妙。咁啊 ，Lina 佢已經係搶應該係2個點㗎啦，準備。睇下先呢個圍牆。啊，圍牆幾好呢個細節。頭先 Lina 都即係見到人哋圍牆，佢自己都有啲意識圍下啦。但係佢個木又好似有啲少得滯。我唔知佢係咪諗住漚到上城，然之後出第二啲兵去守啊？即係佢呢個經濟漚一漚，可能有機會升城。哇！呢個圍得好大陣仗，但係未必係一件好事嚟，因為你見 Lina 嗰個經濟差唔多升成。就係 Beastie 嗰個食物量咧，你見到佢想升城應該有啲難度。我覺得你即係一勝地對2勝地嘅話咧，其實即係又唔係話差距好遠嘅。咁然之後咧，你可以有呢個時代優勢嘅話咧，咁反而時代優勢肯定係着數啲噶嘛。即係尤其是你仲可以執埋遺跡。即係而且 Lina 個經濟又有呢個部隊數持平，又有村民2隻優勢，同埋佢可以先醒成呢個，即係你見到 Beastie 唔係好掂啊已經，即係呢一鋪啦至少。呢一鋪唔係好掂當，即係所以我都話打 Mirror 嘅話咧，即係唔需要特別咩理解啊，即係你樣樣做好少少，即係做翻同樣嘅嘢。尤其是咧，我唔知大家覺唔覺得咧，就係打相同文明嘅話咧，有陣時人哋做啲你唔記得咗嘅嘢咧，然之後佢喺度做緊咧，佢可以提埋你喎。即係我唔知大家覺唔覺，即係尤其是好似啱啱圍牆咁樣啦，即係 Beastie 喺度圍牆，然之後 Lina 先開始圍嘅。即係因為人哋提下佢做呢樣嘢，佢又記得啦之後。咁啊 ，Beastie 呢度略有啲不利啊，即係呢度俾人捉幾個村啊又。Lin 喂，哎呀呢度略冇望到。咁啊，部隊數係47對47嘅，咁啊好接近，但係好神奇地 Lina 居然係壓住 Beastie 嚟打，而且佢嘅經濟亦都係短時間可以升個城堡時代。有啲大鑊。睇先 ，Lina 好似唔係好想升城，突然間又。等先 ，Beastie 失誤啦！呢個位佢剩翻啲村民。哎呀，咁樣就有啲大鑊啦，開始有少少失準啦。咁啊 ，Lina 咧係繼續使錢嘅，咁啊睇嚟咧係唔太想去升呢個城堡時代住。咁啊，但係就如果唔想升城住就，即係始終人哋2個勝地。但係先呢個位唔好揀亂打。咁啊，部隊數係優勢嘅，咁而且咧拖一大堆嘅長槍工兵加呢個真旅。咁啊嚟到壓住人哋嘅食果啦，咁啊 Beastie 咧應該係冇食物咁滯㗎啦。咁你見佢開始咧分村民出去上面食鹿啦。咁因為佢下面嘅果如果俾人壓嘅話咧，佢係冇任何食物來源咧，就佢可以仲出到少少嘅兵嘅，但係之後就冇錢㗎啦。咁樣搞大鑊啦！咁啊左手邊村民俾人吞咗之後咧，咁啊村民數嚟到36對45啦，部隊數已經相差10幾隻啦。咁啊 Beastie佢唔係諗住留經濟升城啩，即係我見佢嗰個資源量咧有啲怪雞，即係你唔呢個位俾人壓住嚟打，你唔出兵㗎，好似唔係好對路喎。哇！真係領先10個村民啦。咁啊呢一場嗱穩陣嘅話咧，就應該係 Lina 可以贏嘅，即係假設 Lina 係穩陣嘅，即係但係就哇呢度咁多真女，幾多隻真女啊？11隻真女。 係先啊，咁啊長槍兵啦，俾工兵捉到一波，咁啊大鑊啦！咁啊呢個開戰咧係 Beastie 靚啲嘅呢個位。咁啊，但係咧就炒埋碟啦。咁啊睇下邊個着數啲啊呢個位。咁啊 Lina 嘅工兵咧係未到嘅。呢一波咧係 Beastie 捉得好靚嘅，即係亦都可以話係 Lina 走位錯。咁啊部隊數係持平啦。咁啊而且咧係攞咗17個村民升城。等陣先，可唔可以逆轉啊？咁樣，但係我覺得都係落後嘅，你少10個村民。但係因為如果你上咗城之後可以執到遺跡嘅話咧，佢可以好快就抵消翻呢個村民差距嘅。等陣先 ，Lina 望到啊上面啲村民啊，望到就可以殺㗎啦，但係佢咁啱望唔到啊，大鑊啦！咁啱望唔到啊！即係如果你過到去 delay 一陣，梗係超遠嘅。咁啊，上面亦都有村民係及時逃生。Lina 呢度相差9個村民，呢9個村民唔夠贏啊，應該，因為可以執遺跡啊呢個時候。咁啊，而且對面咧係2個聖地嘅，即係呢個村民差距唔係好夠，有啲大鑊。呢個村民有啲大鑊，但係未完場嘅，真係仲可以打。但係咧，因為 Beastie 佢升級先啦，你見佢科技撳即係撳定先咧都有着數嘅。真係好大差距，其實唔係好大差距，即係只不過係冇咁容易贏。依家啱啱嗰個形勢咧，感覺上好似 Lina 贏嘅機會比較大啲啊，但係依家可能都係打個和，即係始終你村民都仲係撐9隻嘅，即係呢個係差距嚟嘅。咁但係佢出邊有個聖地啦，咁至少抵消翻少少嘅。咁剩低咧就係執遺跡，可唔可以執快少少？咁可以再抵消埋個村民差距。但係 Lina 都可以執噶嘛？依家你升咗城嘅話。而且 Lina 有個控圖啦，咁佢要執幾粒遺跡應該容易過 Beastie 執幾粒嘅，即係照道理。即係因為 Beastie 出唔到門口咧，佢要執其他遺跡應該照計冇咁容易啊。但係佢執咗幾粒啊？依家2粒啦已經。咁啊Lina 執咗1粒啦已經。咁但係佢有控圖，佢可以執埋另外2粒，應該比較容易啲，應該。係就係 Beastie 咁啊兵咁啊溝咗啲裝甲步兵同埋馬，咁啊你見到長槍加工兵應該暫時係唔夠正面打。我覺得呢2個聖地點解 Lina 唔打咗佢？喂，咁啊呢個招降得唔得啊？係失敗咗㗎。咁但係呢個遺跡應該都係俾Beastie 執可能得唔得？咁啊呢個部隊數邊個多啲啊？我覺得Lina 咧係。佢啲兵過緊嚟㗎啦已經，但係 Beastie 有少少兵留咗屋企守嘅，睇下嗰啲兵夠唔夠快脆衝過嚟啊！咁有10幾隻馬㗎，咁你見到 Lina 咧係繼續不斷 A 啦，咁但係 Beastie 炸唔炸火到啊？唔好啊！哇，好彩！哇，如果能夠係不斷保住血嘅話，嗰個招降可能成功㗎，得唔得啊？等下 Lina 覺得驚啦，你見到？哎呀，佢呢度俾人招咗一大堆兵啊，夠唔夠抽啊？呢度部隊數瞬間係49對39。咁啊 ，Lina 咧被逼係拖村民咧係同你隻抽嘅，但係佢係有1000石頭。等陣先，好似形勢又有啲逆轉喎。等陣先，好似 Lina 有機會喎，又因為佢始終有馬喺度做輸出啦。即係你見到啲佬，等陣先 ，Beastie 喺上面招降係發生咩事？手震啊！佢招錯兵啊！哇！呢個應該 Lina 贏啦呢度咁樣。咁你見到部隊數咧係雖然好接近啦，但係 Lina 咧佢有1000幾石頭啊，佢應該係準備前壓個寶噶啦。如果你正面部隊唔夠多嘅話，就有啲牙煙嘅。哇！佢呢個係靠呢個寶嚟到逆轉噶啦，但係就睇下夠唔夠打先。呢度拖埋村民打交真係。咁啊 Beastie 咧係拖翻後面嘅長槍咧，應該係衝出嚟幫手噶啦。我覺得 Lina 呢個好似有啲搏得滯，即係佢有1000幾石，佢好想就係插個寶贏嘅，即係好似 Casper 咁樣咧。咁但係佢呢個位，佢弩兵唔夠多啊，佢暫時冇咩兵可以打裝甲步兵。大鑊啦！佢呢個拖村有啲搏得滯 all in。 大鑊啦！即係而且你有成12個村民閒置啊，即係呢個係雙經濟啊！啊，真係心態爆炸，即係早咗啊！佢呢個拖村民啊，3-1。呢個係判斷有問題。其實冇計啊，即係佢心急啦，即係只能夠講。只能夠講心急得滯。
Yeah, I mean, BC definitely one of the best Delhi players we have, so very impressive performance here.
Most definitely. I think some people maybe off that second map, the one that Lenok took, they'd be a little bit tilted with the way things went down because we talked a little afterwards. That was not a great spawn, especially for a civ like the HRE. The thing about BC, maybe it's just a brag and it's not true, but he says, I don't get tilted very easily. If there's a 1% chance for me to win a game, I'll stick in it. Admittedly tilts sometimes, but usually it's when there's a bug involved in the process. So I think that what I'm trying to get at is like some players maybe would have been thrown off. You come in the third map, maybe Lenok gets some momentum.
真係可惜啊！佢呢個始終係8強嚟嘅，即係咁樣就出咗局㗎啦。
Our first mirror, a very enjoyable one.
Yeah, I mean, like we're mentioning, I think Lenok felt pressure to go for the win versus probably the stronger opponent. Yeah, I mean, beautiful play by Beastie. What can we say?
Yeah, and that means he keeps the stream live. Of course, that means Lenok will go out. I believe Beastie will match up against either Marine Lord or Poppy Paw. I was talking to the two.
係啊，嗰10幾隻兵，只能夠講係即係 Beastie 喺呢啲位比較醒啲。
See if he's annoyed about anything now. I'm sure he's very happy with the win. Let's head across the stage with an interview. Ellie has got BC. Let's get his thoughts on the series.
Congratulations, really well played.
嗱，其實我覺得 Lina 啱啱打得好啲㗎，但係 Beastie 佢只能夠講係人哋咁樣送1分俾佢，冇計㗎。
I haven't done too much practice in mirrors because they're only viable in or possible in best of 5s or best of 7s. So it was a very messy.
我覺得啱啱 Beastie 係打得差啲喎，只不過 Lina 喺最尾嗰一下 throw game 咗，即係成場係 Lina 應該打得比較好少少。我覺得招咗啲馬，只能夠講係喺啱啱嗰個情況叫做打和咁解咯。即係你見到㗎，即係因為佢招完啲兵之後，即係大家繼續打落去咧，都係 Lina 個波兵贏。咁即係呢一波兵都有關鍵嘅，但係唔係勝負位咯。即係勝負位就係佢拖咗啲村民出嚟送死。同埋佢翻轉頭咧，其實有得打㗎，即係我覺得唔需要咁早投嘅又。我諗佢有少少誤判啱啱嗰個形勢。即係啱啱你諗下，村民拖出嚟限制，其實佢村民數大家打和，即係你拖翻轉頭嘅話，問題唔係好大啊。即係尤其是如果 Beastie 真係病病地嘅話咧，即係拖到後期去打先係真正有着數噶嘛。即係你同個病病地嘅打，你同佢打後期，咁佢肯定係即係打到喘，打到氣喘。
I tried to make my own tower to manage to deny his, but he brought like 5 more villagers, and when that went up, I probably knew I lost the game already.
Well, thank you so much for your overview. One more question before we take.
不過冇計啊，唉，真係可惜，即係最有機會贏到 Beastie， 即係啱啱嗰一場。
Today I'm probably just gonna watch the rest of the games. Tomorrow I'm going to prepare for the semifinals. Probably even tonight, to be honest. I can't really go to bed without, at least giving a little bit of thought what I'll do in the semifinals. So
to be honest,
Poppy versus Marine Lord, since one of those two is my next opponent.
Well, very well played. We will love to see Beastie go into the semis, maybe even the finals. We'll definitely have to find out on Sunday, and we'll take it over to the analysis.
Thanks so much, Ellie. Back here in the analysis chamber, joined by Keaton, Aussie Drongo. Good to have you back, mate. And very excited to get your thoughts on what we've just seen here. Beastie Cutie, obviously, fantastic player. We expected big things from him. So far, he's delivered.
Yeah, he's looking very solid at the moment, and definitely not going up against any slouch there either. Leenock, notoriously good at lands. Earlier this year, we saw him at another land take out Marine Lord in the semi-finals. So, fortunately for Beastie today, he was able to get through, but he's looking incredibly good.
Yeah, we'll chuck up some vision here and have a chat about.
其實佢俾人招完之後打贏咗個波咧，即係佢如果仲未拖村民，又或者啦，佢拖村民淨係起喺聖地嗰啲位都 OK 啊，即係，但係我唔知點解佢即係一定要想秒殺 Beastie 咁樣。即係你諗下啦，攞個寶插喺正中間個聖地，咁你然之後搶其他地方，而且你兵比較多喎，即係你可以同人打交嘅時候打贏嘅話，你搶埋上面個聖地都得啦。但係就好可惜嘅，即係咁樣送咗。係喎，即係你諗下佢病病地嘅，你同佢打後期咁，佢肯定打到手震氣喘嘅，即係有咩問題啊？即係拖後期打啦，咪即係尤其是病緊嘅，你同佢即係 BO55場咯，即係你打3-4場都係打1粒鐘嘅，即係問佢死未？到時可以，即係呢啲先叫戰術嚟㗎嘛。其實啱啱 Beastie 都好多失誤下，即係你見到好多地方咧都即係打得麻麻地。即係但係估唔到，即係 Lina 自己，我懷疑 Lina 即係如果 Beastie 有腎病，即係 Lina 可能個腦有問題。
It was difficult for him to defend in the early stages of the game, and I think he needed to be a bit more fluid. He was really looking to commit, stay in that base, and I think perhaps even just sneaking 4 or 5 villages off to the side of the map, go find a stone mine somewhere, and then just secretly gather that stone, because playing the Abbasid dynasty without additional town centers, it's incredibly difficult to do.
Yes, as you've highlighted for us so very succinctly. Yes, indeed. All right, well, so that was game number 1. Game number 2, as we move on now to HRE versus the French on Prairie. Now, this obviously went the way of Leenock. Leenock equalised the series at 1-1, got himself back in with a civ that, particularly today, has looked really impressive.
Yeah, French have looked increasingly strong. I think coming into this event, people probably thought the French, not the best civilization, they're not picked out number 1, number 2, they're not banned out by anyone.
咁啊，佢哋繼續喺度賽事分析，陰公。不過好彩都打得幾快，呢一 pair。應該係仲有2 pair 啫嘛，即係依家先12點。
He had a game plan coming into this game. So large gold veins spawn in your base on Prairie. So Beastie said, I'm going to come into the game and I'm going to just put a town center by the gold vein. But there's one weakness to this, and that is the tower. And that's exactly what Leenock identified, bringing villagers across the map with that tower, having not a whole lot of luck with the first villagers, but the second lot that came through was successful. And it doesn't matter that Beastie's got a town center there, it doesn't matter that Beastie's got his own defensive structures, because he can't gather from that gold.
Yes.
And that's what he's there to do. So because of that, his whole game plan just gets thrown out the window.
It's not like you're taking down the TC or anything with this, it's the fact that you are effectively idling or even just completely disabling this gold here. And when your opponent builds a strategy around that, it doesn't matter if you're taking losses in subverting that. If they've based their entire game plan around that, you're going to make massive gains.
And that's exactly it. He definitely did come in with that plan. He said, I'm going to play this certain style, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And Leenock just had the perfect counter. You know, from that position that Leenock was in, you can argue maybe he should have gone for archers, but the fact he went for outpost just really put the nail in the coffin. There was no way that Beastie was going to be able to claw back from that second game at all.
Just unable to enact the game plan that he sort of had prepared. Speaking of game plans that we've, in terms of preparation here, HRE on Mediterranean, a lethal combination. We've seen the Holy Roman Empire really get it done on this map for a long time. But the Rus, well, there might be something here. Beastie picked this civ. It's been low in people's pick orders all weekend, and all week, I should say. But we might be able to learn a thing or two from the Serbian here, because he's got something up his sleeve with the Rus here.
Yeah, there was some beautiful micro that we saw in this game, and I think that it really just came down to micro. Some wonderful techniques that he was able to utilize that are unique to the Rus.
孫子兵法。
Early on, the Rus are quite strong when it comes to the water.
咁啊，海戰呢度真係有啲流粒亂。
Speed from the wooden fortress, and it's always guaranteed. So we saw Beastie pick up an early wheelbarrow, an early double broadaxe, and he was focusing heavily on his wood. Even right now we can see Beastie with 30 villagers on wood, 16 only for Leenock. So almost double the villager count on wood. And he's able to translate that into a huge advantage on the water when it comes to numbers.
We've talked about how civilizations look to break the symmetry on water, and the HRE are excellent at this usually because their prelates mean that you're picking up 20% extra wood, and you can effectively take, as you said yesterday, 50-50 fights, even fights, and you head up and you come up ahead. Sorry, it's 40%, isn't it?
Yeah, 40%.
40%.
Yes,
Excuse me. The Rus with their 20% bonus with the with gathering though, almost undoes some of the stuff because they can do it on a larger scale.
Exactly.
It undoes the HRE's natural bonus on water.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Where the difference came in though was Beastie and his I would almost go to the extent of saying cute, but it was so impactful for what he did. So the Rus have the advantage when it comes to games like this, where they can use demo ships, but it's a secret demo ship. You don't know it's a demo ship because these Rus ships are transforming. You'll see them move across the ocean a little bit slower, and that's how you know it's transforming. And what Beastie actually did in that game is he had a galley that was moving towards the enemy very slowly. You had to pay attention to it, and at the last second, it transformed into a demo ship, taking out 2 Springald ships. It was a beautiful play, and it definitely turned the tide on the water.
Stealth demos, dude.
Stealth demos, watch out for them.
No one saw that one coming. All right, let's go to our final matchup here. And our first mirror from across the entire event. Obviously, we wouldn't have been able to have mirrors before today, but we saw Delhi versus Delhi, bit of a Delhi civil war here. So, you know, as the casters pointed out, once you get into this situation, you can't blame the loss on your Civ. You can't blame on anything. Beastie just kind of outplayed Lenok here.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, it all just comes down to Wololo. That was it. It was a beautiful Wololo as well. I mean, there were a couple of them in there. I think in total we probably got about 5 Wololos, but there was one really impactful one that changed the way that the game went. And this is an interesting matchup as well, because when it comes to the Delhi mirror, there's no real key unit here. Everybody's got the same things available in the feudal age. It's all very basic stuff. I guess the key difference here is scholars, healing. And so who can keep your units alive the longest? That's going to be the question here. We did see a bit of a mistake from Lenok where he did get caught out of position. And as a result, right here, we can see it unfolding. He just gets cleaned up, and Beastie gets a great little advantage. But Beastie still manages to, or rather Lenok still manages to hold on. But at the end of the game, it really just came down to
Wololo like this. Check it out. Yeah, I mean, a huge conversion here. Sorry, no, not there. Well, okay, never mind. It was very similar to a moment that we saw a huge conversion. This massive units was just was overtaken with the conversion. Something we don't see all that often in Age of Empires 4. A huge moment when it does take place.
Yes, yes.
Massive unit, full game.
As you mentioned, they're very difficult to pull off, but if you can pull it off, has the potential to change the face of the game completely. And Lenok, I think within 30 seconds of that Wololo, threw in the towel. He knew it was up.
Recognised it was over. Well, congratulations, Beastie, there. Make it through to the semi-finals. He's done very, very well for himself so far, and looking forward to seeing how he plays his game in front of a live studio audience. Of course, Keaton, thanks for your words and insight here, my friends. But right now, it's time for everyone's favourite part of the show. Let's go. Age of Empires? Boring. Forget about that, my friends. The only reason this entire show has been set up is it so we can get some sneaky history lessons in there. And I want to tell you about one of the defining conflicts in Western Europe that has gone on to have huge consequences in European and indeed world history. It's one of the most iconic conflicts of the Middle Ages. It is, of course, the 100 Years' War. The 100 Years' War is one of the most famous and iconic wars from the Middle Ages, fought between the French and the English. They do love to go to war, historically speaking, and it lasted for, as you might be able to guess, 116 years. No idea why they rounded it down, but that's the way it goes. The 100 Years' War was fought over claims to the French throne. The English King Edward III had inherited a claim from his mother, and the French weren't so keen on having an English bloke sitting on their throne, and ultimately one thing led to another, and in 1337 the war began. The first phase of the war was known as the Edwardian War, after King Edward III of England, who pressed his claim on the French throne, launching an invasion, burning and razing and pillaging French towns, and ultimately forcing the French into what was a devastating defeat for them at the Battle of Crécy. The English longbow obliterated the French heavy knights, and as a result, the English made huge territorial gains and forced the French essentially into a surrender. It wasn't quite the end of the 100 Years' War, which is a bit of a misnomer because it was actually 3 different wars fought across this 116-year period by 5 generations of kings. And the next stage of the war, which came along a little later after a brief period of truce, is known as the Carolingian War. The French king, Charles V, got on the offensive in the late stages of the 14th century and made huge territorial gains, booting the English out of much of the land that they had captured during the Edwardian War. However, the French weren't able to turn this into a total and complete
capitulation and surrender on the part of the English because they kind of just ran out of money to fund the war. But the good news for them was, so did England. The Carolingian War just kind of petered out with both nations having literal children on their thrones as king and not a lot of money to continue to fund this ongoing conflict against their rivals. So while the French definitely had the better of it from a territorial standpoint in that they had reversed the gains made by the English earlier, the Carolingian War wasn't the decisive end to this conflict that the French may have hoped for. Which brings us to the third and final stage of the war.
咁啊，下一場係3分鐘，咁啊，等一陣間啦。
Henry V of England renewed the English claim to the French throne and once again invaded, just as Edward III had done all those years ago. And history, as it does, repeated itself with the Battle of Agincourt, once again seeing English longbows devastating the French heavy cavalry and scoring an enormous victory for the English. They allied themselves with the Duchy of Burgundy, and it really looked very, very bad for the French as they capitulated all over the place and seemed to be on track to lose their throne to the English. However, then, out of nowhere, came a new hope for the French in one of the most unlikely people you could think of. An illiterate, peasant, teenage farm girl emerged from nowhere to almost single-handedly turn the tide of the 100 Years' War. Joan of Arc rallied the French, inspired them to once again take up arms and fight the English for all they were worth. She put a French king back on the French throne, and with the success of campaigns like the Loire Valley campaign, she saw the English driven out of the lands that they had captured and won a series of battles that would gain France the momentum that they needed to ultimately triumph. Sadly for her, however, she was ultimately captured by the English, put on trial and burnt at the stake as a heretic. But even with the loss of the Maid of Orleans, the French continued their campaign against the English very successfully into the closing stages of the war. And as we move into the mid-15th century, more than anything else, it was the rise of gunpowder weaponry that finally ended the 100 Years' War in favour of the French. Gunpowder had emerged in China and spread throughout the Middle East and into Europe, where it was quickly and very enthusiastically adopted by the skilled artisans and engineers, particularly in the Duchy of Burgundy, Burgundy being allied with the French in the late stages of the 100 Years' War. With the power of gunpowder behind them, the French were finally, once and for all, able to drive the English out of places like Gascony, as English castles, fortifications and strongholds fell under the might of this new military technology. In 1453, the decisive Battle of Castillon effectively ended the 100 Years' War as the French wheeled out massive cannons and blew the English to smithereens, driving them out of a part of France that they had held for 3 centuries. And that essentially was the end of the 100 Years' War. 116 years of dynastic conflict fighting over the French throne, and despite English victories at famous battles like Crécy and Agincourt, we sometimes forget that the French actually won the war decisively, even though the English held on to their claim to the French throne until 1801 and the time of Napoleon. And today, with France being a republic, even if the British look to press this ancient claim on the French throne, they would find there is not much of a throne left to lay claim to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another cracker of a series. I'm looking forward to it, Nilly. We got Recon up against the Mister. 2, well, I'd say 1 Titan and 1 kid, but hey, Recon's looked pretty damn good, hasn't he?
Not that much of a kid, right? Well, he's in the top 8 in the world, right? And now has a real shot to go wild. We just checked it. $7,000 lifetime earnings in his esport career.
Yeah.
If he wins 3 more sets, it's 100,000 on top.
That's not too bad, going from 7K up to 107K.
睇下先，我哋終於睇到 Mr. 啦。
Good return on investment, but there he is. Look at that smile on his face, the Mister, and now we've got Recon walking in as well.
The Mr.
Those 2 Titans right there. I mean,
呢個係
excites me so much
邊個
about
嚟
this
啊？呢個
matchup. It's a best of 5.
Recon 啊？
These are 2 practice partners going head to head right now, and have a look at that. I mean, well, for the fans of Recon, don't have a look at that. Turn away from the monitor right now. But if you're a fan of the Mister, I mean...
Oh, if you like underdog stories, right? Yeah. The Mister obviously very accomplished in so many games. Experience for Recon, we couldn't give him more, right? It is his first ever LAN tournament. Not a lot of like, great esports games that he had. Speed-wise, we checked the stats online. He is the slowest player when it comes to efficient APM.
Yeah, another thing to note as well is Mister is on 10 strategy, the only player with 10 strategy. Obviously, there's some notable players and their strategies. Viper, obviously, 7 out of 10, but Mister, 10 out of 10. So let's take a look at the draft and see exactly what we've got in front of us. And there's some interesting maps in there, some that we don't see all the time.
先啊，咁啊，提早已經係揀好文明啦。
Oh, well, we even have Malians picked here.
No.
We have Malians picked for Recon.
Nah, that's got to be a mistake. Don't worry about that one.
Okay, so wants to keep his options.
睇下先，有一個馬利喎。
Yeah, well, I don't even know what you have.
兩個新文明都揀齊。神羅德里羅斯。咁啊，英國阿拔斯應該係俾人 ban 嘅係嘛？咁啊 ，Mr 咧就俾人 ban 咗2次中國，咁然之後英國、蒙古、羅斯。咁啊，但係因為新圖嘅關係啦，即係我都唔係好知道邊個比較勁，邊個比較廢。
With double ban here, he said, I'm not risking it. I'm just going to ban it out completely. You're not going to get a chance of taking it. So, yeah, it definitely seems like an interesting play from him. Now, what kind of Civilization matchup do you think we're going to have here on the first map? If I remember correctly, it was Golden Heights that we're going to be seeing. So with that, I mean, typically you'd expect to see English coming out strong on that map.
English obviously considered to be really strong simply because they can send the 2 villagers to the point at the side, and that makes it impossible for the opponent to get their dock up. We've seen them multiple times. And I think Mister and Recon, I rewatched games from the B stream yesterday. See Fitzbro in the chat. Great job yesterday, my friend.
We love Fitzbro. We do love Fitzbro, don't we?
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I've seen that both players had incredible success when it came to the man-at-arm play. With HRE, with English, so I really want to see if this one is going to be a repeated story.
Well, it's going to be tough for Recon from the very beginning of his series.
如果 Lina 喺度，應該贏到佢兩個，未必㗎。即係我覺得 Mr 幾勁啊！依家，即係 Mr 係天才型選手，即係唔使點練，即係唔使點練習。
I'll just we'll see clarification exactly on that one, but you can see right there. I wonder who that is. Actually, I wonder who that is because he's got the fan, but he's also, is that a raccoon? What is that?
I think that's the Lonely Wolf.
It could be, but it is the Mister. Look at him, he looks focused already. You know, one of the things about the Mister, for anybody playing along at home and maybe tuning in for the first time to see the Mister, he is very fidgety when it comes to his setup. He needs to have everything perfect.
Yeah, so annoying as a tournament organizer because like he's moving stuff and the monitor is like a quarter of an inch too high and then he puts some coins under it.
係咁啊，嚟啊，開始啦！咁啊，神咯。呢張圖會唔會偷雞出去食？啊，等先，佢加軍營啦已經。因為我以前都有啲片講過咧，就係加軍營直接出長槍兵咧，係防一啲塔攻咧係最方便嘅戰術嚟。即係因為咧神羅咧，又或者中國咧，即係佢可以 keep 住出兵同呢個蒙古咧，即係喺度出長槍對打咧。其實佢唔係話好傷經濟嘅。好似未見過 Recon 係啊，佢本身係點講好啊？本身係8強、16強選手嚟，但係好似最近成績唔錯。咁啊嚟啊嚟啊！咁啊長槍兵就係抽互毆啊！而且咧，因為神羅有教長喺度咧，其實佢 buff 啲經濟咧。反而蒙古咧，佢前期冇乜加成咧，即係大家打長槍咧，蒙古只能夠係攞石頭嚟到，即係叫做賺少少資源啦。但係即係因為佢出兵啊嘛，即係雙倍。咁但係長遠嚟講咧，留喺黑暗時代咧，應該係神羅經濟好啲嘅。應該。
Hopefully not dying to the Khan, and you can heal those spearmen with your prelate at home. But needs a lot of micro. Prelate right now tilts under the town center.
Yeah, having a good time underneath there, but I suspect
即係我預計啦嚇，即係因為照道理係咁樣嘅，即係咁啊長槍兵出到嚟啦，咁而蒙古咧應該係攞緊長槍，應該準備過嚟塔你嘅。其實咧神羅就算略略升級慢啲咧，即係佢其實經濟都係好啲。 即係永遠都係靠個 buff 嘅，不過。
It feels like Recon is trying to play counter strategy against Mister.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way, doesn't it? You know, an early barracks out of the Holy Roman Empire is almost unseen. You know, never seen before. But
never seen before.
He's the kind of guy who's always one step ahead. So how do you beat a player who's one step ahead? Well, you take 14 steps backwards, and now he's out of sync.
I never thought of it that way.
睇下先啊！呢幾個長槍兵打一個伐木場，即係佢只要打到着火就有錢。即係蒙古有陣時咧，前期就係有理冇理都睺住啲建築物打，即係起碼啲錢係代硬嘅。睇下先，呢度三隻啦，可以打噶咯，3隻兵，仲忍。睇下先，哦，佢攞村民維修。咦，咁樣佢忍得係幾好喎！即係佢直情計埋咧，就係對面仲有一隻長槍過嚟，即係唔特別衝過去同人打。同埋咧，神羅可以補血嘅，所以某程度上你先軍營防戰塔係完美。佢拖咗村民。都 OK 嘅。其實你見到經濟上咧，我覺得神羅呢個差唔多可以升封建時代，即係反而蒙古其實佢係咁，即係咁爆兵都唔係話好着數。咁啊，剩低就睇下邊個比較着數啲啊！真女啊，其實咧佢啲兵冇乜血啦，佢要拖真女過嚟幫手補血㗎。真女，哎呀，個真女喺度 buff 緊經濟啊！邊個着數啲啊？呢個咁啊，部隊數係10對9㗎。嗱，因為咧 B 啊唔係 B 誒 Mister 咧呢度係好似唔係好掂，即係你始終 Recon 呢度係即係成堆村民起戰塔啊！即係 Mister 呢度起唔到，就係啱啱爭啲搞亂咗2個玩家，即係噏下。哎呀，咁啊起唔到塔啊，有啲濕滯。
Okay, I don't know whether he can hit the villager. I don't know. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. And he's like, oh, he can't hit it. That's why he's hitting my spears. And then all of a sudden, ha, I can hit your villager, and it's dead.
Yeah, buys himself even more time cancellation ability.
即係有啲大鑊，你見對面已經係即係升緊呢個封建。
Not really on gold, and like yeah, he got enough gold now, but it's just such a weird transition because mass spearmen against HRE. Doesn't excite me too much.
But this is exactly what he wants, though, right? Because coming into a matchup like this, if at any hybrid map, the kings of that map are the Mongols. Now, there's an exception on this map where English is a very good civilization. Maybe these guys know something that we don't know. But at this point,
偷起碼頭啊，居然出去攞經濟。
as well, and they get pretty much 100% water priority against any civ except for the English. So Recon has basically said, well, yeah, you've got water priority, but you don't get water.
Absolutely beautiful play there out of Recon, and yeah, those are the mind games that we.
其實守得幾靚啊，即係呢個位。
Even Recon trying to contest the water now, or at least go for it. Sneaky villager there with a shift click. I think this could be successful. Oh, Mister goes for it at the same time.
Oh, isn't this so cheeky? These guys, I mean, the mind games are there, but they're in each other's.
係嘛，兩個都睺住啲魚。
It's great minds think alike. Both of them heading out within split seconds of each other.
Oh, you have to.
睇先有加軍營啊？呢個咩嚟㗎？
I can see why he went for the mill over there.
呢個唔知係軍營定射戰場。
That lumber camp maybe could have even considered to be deleted. Mister. Still nice army here.
咁啊，部隊數係11對8嘅，咁啊 Recon 呢邊啲兵。
I don't know, Nelly. I'm not that good at count. Oh, never mind.
No, it's already burning. We don't need to do math here, Drongo. It is going to go down, and that's a juicy 25 food, 25 gold for our Mongol villagers in danger here.
哎呀，爭啲殺到一個村。
Finding too many kills yet.
Yeah, not too.
哇！佢呢度幾個長槍兵咁樣打啲建築物都賺咗唔少錢。
You can start to shoot and scoot, but keep in mind those docks are up over on the other side.
即係又着火，即係咁樣敲下，即係勁多錢攞。
We already got the bounty up to the Mongol player, didn't we? So Mr. going to be very happy with that.
So I wouldn't mind if he actually finished that mining camp off. Another 50 woods down the drain. You saw that the opponent was already moving quite a bit.
其實咧，如果不過點解即係如果 Mr 咧下面見到佢起碼頭咧，即係你攞啲嘢過去拆咗佢就即係玩完。
Just to play safe, but we already see. Oh my lord! Look how early these farms are. I don't think I've ever seen 7-minute and 30 farms.
咁啊，暫時神羅啲經濟有啲立亂，即係俾人哋即係不斷喺度趕嗰啲村民。咁啊，佢冇木嘅話咧，基本上你有碼頭都出唔到船噶啦。咁唔知佢有咩 plan 啊？即係佢呢個地標加唔到上面伐木嘅村民，有啲可憐。咁啊，部隊數11打11嘅。哦，咁啊有工兵啊，咁啊走佬。
Force them back, even just a couple of archers is going to be more than enough to swing the fight in his favour. A little bit of a mistake right there, not bringing the galley right up to the fishing boats. Typically, you want to make it right.
睇下先啊，咁啊直接出船。
Just right next to it.
Hitting more and gives your opponent.
但係 Mr 呢度升城咯已經。我覺得咧，如果即係某程度上你打到咁上下，然之後上咗城堡時代，你即係你想秒殺人咧，即係裝甲步兵唔使諗，即係直接。撳幾個裝甲步兵出嚟就係抽，但係唔係喎，但係神羅都有裝甲步兵啊！即係佢雖然封建時代嘅裝甲步兵啦，但係好似諗下，如果數量能夠即係多翻一隻半隻嘅話，可能可以頂得住城堡時代嘅裝甲步兵，都未定。咁啊，蒙古差唔多升級啦，咁啊調資調得好好啊，即係 Recon 呢邊就略略有啲立亂，同埋佢。即係出咗隻船，另外就係佢部隊比較多少少啦，即係睇下佢可唔可以做啲嘢，即係利用下呢個部隊數優勢。即係6對21啦，咁啊 Mr 係停咗兵嘅，所以好慳皮下，即係升個城堡時代。咁佢呢個海咧應該係攞翻嘅機會唔係好大啊，我覺得佢應該係放棄㗎啦個海，咁然之後就係直接陸地 all in 啦，一係。即係你唔好太冧嘅話咧，就對面冇辦法係攞到個海嘅經濟，然之後你可以即係陸地打死佢就得啦，即係唔好冧咁耐。
This is an early H-up. I didn't expect this. Normally you don't see H-ups come this early, but keep in mind he's got the dock back there as well. Well, it was once working on some.
就係瘋狂走佬啊！咁啊有支塔喺度頂住，但係兵略有啲多。23隻兵差唔多可以硬拆戰塔噶咯。等陣先，拆唔拆？唔拆。即係穩陣。你見到都係向後退。其實佢呢度23隻、22隻兵，其實佢呢個數係點樣計啊？即係斥候。工兵長槍又唔係喎，佢長槍3隻啫喎。咁啊，通常咧你見到戰塔咧，如果你近戰太少咧，就好難衝。哇，上咗城啦，咁啊經濟麻麻地嘅。咁但係咧就神羅嗰邊經濟係更加之差嘅。嚟啦，係咪出步兵啊？但係佢冇乜攻防啊。咁啊選擇好似都係想唔係秒殺嘅。咁啊起個真女執為職，然之後咧就我見佢有出裝甲步兵，但係因為呢個冇攻防咧，佢感覺上唔係好似嗰啲啦，即係想即係衝 TC 嗰種，即係純粹想控下圖咁樣。
I guess this is an increasingly difficult spot for him because he's not on 2 TCs. This is just 1 TC that he's on. And sure,
不過 Recon 有魚食喎，即係我覺得唔可以蹲太耐，即係你總要諗辦法做啲嘢。但係呢個海應該冇㗎啦，即係佢肯定放棄啦。
Can you even start thinking about Imperial Age? Probably not.
Well, it will be pretty tricky for him to defend this.
睇下先啦，咁啊圍牆圍到實一實啦，咁啊呢個睇下 Mr 點樣處理先。得幾多隻？4隻裝甲步兵。
Only the Khan can shoot over the walls, so repair absolutely an option. And it feels like Mr. He's going for a second town center. 21 on wood here.
睇下先 Mr 咁啊攞20幾個人服務啊，咁啊應該係開 TC 啊。戰船1隻3個單位，睇下先，計下數先，6。10 16係喎，戰船原來咁值錢，唔係即係咁值人口。但係就神羅呢邊有啲慢得滯喎。佢呢個經濟其實可以升成，但係點解好似咁慢咁嘅？即係點算啊？咁樣？即係唔知點解好似好慢咁樣，即係佢升級。
He's done it with one town centre. So he's going to be a little bit... He's going to be quicker, but he's not going to have the oomph to really back this Burgrave Palace up.
I think Recon goes for like 8 men-at-arms and then tries to go for Imperial Age. He knows, okay, it's only 1 relic. He
即係你諗下，蒙古佢已經係咪雙 TC 啊？已經咁，然之後佢執晒啲遺跡，即係神羅先至上緊城堡時代。
Yeah, I think that's probably a good call. Honestly, finding a way back into this game.
瞓先，聽日追翻，冇計啊！真係夜媽媽，所以有陣時真係冇計啊！呢啲比賽，佢已經算好咧，就係佢由8點開始，但係都係好耐。即係尤其是有啲人係禮拜6可能仲要翻工咁樣。咁啊，部隊係17到23嘅，但係就因為神羅呢邊啲工兵應該係冇乜戰鬥力嘅，即係你睇翻個組合嘅話，即係因為打裝甲步兵、工兵係冇力嘅，咁剩低就係大家都係步兵，咁而且長槍應該唔係黑裝甲步兵嘅，所以 Recon 呢邊嘅部隊係陸地上啦，咁啊戰鬥力係弱雞少少。
Is so close.
The map is so close.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite good. But we do see the first sacred site picked up now for the Mister. Keep in mind, on this map there are only 2 sacred sites, which means that if he's able to maintain control of both of these, there's a pretty good chance he pulls out a victory here.
係嘛？24對28，要學車，居然排到期啊！即係依家排期好似勁耐。
And indeed, like Recon, he had some defense, and that's kind of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Recon still tries to go relatively fast in per age.
Yeah, I think this is probably the right choice.
咁啊，插戰塔，我覺得形勢上面係神羅不離，即係蹲太耐啦。但係等陣先，原來 Mr 唔係雙 TC 嘅。啱啱佢20幾個人服務，即係為乜啊咁樣
？He's got 6 prelates, in fact. So, oh, actually, never mind. That's the Mister I'm looking at. He's got 1 prelate.
Why is there a villager at the edge of the map?
This is a secret villager.
Is she a flat earther?
咁樣唔係好對路喎，即係遺跡。
I heard if you just go too far, you fall.
遺跡都還可以嘅，即係依家佢呢個2+2係咪真係有手上有2粒啊
？Flat earthers trying to go. To find the edge
of the earth. Wouldn't they just be sailing around Antarctica? Like it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't
靈磚
in another direction, it's
It could work. It could work. But unfortunately, what's not going to work is this nice little attempt.
call 咗 Tesla 未？有啊，我有末日喺度，但係唔係好多張，即係費事賭咁大。但係嗰個係275嚟嘅，即係我諗應該冇乜機會。求其劈喺度啦，唯有即係睇下比賽好過。啊，唔係275，227.5。275就真係 high 大咗，即係227.5，依家係爭1蚊，爭1蚊就到家啦。其實1蚊我覺得應該冇乜難度嘅，但係佢因為今日 day high 係呢個幾多？都係227.46幾。廢紙之達人。咁啊，睇下賽事先啦。咁啊，遺跡執得差唔多㗎啦，你見到 Mr。咁啊，而且佢部隊嘅質量咧係比較高嘅，即係6000幾。
He has a good counter to that. 7 fuel late charges.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best. Mister's timing here is quite wild, and keep in mind he's up a huge amount of military population. So while he's behind on
Mister 呢個部隊還可以。唔係啊，每日我今日先買，所以我係佢啱啱佢一開始倒插啊嘛，佢插到唔知21幾，即係我喺嗰陣買啊，即係0點幾嚟。 即係依家暫時其實有賺，即係如果依家走，大鑊啦！呢個 recon 部隊唔係好夠多，即係48對23，佢搞緊乜鬼嘢？即係神羅最慘就係一粒遺跡都冇，即係因為佢生成太慢啦，即係經濟極度之差。哇！好彩佢呢個維修都唔錯。
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Palace Swabia is coming up, and one of the things we mentioned is there is a window here that he can go for the Imperial Age, but if he does，
睇下佢有冇捱到，但係佢捱到升帝冇用嘅喎，因為人哋有老兵啊，你出乜鬼嘢啊？可以，你乜都出唔到啊！我覺得神羅都係要可能都係要死嘅，但係要睇下 Mr 佢有冇工程單位盡快拆建築物先。睇下先，佢帶埋呢個真女過嚟幫手。我哋一齊祈禱呢個 Tesla 可以上到呢個227，227就有錢收。我覺得 Mr 贏面好大喎，即係因為神羅呢度，我唔知佢捱唔捱到，佢始終都要爆村民，然之後先至開始係有經濟噶嘛，即係但係佢咁樣俾人撳住砌嘅話，村民爆唔起嘅。
He had plenty. He didn't know about the Imperial Age, but once he sees it, surely he knows he can just die. But look at all of these outposts with their emplacements as well.
其實拆緊嘢都 OK 嘅，因為你拆建築物都係木材嚟噶嘛。
Yeah, good call. All right, well, let's watch and see exactly what Mr. looks to do. But we do have traction trebuchets now joining the battle. They're somewhere. Just not sure where they're there.
其實 OK 嘅，即係你唔好諗住神羅上咗帝就無敵啊，因為佢都要有隻兵種去打人哋嘅老兵，但係佢冇啊嘛。咁即係話佢呢個時候咧就你見佢都係衝出去做下其他嘢，但係佢冇辦法打正面嘅。你咁樣俾人磨下磨下咧，就我覺得神羅會死喎咁樣。226.3，我哋一齊祈禱。究竟會唔會變廢紙啊？依家12點半。其實依家我有賺，但係唔係好多，即係我又想博大啲。國土唔得啊！依家暫時國土，等先，佢啲兵走咗去另一邊，即係佢唔保住呢個工程單位啊！其實神羅咧，留意下咧，佢冇攻防㗎，所以你就算出國土都好咧，即係人哋有老兵可以點死你㗎啦，已經。呢個有啲傷得滯，但係 Mr 點解唔保住自己巨頭咧？即係巨頭先係威脅人哋嘅兵嚟。哇！直接殺入嚟懟村民啊！我唔敢肯定 Mr 呢個係好嘅選擇嚟啊！即係佢呢度佢殺村民係冇乜用嘅，因為人哋村民又平啦，出得又快啦。你唔係殺村民㗎，你係儲埋一大堆兵，然之後等人哋打唔到你，先至係一個先係一個真正嘅好嘅戰術嚟㗎。即係依家咧，佢咁樣衝咧，你反而係損失咗自己咁大量嘅部隊，然之後你又殺唔到嘢咧，呢個係蝕到好緊要㗎。呢個我覺得 Mr 咁樣衝係一個蝕底嘅地方嚟。你諗下，如果啱啱仲有巨頭喺度掟下嘅，咁即係叫做威脅緊神羅㗎嘛。但係你呢個位仲點樣威脅啊？真係威脅唔到啊！而且部隊俾人切開咗兩邊添。大鑊啦！咁樣部隊所謂60對37，但係俾人切開咗兩邊部隊啊！咁你見 Mr 咧喺另一邊嘅兵咧，應該係諗住匯合嘅，但係就你冇辦法咁樣直行匯合嘅，所以你見到佢咧係兜圈啊！咁只要一兜圈咧就大鑊啦，即係你俾咗時間人哋爆村民，俾咗時間人哋去食魚攞經濟，你咁樣轉咗一個圈，你諗住翻轉頭重新打咧，就神羅應該打咗翻嚟啦。咁樣你見到即係85村對57啦。我哋一齊嗌227，依家爭都仲係1蚊啊！即係226.5，不如大家抌翻幾十萬，即係過去幫手托下價錢，等我唔好死，保住我條命最緊要。 即係反正 Tesla 都會升上去，即係大家依家平貨。依家226平貨，大家快啲衝！有質量嘅股票唔怕買，226.5絕對係一個底價嚟。大家幫手托上呢個227先，即係為咗我嗰幾張廢紙，其實我買咗幾張，好少。咁啊，神羅點算啊？唔係神羅點算？蒙古點算啊？依家你咁樣重新行翻嚟打過一次，巨頭有唔係喎？8部巨頭喎，原來 Mr 有。等陣先，我個數字係啱定錯啊？8部巨頭喎，佢啲巨頭喺邊啊？即係佢呢個8部巨頭係好似 hot key 咁樣，即係我睇到我以為係 hot key 8喎，即係8個巨頭喎。啲兵喺邊？81對39部隊嘅。1985買226啱啦，真係抵，講真，好抵啊！依家 Tesla 特價，雙11折扣。其實 Mr 仲有好多兵嘅，你見到85隻，即係你見到神羅唔敢打嘅，但係神羅亦都唔需要打，因為佢102村啊，佢只要嘔一陣間就有大把錢。頭先可唔可以打咗呢個地標啊？10個巨頭啦，已經去到。黐線嘅 Mr 咁多巨頭啦已經，但係個畫面係從來都冇 show 過啲巨頭喺邊啊！啊，即係瘋狂推。其實因為佢有好多老兵啊，即係你睇下神羅唔敢打啊，即係佢雖然可能係即係有啲咩啊，佢冇國土，佢全部都係裝甲步兵嚟。點解？溝兵都唔識㗎。我覺得呢個時候出國土係啱㗎，但係佢唔出啊，居然。唔係好明喎。咁樣俾人秒嗰個帝王地標，真係蝕到爆炸。即係 Recon 咧，依家咧係好似淨係打算用個輕頭捱一捱。等先，佢上面轉緊馬嘅，佢上面食物係唔錯嘅，你見到佢有1700食物收入，佢食物係唔錯嘅。110，其實佢110村都 OK 嘅，佢俾人打咗個地標唔係話好大問題嘅，但係等陣先啊，呢個係城堡時代嘅咯已經。喂，等陣先，佢依家剩翻就係一個 TC 同埋一個封建地標就玩完喎。即係 Recon 部隊唔係好夠多，即係104對54啊，即係生一倍。即係10個巨頭啊！即係定係人口嚟㗎？即係10個巨頭喎，佢呢度邊度有10個啊？呢度得4、5個咋？等先，會俾人打到棘人口啊！即係暫時人口係200對呢個175㗎。打啦，直接開打啦！呢度啲兵差太遠，但係點解真女向前衝呢？喂，真女喺企後面補血啊，大佬，點解向前衝？但係呢個位唔錯啊，呢個位你見到100幾部隊對50幾啊 ，Recon 應該部隊唔夠多，啲兵唔夠多，即係100對40兵，差太遠啦啲部隊。差太遠啦，咁啊得翻幾多個巨頭啊？巨頭俾人清晒啦已經。正面咧就係88兵打17嘅。其實因為蒙古咧可以係喺原地再重新加巨頭嘅，所以你俾人拆咗巨頭之後咧，其實佢可以再起咧，佢唔會話好拖延佢嗰個進攻啊，而且佢已經打咗你個帝王地標啦。哇，投咗啊居然！哇！真係 Mr 爭啲奶嘢，佢 dive 入去其實唔係太好㗎，你見。但係好彩咧，就係都打翻嚟。真係好彩，呢個純粹真係好彩。
So we needed to see the second Mangonel. Obviously, siege workshop positioning can maybe be questioned, right?
睇下先 ，Mr 呢個咩 keyboard 嚟啊？薄膜嚟啊？係咪喎？呢個係矮族啊。
That Mr is likely to make a big attack happen pretty soon. So maybe another Coverian preemptive against those traps.
見過。
Defense could have been so much easier.
啊！
But honestly, Recon did a great job. I think from a strategic point of view, I'm going to have to start putting a few more points into Recon. That was impressive insight that he had there.
AAPL 係喎，蘋果真係，唉，真係我俾蘋果害啊！即係我本身有兩張啊，唔係兩張，有兩隻 put 緊，兩隻股 put 緊，即係然之後一個 PCE 拉高少少，我即刻賺少勁多。咁然之後仲要 Apple 爆升，即係拉起個大盤，即係我俾佢害慘。
Look at Mister pointing that out there, and he could then get all the relics, could get a lot of map control, and then the tower defense just allowed Mister to basically dictate the game.
All right, well, we move on to the second game in the series. It's going to be 4 lakes, the home map here for Recon. What civilization does he look to? Typically in the past, we saw the Rus, a civilization that was very strong. Most players have access to that civ here. Do we see it here, Nilly?
I think English might
睇嚟 Tesla 冇呢個227啦，陰公。
Absolutely an option here for Recon. Wouldn't surprise me too much, especially with Mongols. We want to have that probably on Gorge.
就係上面好硬啊！呢個226.5。
Malians on Gorge or Malians on Forlex?
我哋而家期待咧就係可能會有木頭者，即係喺呢個盤中入貨。有冇人識英文？同佢講好抵啊嘛！
I think Malians thing is like you want to have those docks and you want to have the mass amount of fishing ships.
Look at that face. Look at that smile right there. That's not the smile of a happy man. That's the smile of a madman.
Tesla 我係呢個開盤先買嘅，所以其實冇關係。我係搏佢反彈啊嘛，即係佢插得咁勁。點知真係反彈，但係反彈到一半我冇買到，陰公。我而家就係等緊佢睇下會唔會再彈高啲，即係佢一路向上衝緊。
Okay, so it can mean multiple things.
It can, yes.
Apparently.
All right, well.
其實嗰條走線仲係 OK 嘅 ，up train 嘅，好似唔好啊，唔好向下。
Yeah, same goes for me. Four lakes, obviously a map where macro.
Tesla 不要壓擊呢個大盤。
Like up to 4 pawns, sometimes try to be sneaky, and it's not that easy to realize where you need to wall. Right, because sometimes small walls.
225.7
rest your docks so much more. So you kind of want to go for the big walls, but big walls.
不過冇所謂啊，好少，其實我唔理佢都得。即係賺多就賺餐飯，冇嘅話就冇所謂。我呢個買好少，我賺得最多係尋日嗰個亞馬遜。
He's got such cheap docks. He pays 75 wood for each of them. Is there the potential that he just
好啦 ，Tesla 向下沉。可以唔理啊。
Well, at least for his 2 docks close to his town center, it is the absolute standard, right? And then going to the other side, obviously Rus, once they see, oh, you docked my pond, it's really easy for them to defend, right?
但係好似係咪仲有得 hold？ 我哋嚟睇下呢個。
It has to be relatively early.
Oh, you know what I see coming out right now?
咁啊，1分鐘圖略咧有啲凄涼。3分鐘圖更加之凄涼。
And at the same time, he's going to be getting in the emplacements. It neutralizes the entire water area here.
係咁啊，嚟啊，下一場啦。咁啊，睇下先啊，賽事係羅斯打呢個阿拔斯嘅。哇！呢張圖以前羅斯係好勁嘅，但係哇，依家轉到花哩花碌咁樣，咩料
？Yeah, I agree. And you can see right here the dock that he's got. It's quite far forward. Obviously, it's his own pond.
Tesla 未到最後一刻都唔好放棄。我覺得佢呢個30分鐘圖至少係靚嘅。就係我哋求其揾一個小時。我哋見到3小時圖咧，有一個取啊。睇下先啦，咁啊雙方都係起碼頭嘅，咁然之後咧就係伐木開啦。咁如果新手唔知嘅話咧，咁啊伐木開基本上都係5個人伐木，然之後就加碼頭啦。咁啊全部文明都係一樣嘅，咁剩低咧就係有一啲文明可能會有經濟加成咁樣。幾時拍片講呢個新嘅 season 爬 rank？ 可能下個禮拜啦，即係今個禮拜有賽事，同埋聽日 AOE2 啊，我睇埋 AOE2 啊，聽日。
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I guess for me the question is how does the water combat evolve?
拉爆啊！咁啊，羅斯咧依家冇得係拉啲狼翻屋企啊，所以只能夠原地打。 睇下先，我哋見到 Tesla 咧，呢個走勢咧已經係嚟到叫做咩啊？叫 to 呢個 pullback 啊，即係準備咧繼續向上反彈嘅。咁啊，但係咧就股市咧係唔會直線上升嘅，佢只能夠咧係即係一條蛇仔咁樣上下上下。咁但係咧就不斷做緊呢個叫做咩啊？叫做 high 啊 high 啊 high 啊 high 同埋 high 啊 low 啊，所以呢個依然係向上升嘅。我哋依然有呢個227嘅機會。仲翻緊工定轉工？冇轉啊，暫時。遲啲唔知。睇下先啊，羅斯依家經濟真係有啲差得滯。你睇下佢去到依家依然係連手推車都冇錢升，即係比着以前啊，即係2分幾鐘撳定先啊。但係暫時還好嘅。阿拔斯，咁阿拔斯咧打海咧有一個着數嘅地方咧，就係佢本身木材比較多嘅。第二咧就係佢嗰個碼頭咧，應該係效率快10%，我冇記錯嘅話。即係兩種加成咧，都算係對打海初期有啲幫助啦。咁而且羅斯唔算係即係起勘探碼頭，即係唔算係屈機嘅，即係佢唔會話特別去喺你嗰個海嗰度加碼頭搞你啦。咁啊，暫時雙方好似冇乜特別。太子嘅唔好轉。唉，我都唔知。其實我感覺上啦，即係製造業係冇乜前途。即係唔係話冇錢賺，係感覺上好似成世就係咁樣咯。即係，但係我又唔想成世係咁樣。即係，所以可能睇下點啦之後。咁啊，暫時嚟到4分鐘啦，咁啊見到羅斯咧，終於係升級呢個封建時代。咁因為佢冇勘探碼頭啦，所以佢略略升得快少少，其實唔係啲咩，唔係即係對於阿拔斯嚟講冇乜所謂。睇下先 ，Tesla 已經向緊下啦，大鑊啦，轉燈。即係真廢紙。但係亦都或者可能係一個叫做準備反彈，即係你總要揾個位。我哋俾啲樂觀嘅態度去睇下先。咦？點解阿拔斯？咁阿拔斯咧，佢呢個行為咧就係諗住阻止人哋咧係加碼頭嘅。咁所以咧佢會係咁圍牆。咁但係咧因為羅斯其實佢勘探碼頭嘅機會唔係好大，因為佢唔係喎，等先唔係喎，呢個新版嚟喎。等先我咁樣嘅話唔係，即係大家都冇聽過呢個新版嚟喎。啲漁船係戰鬥力一樣。咁樣嘅話就有啲唔係好同。Tesla GG 只能夠講係賭唔啱啦，應該。依家1點鐘，可能仲有機會啊。咁啊，224.6啦，已經去到3蚊雞，咁啊好難追。咁啊，羅斯咧就冇勘探碼頭嘅。咁啊，以前個版本咧就羅斯咧，因為佢啲船比較弱雞啦，所以啲人咧佢唔會話特別去勘探碼頭嘅。咁但係因為依家羅斯嘅船咧同其他文明嘅船係一模一樣，即係戰鬥力。咁所以你見到 Mr 都係選擇圍一圍牆去阻止。但係先佢呢度包埋第3個碼頭，好似會唔會有啲貪心得滯
？Where are those though? Pretty far away, I could assume. Oh, 3 over here at the left-hand side, and
出咗幾個長槍兵。其實鬥長槍就冇乜所謂嘅，但係就羅斯因為木材比較多啲，而且佢嘅魚咧效率係比較好啲嘅，即係我唔知大家知唔知？啊，唔係魚，啊係魚同埋木材，即係啱啱想講，即係魚咧佢唔使交資源咧，佢收入係會穩定好多嘅，而且木材亦都有額外加成啊，即係佢打呢啲咁嘅垃圾兵咧係特別有錢。即係羅斯玩呢啲垃圾兵嘅戰術咧，佢係 特別有錢嘅，所以佢係喺封建時代爆呢啲咁嘅嘢咧係好着數。啲船會搞到卡人口，因為佢佔人口比較多啲啊嘛呢啲。但係先美國佬過嚟幫手，你見到開始重新又反彈啦 ，Tesla， 我哋繼續默默祈禱。其實佢只要度假就得㗎啦，佢唔需要係爆升，佢只要度假227。即係只要唔到廢紙我就唔使理佢，即係不過廢紙我亦都唔係好事。睇下先啊，咁啊雙方經濟非常之好嘅，咁啊但係就羅斯呢邊肯定係比較着數嘅，即係你諗下咧，羅斯佢一個海咧，佢可以打人哋成2個海嘅錢，即係你諗下羅斯幾勁，哇仲可以買。咁啊，攞黃金咧，應該係買咗少少石頭，同埋係咪自己掘咗啲啊？啊，唔係喎，佢自己掘㗎。咁啊，掘咗啲啊，咁啊，然之後咧就開個 TC。我覺得羅斯呢度經濟好似幾正，行權接貨。買唔使接貨，賣咗佢咪得咯。其實我有賺啊！我依家唔係即係大家睇下呢個227.5嘅末日咧，係依家去到幾錢？依家暫時係0.57日。我暫時仲有0.1蚊嘅期權金賺，但係如果跌穿咗就冇㗎。太貪心守唔到碼頭。其實冇計嘅，不過冇所謂啊，好似佢依家又加翻個新嘅，咁然之後就係話呢個羅斯。咁啊，因為咧佢係雙 TC 啊，所以有你冇你圍定先都唔係有咩問題。同埋咧，羅斯始終伐木有加成咧，其實佢好多嗰啲木材啊、食物啊咁樣可以亂咁使。咁啊，睇下先啊，咁啊見到阿拔斯咧，佢係升級咗呢個步兵嘅，應該係加長槍攻擊距離定唔知乜鬼嘢。咁啊，加咗個碼頭係諗住 counter 人嘅，但係好似都冇所謂嗰邊。頭先出咗2個長槍兵，唔係出咗2個工兵。咁啊，羅斯咧佢呢幾隻工兵咧，未必話用，即係未必狂出嘅。佢之後可以轉，我唔知佢會唔會轉馬弓，但係馬弓係比阿拔斯嘅科技樹黑得幾金下。哇！呢度咁樣吞咗一波嘢 ，nice。咁啊，唔錯。想買50張27.5咁薄，同我一齊搏啊！一齊。好難講啊！依家可能有機會喺呢個即係2-3點，突然間上翻27.5。睇下先啊！呢個海感覺上都係冇噶啦，即係依家碼頭回血咧係弱咗㗎，所以。你一隻船喺度係幫唔到手㗎啦，已經，同埋冇漁船修理啊，即係呢個應該要死嘅，應該。其實應該要出老炮船去黑呢個戰船。哇 ，High Trade House 啊呢個。咁啊，遺跡好似係咪改到由100黃金變到80，即係每分鐘？即係 High Trade House 即係可能係唔錯。咁啊，部隊係18對16㗎，咁啊村民數差唔多。咁但係阿拔斯有長槍嘅，應該係有攻擊距離+1優勢。等下先，出輕頭啦，直接。120金。120金即係等於1隻半嘅真雷。咁啊，因為依家真雷嘅遺跡黃金咧係，即係好似係80啫，少啲，少過以前㗎啦已經。
the monastery now because look at Recon's gold. He can afford so many warrior monks quite easily.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have a look at the upgrades though, Nilly. We've got veteran spearmen coming in. We've
睇
also
下先，形勢還可以。
So, beautiful synergy from the Mr. here.
部隊差唔多，經濟差唔多。
A reduced cost because
即係阿拔斯唔會想話村民咁少啊，但係
into this great synergy coming out. And also going to be going into lumber preservation. So that's not double broadaxe you're seeing. That is lumber
睇下
preservation.
先出裝甲步兵。
Wood gathering upgrade.
And High Trade House is now really exposed, right? Mangonel could maybe even go for some ground attack there. Villagers pretty exposed next to it. Dropping off the 77 food. Ground attack was actually pretty
我話
nice.
部隊差唔多，村民差唔多。
He knew exactly what was going on now.
我覺得阿拔斯呢個情況唔係話特別好嘅，但係我諗佢應該係諗住咧就係即係索性喺呢度單 TC 打一波啦，即係，但係我感覺上唔係好對路。
Do it, mister.
Kind of has to assume like where would your units be at this
Here
point?
it goes.
即係感覺上唔係好對路。但係先呢度掟咗一下村民，
Hits the nail on the head, and now that single shot forces these villagers to go idle.
睇下先啊，好彩點解可以望得到入邊咁型嘅？
And he actually doesn't
即係正常啲樹係應該會擋視嘢噶嘛，但係佢點解會望到入邊嘅？你睇下，
Go for different spots. He's like, it's somewhere around
呢
here.
個係
pretty nice job
我懷疑佢係用呢個攻擊地板啦嚟到，即係冇視野嘅話咧，佢就求其揾個位摸，即係喺度摸下睇下有冇抽獎咁樣，
If
可
you
能。
scouted them last at 8 minutes and they were here, well, 13 minutes now, they're going to be a little bit further in. So it's
即係佢明明冇視野，但係咧佢應該係求其靠，即係求其靠估啊。咁然之後又掟中咗我俾佢。
easier to scout, so he just has to do some estimation. Okay, that far into the game, villagers.
咁啊，你見到嗰個位唔係太靚，即係調位打。
I'd love to have a look at the income.
呢個位好似唔錯啊
at the moment, 'cause Mr.
部隊係
Huge
32、33對27嘅。
1100 food coming in
咁啊，羅斯暫時未有，啊唔係有一部老炮啦，但係一部老炮
1500,
應該
something like that, but
唔係好夠暫時。
Yeah, I'm a bit
其實佢亦都冇乜錢啊。咁啊，人口咧係105對100，好接近。
so careful here. Oh, the Mangonel, look at the Mangonel. He's so cheeky. He's so
睇下先，打啦
cheeky.
打啦打啦
He's still-。
咁啊，部隊數係差啲㗎，所以呢個位咧唔敢講話着數㗎。
Got some decent numbers here.
咁啊，但係因為羅斯始終喺自己屋企啦，所以佢啲兵一出嚟就可以幫手打交㗎啦。咁啊，輕頭啊，
On the backside, but I guess the question for me is
哦，輕頭喺度掉緊村民。
look at how much damage they're able to
呢個選擇幾特別，但係我唔知好定唔好啊，即係。 咁啊，呢個部隊數咧暫時係30對27㗎，你見到啦，啲村民咧係食咗好多炮嘅輕頭㗎啦已經，而且
He knows where that Mangonel is. He wants it.
哇呢個咁樣去偷下村民好正喎，你留意下啦 ，Recon 因為佢冇乜木嘅收入㗎啦。
Shot off. First shot off. He needs to pull it back. Oh, look at the
哇！小心小心！咁啊，右邊有個老炮咧，諗住趕走呢個輕頭啊！
out of the dark. and he
哇！村民你睇下村民數全部殘血，而且部隊係26對16咯。你睇下 Mr 係咪幾天才啊？有陣時，
So you can kind of see, okay, that's like
即係喺呢個咁嘅情況之下打咗個已經係大優勢㗎啦。即係依家呢個部隊數，而且啲村民而家係冇辦法再捱到幾多顆炮㗎啦。你睇下啲村民啲
he
血。
has access to those too.
咁啊，佢呢個木位咧喺晒前面，真係有啲凄涼。
Town center's going to enable him to scale into the late game, but you're
可能
where does he go
可
from
能
here?
其實佢右邊仲有木啊呢邊，
The east side.
但係佢唔知點解堅持喺前面伐木，
It starts to get difficult.
即係前面啲木材香啲。
Already building a crazy line at the frontier.
呢個位再咁樣伐落去唔係好對路喎。你睇下支塔已經望到入邊啦，應該係即係佢射到入邊嘅話，
Yeah.
即係老炮冇得預先判斷去攻擊嘅，咁所以基本上係穿咗㗎啦。呢個位應該係俾人望到㗎啦。
Bring it. Oh, this is so ugly for him. Villagers are falling.
哇！即
Yeah,
係
this is terrible. I think
咁啊，部隊數係38對24㗎啦，已經基本上係完全俾人壓住嚟砌㗎啦。
by the Mister. He's done a great job throughout
咁
this.
而且有3個嘅戰塔封鬼住，
Bingles trying to defend. Army comes around here. Probably goes for the raid.
有啲凄涼。
That should be one exposed.
阿拔斯咁勁嘅咩？即係單 TC 阿拔斯。
Is it the stone?
No.
Ah, they're just going back.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Now
咁啊，睇嚟
next stone. I like that.
Mr 優勢巨大啦，至少
Right thing to do, but couple of outposts now getting cleaned
42隻兵，只係爭話呢堆村民。
He's done a pretty decent job in cleaning this up. He kept calm.
哇！我發現 Mr 佢真係每次都喺度係咁靠估啊，真係亂咁掟，但係又估得中喎，
A one Mangonel shot over the wood line. Yeah, that would be all it takes.
即係淨係不斷瞄住嗰個位。
Reach now for the Mister. A little bit of extra gather speed. He's also picked up, I think, is that technology research?
咁啊，暫時部隊數係46對32。咁啊，資源係好多嘅，你見到 Mr， 但係就佢依家想點咧？究竟
Quite an ambitious one because
即係千幾木材、千幾石，準備壓寶啊，拖村民睇嚟。
First here, no emplacements on there even.
睇下先。 咁啊要小心計劃下，即係個寶點樣擺。即係尤其是你第一下擺嘅時候，如果俾人哋即係兩下，即係拆咗你個寶有啲事，因為佢已經有兩個巨頭。咁啊巨頭已經係本身出嚟咧，應該係諗住拆呢個戰塔嘅。咁但係就如果你無啦啦人哋面前起寶嘅話咧，佢可能掟你兩下，你個寶就冇咗。即係應該係忍耐緊。睇下先，好想打，但係呢埲牆有啲濕滯。睇下先，都係要拆呢埲，拆唔拆啊？佢仲喺度游嚟游去喎，真係等緊啲乜嘢？咁啊，部隊數已經追翻好多啦，真係有啲麻煩。咁而且攻防唔係升得好齊嘅啫。
Just going to be able to take you out, but still that crossbow men at arm composition holding strong. As we predicted, we said, you know, we thought about it for about 15 minutes and then we got to it.
I'm scared.
又繼續喺度估啦嚇！哇！佢呢個操作真係，但係估錯咗。佢望唔到啊入邊個視野。
Look, he's moving the low health bills out. Can you see that?
No, they're just dropping some resources.
睇下先，如果佢估中就好啦，即係呢度你睇下啲村民勁少血啊！如果估中就正啊！即係估中就至少即係5隻10隻咁樣。睇下先啊，咁啊嗱呢個寶咧就冇辦法嘅，因為你喺正面起咧，人哋個巨頭就拆你㗎啦。我覺得佢至少揾個求其揾個位起啦。咁喺呢度直接打，咁啊部隊數係50幾對50嘅，咁啊好接近嘅。咁剩低就睇下操作。咁啊 Mr 咧已經係點咗對面一個老炮噶啦，咁啊暫時仲有2步2打2。咁老炮未清晒嘅話咧，咁輕頭好難過嚟幫手嘅，所以你見佢即係求其射啲嘢，你見到哇又掟中村民喎，即係全部都係靠估啊！夠唔夠打？呢度部隊數43對34啦已經。哇！都仲係打贏喎？點解嘅？即係 Recon 嗰邊咧有2防嘅喎。啊唔係 Mr 都有。哦點解咁神奇？咁啊原來穿窿嘅呢邊，咁啊送咗啲裝甲步兵入去，咁啊搞住啲村民啦。真係估佢唔到。咁啊開始失誤啦，睇嚟即係一個雙線就開始嚟了啦。其實佢可以喺後面伐木㗎，但係一路都喺前面。哇！而且村民俾城堡射啊，大鑊啦！崩啦，心態崩啦！而且呢度穿晒窿啦已經，咁啊步兵可以直接游嚟劈村民。部隊數係32對15啦，睇嚟可以投㗎咁滯啦。睇下心態捱幾耐啦嚇，即係但係就差唔多啦應該。即係 Mr 咧不斷喺度慢慢即係做呢樣做嗰樣，然之後就即係打穿咗對面。哇！真係佢嗰個幾個輕頭真係都幾重要嚇。你見到 Recon 喺度傻笑啦，已經唔知咩事。
Already going into the mid-few lanes with an economy advantage, right? Way more fishing ships, and he had 2 full pawns against only 1. Yeah, and later we saw Roos reclaiming the second pawn, but the investment was later, and Mr. was already collecting resources so much longer.
Yeah, he's looking really solid at the moment, but we are going to be heading.
睇下先啊，2-0喎 ，Recon 好似仲可以點樣打
？Boulder Bay is his home map, but he can also pinch away one of the maps from the Mister. We've got Gorge, we've got Wetlands.
咦？佢呢個賽事唔係敗者選圖，即係居然係輪住嗰啲地圖好似。
On Boulder Bay, essentially the theory is that, well, the Ottomans get cheaper military production buildings, and that also includes docks. So similar to the Abbasid, who pay 75 wood for their docks, the Ottomans pay 100 wood. So it's not a huge difference, and it's pretty decent when you think about it. But another thing to remember is that the strength of the Ottomans is their power through the military school. And the more villages you've got in the form of whether fishing boats or normal villages, then the less impact those military schools have.
Yeah, but water is so contested, right? Boulder Bay is short distance, as we saw with the Viper yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel like HRE could be a good option there.
HRE.
Do you really want to play Ottomans against HRE? It feels like an okay-ish matchup, but you just need to win 3 maps in a row. Is okay-ish enough for you?
Yeah, it's not. Do we dare see it? Does he dare pull it out? It could be a Mongol pick that he goes for here.
Boulder Bay, but Boulder Bay also, you could run into English, and then your tower rush potential is absolutely non-existent.
Yeah, so maybe Mr. probably doing a little bit of loops in his head, because it's one of those things, right, where if Mr. goes for Holy Roman Empire, Recon would love to play the Mongols. So he's tempted to do that, and Mr. knows that. So Mr's thinking maybe I should play the English. But then Recon's thinking, well, maybe he plays the English. I don't want to go Mongol.
睇下先啊，咁啊，暫時未知係咩圖啊，唔知佢揀咩文明。咁但係 Mr 剩翻嘅手牌咧都幾屈機嘅，即係有鄂圖曼、有英國咁樣，咁而且神羅斯，咁啊羅斯雖然話改弱少少啦，但係感覺上都仲係幾勁。即係尤其是佢打呢啲即係海陸混合嘅地圖啦。即係比較萬能少少啦，即係佢唔係話超屈機，但係萬能就已經好勁啦。
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So I wonder exactly what matchup we're going to see here and whether we see another Mongols coming out. But you can see once again, Recon with a big smile on his face. Watch out. He's coming for you, mister. But yeah, my suspicion is we're probably going to see the Mongols out here. It seems like a really solid civilization at the moment.
Yeah. Also, you want to move from pond to pond.
Yeah.
So French obviously benefiting because you need to build so many new mills. So saving 25 wood actually matters here. And with Mongols, you can move your Gur and save the full 25 even.
Yeah, it's a good call. All right, well, we're going to be diving in and checking out exactly what civilizations are coming up. My bet is on the Mongols. Your bet is probably also on the Mongols, and we're about to see right now the AR come through.
睇下先啊，揀咗嘅係英國啊。
Oh my lord! It's just a whole nother level.
咁啊，對面係蒙古，大鑊啦！呢個係 counter 嚟嘅，即係英國係黑住蒙古㗎，即係我唔知大家知唔知？呢個 matchup 咧係英國優勢幾大嚇，即係雖然就唔係話完全贏唔到嘅，但係英國好着數嘅呢個。
And then you stay with rock, and they just paper you.
Yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book, the rock trick.
The good old rock. But yeah.
有啲運氣唔好，即係又或者俾人哋摸清咗佢嗰個即係 ban pick 啊。不過 AOE 呢啲 game 就係咁樣，即係 ban pick 嗰度都要用腦。
Paper has like a 63% win rate. It's busted as hell. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Yeah.
即係我預計 Mr 呢一鋪都係贏嘅，即係完全係黑住嘅。
63, are you sure?
Yeah, apparently it was something ludicrous like that. Don't quote me.
It's Australian study. It was upside down.
Probably, yeah.
More like 37.
Yes.
37 is something I can give you.
Scissors are actually busted, but just don't tell anyone.
同埋英國嗰個經濟係蒙古係冇可能搞到佢啲乜嘢，即係除咗塔攻，仲有佢即係啲經濟穩定。
I'm not sure if he would say it, but I think of the English, I think of Mr. And Recon on the
即係防守又強啦，英國即係好難搞啊。
Recon games are on with the Mongols, so both players at the best on their best civilizations. Which way does it go?
Hopefully for Recon, because I want to see him more in this tournament. As we know, now 3 map points here for the Mr. to get a spot into the semi-finals, to get the spot to play still for $100,000 and in front of the crowd. Wetlands, a match that we have not seen a lot. Look at that, Mr. He even keeps his paper in front of him there.
Yeah, he's got to refer to this in game. He might be aging up and thinking, how many villages should I put on wood?
My build order.
I used to write my build orders down as well.
So did I.
Yeah.
Then I had my.
你估會唔會食魚啊？睇下先啊，直接打裝甲步兵。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. We're here.
等下先，直接打裝甲步兵就有啲即係點講話，即係個形勢就唔係大家咁容易想像得到啦。
We don't have a crowd here, but if we did, Billy, I'd be asking them to chill out if you're a Recon fan.
Recon! I want to try.
哇！呢個蒙古開場好正喎，即係又有魚。
All right, and on the other side, we've got Mr. in the blue playing as the English on his signature civilization and opening up with men at arms.
呢個開場好似好正喎。
I mean, we just talk about counter civilization.
而且英國過到嚟，佢頂籠都係打個澳包啫，但係應該打唔到其他嘢啦咁樣。咁樣開局可能唔係太有利。
The men at arms are still going to be doing absolute work. It just takes absolutely no damage against those enemy spears.
好似唔係太有利，即係呢個裝甲步兵做唔到嘢咧，對英國嚟講係好傷嘅，即係因為佢呢個經濟本身係即係唔係太好嘅經濟嚟，即係尤其是你伐木已經要遠程伐咧，已經係傷經濟嘅啦。尤其是你仲要開局冇即係唔係種田嗰種開咧，同時呢個蒙古係有魚食喎。仲出多隻，有啲濕滯。佢打個奧包唔夠啊，即係打個奧包唔夠賺嘅，即係呢個奧包唔係好值錢。係咯，即係你 TC 食魚，然之後黃金喺隔離啊，即係。我覺得英國呢度睇下先啊，等先，驚驚地啊！你見到咁啊，拖多啲村民過嚟去起塔啊！但係呢個就應該打唔到嘢㗎啦，有啲事，有啲事，可能唔係有啲事，可能係好事。打個奧包啦，唯有叫做3隻裝甲步兵啊！我覺得要停㗎啦，即係唔可以再加啦。即係你再加嘅話會太傷啦，即係會拖慢自己，同埋太 all in。其實英國可唔可以插塔啊？即係如果真係插嘅話。不過冇計啊，即係依家呢個時間英國蝕底嘅。佢呢個伐木效率係好差啦，咁所以令到佢其實經濟都會好拖嘅。即係佢雖然升級個時間唔係好似睇落唔係差好遠，但係長遠嚟講呢個 income 係差唔少。哇！貿易喎呢個係，哇！佢唔俾面喎，即係咁樣直接加呢個銀樹。佢呢個唔俾面喎，即係英國哇！真係我只能夠講好似好唔俾面。你保唔住個市集㗎，即係嗰啲貿易車。佢呢個路線太遠啦，同埋佢呢，即係你唔係封閉地圖啊嘛，即係你 open map 嚟㗎嘛，即係你度度都係穿窿㗎。哇！佢咁樣起一個銀樹係咩意思？佢係當 Mr 細路仔咁打。
So how do you deal with the silver tree from here? What's the response from Mr? You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Mr's the kind of guy who walls in the trade post.
佢呢個銀樹係好唔俾面啊！即係呢一招唔係串嘅，但係好唔俾面。即係因為呢個係大部分頂尖玩家咧都會覺得就係銀樹你攞去 trade 啦，喺封建時代咧，你即係代表。即係你除非你防守嘅功力係好強啊，即係如果唔係嘅話，你冇可能打呢啲嘢。睇下先，後面加奧包啊，咁啊好好彩就係石頭都喺後邊嘅，咁啊穩陣到嘔啊！即係呢個地形。睇下先 ，Mr 打咩招好啊？即係會唔會老練爆裝甲步兵咧？即係定係出工兵？咁啊，見到佢撳咗工兵啊！但係你會俾人壓到死啊！你咁樣加銀樹嘅話，我覺得係等先，佢呢度起個射箭場，唔好同我講佢加蒙古特騎，即係呢個係更加之唔俾面。會唔會加蒙古特騎？真係喎，好似啊，唔係工兵嚟，工兵。睇下先 ，Mr. 打馬喎，居然。咁啊，打馬咧，馬就可以叫做控圖，同埋可以追住啲貿易車嚟打嘅。同埋因為可能佢見到人哋有呢個射箭場啦，所以佢直接咧係轉咗馬先。長槍改勁咗可以打呢個 MM， 唔係呢個 MAA。
they're not going to be looking to take you down. So I think that's a pretty
Look at
smart
the
move.
beautiful minimap. Look at the blue dots. Trying to scout.
不過暫時
No trade over here.
暫時都還可以。我覺得蒙古佢因為佢自從起咗呢嚿咁嘅銀樹咧，即係令到佢本來前面都防完之後優勢幾大嘅。但係因為你銀樹 trade 唔起，即係代表你損失咗呢個綠石嘅加成啦。你唔 trade 嘅話，咁你起咗呢嚿嘢有屁用啊？即係佢係嘥咗自己個封建科技喎。佢變咗一個市集，淨係可以買資源啊，買資源。搞笑。咁樣有咩好？
Yeah, but it was perfectly indirectly scouted by Mister.
Yeah.
咁啊 ，Mister 咧就咁啊留咗隻裝甲步兵，應該係喺呢個貿易嘅路線中間啊。咁啊留咗個裝甲步兵望下，睇下人哋有冇 trade 啦。咁然之後咧，佢自己就種咗一大堆田啦。
I think it's too aggressive, and you have to move out too much for yourself to be allowed to build a town center. I think this is long feudal age, and first town center is castle age.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Mister's now
都還可以嘅。咁你見佢咧出咗求其幾隻馬啦，即係順便望下人哋係咪真係 trade 啦。如果唔係 trade 嘅話，呢嚿淨係只不過係一個市集，即係超級唔抵嘅。講真。周圍食魚。係先啊，升咗呢個塔嘅射箭啦，咁啊另外就係升咗呢個逐輪嘅，咁啊呢個蒙古，咁啊部隊數係15對12嘅，就形勢開始轉緊去英國嗰邊，因為你加咗呢個鐵匠鋪咧，真係代表你想打交噶啦，咁但係英國係一個 AOE4 入邊防守好強嘅文明。你蒙古唔係一個封建進攻好強嘅文明，即係大家即係點講好啊？即係有一個雙性嘅問題。咁啊，有啲濕就係呢個銀樹把屁嘅，真係零幫助。咁然之後村民俾人肥啦。咁啊，因為部隊咁啱行咗出去啊，應該係部隊喺邊啊？你行去邊啊？啲兵遊魂喎，咁樣俾人懟冚咗幾個村民啊 ！Flow game 呢個人真係。因為真係 full game 大鑊。幾個肉馬上去巡一巡，但係就唔知巡乜嘢，即係可能佢覺得人哋有啲兵喺上面企定定。咁啊，英國咧，因為已經係種咗唔少田㗎啦，即係雖然就話冇魚食啊，即係又或者唔係全部村民食魚啊。咁啊，部隊係19對15，終於 trade 出去。哦，咁佢啱啱嘅馬咧，應該係 confirm 一下會唔會俾人哋望到啊？然之後就真係出去 trade 啦。但係由10分鐘先開始 trade， 真係有冇用㗎？即係10分鐘先開始。
Oh, wait, why though?
The thing is, I think you build 2 traders, then move away.
But you can't. You don't have an uvu.
等陣先，佢呢個係咩諗法？佢係咪諗住咧喺角落頭起一個市集，然之後自己個銀樹移上面，但係佢俾人望到啊？可能。我覺得 Mister 呢啲細節都幾好啊！你留意下咧，佢特登係留少少馬喺度巡一巡嘅，即係呢個細節幾好啊！長遠睇嘅話，蒙古可能要死。英國啲經濟追翻晒翻嚟，即係佢前面打呢個快攻咧，打唔到嘢咧係好蝕嘅。但係佢依家咧，因為個蒙古搞啲咁嘅嘅嘢，即係然之後佢自己 Mister 咧亦都係慢慢去即係種翻田啦。佢縮喺屋企就得㗎啦，即係甚至可能唔使出去食魚㗎啦已經。佢縮喺屋企，你見佢經濟咧已經開始可以升呢個城堡時代。咁然之後咧就係即係加個地標起個 TC 地標咁樣，即係正常常打就得啦，唔使特別嘢啦，已經開始。即係有啲尷尬。 咁啊，蒙古呢個時候唔知點算。
Do you want to stay here with your archers? You're pretty much far out of position, but you were raiding at the same time, so feels okayish, and we can.
睇下先啊，咁啊上咗城堡時代啦。咁啊，Recon 呢邊其實都唔係差好遠嘅，但係就即係你諗下，人哋本身係落後嘅，依家反超前，同埋你未開始 trade 最緊要係。 即係銀樹嘅 trade 咧係講緊你如果越早 trade 越好嘅。哇，加個 TC 會唔會太貪啊？即係又 trade 又加 TC， 真係唔俾面。即係佢自己玩死自己。
Now the question is, how many traders do you want to go for? With this little protection, I think you can't really go for more than 5 traders without taking a.
咁啊，冇呢個澳包嘅雙倍生產，咁啊，所以咧就一隻一隻咁樣出。
Massive profit. Like you instantly double.
I feel like you just let it go and you put the emphasis on your enemy. You say, hey.
雙 TC。 其實佢貪又唔係唔得嘅，即係因為英國依家佢升咗城之後都雙 TC 嘅，咁蒙古如果佢唔係俾人打嘅話咧，佢自己先雙 TC 再上城嘅話，好似又俾佢賺到啊，即係偷雞。咁啊，加個戰塔加速下啲貿易車。 即係村民數大家都係雙 TC 㗎啦，咁啊雖然呢度係一個地標，3塊田，喂，即係3圈嘅田。
What? How can they defend?
Outposts, EM network, cavalry.
即係瘋狂插戰塔。咁啊，基本上咧就係靠戰塔防守㗎啦。咁啊，戰塔咧可以匿啲貿易車入去嘅，所以貿易車。 即係某程度上係有啲地方可以保護佢啦，即係就算你冇兵都好，即係佢可以匿入去，即係避難。哇！佢呢個貿易係哇由點對點嘅，即係最左去到最底，即係最遠嘅距離嚟。咁啊，貿易嘅話咧，你越遠距離咧就。 即係攞嘅錢係越多，即係效率最好。睇下先 ，Mr. 發現未啊？即係佢前面應該知道有個銀樹飄咗過嗰邊，但係暫時未見佢話分啲咩兵去打。咦？呢度可以執幾個村民喎 ？Recon 好似亦都係冇反應喎，咩料啊？等先，反應啊！冇反應，哇！呢度嘥幾個村民啊！咁樣白白送咗幾個村民，真係雙 TC 優勢瞬間冇咗。你見 Mr 咧亦都開始咧係截住呢個貿易嘅路線，即係真係慘。Recon 呢度係自己玩殘自己，佢呢度自己玩殘自己。亂啦，佢亂晒啦已經，基本上心態崩咗啊呢度，即係因為。佢唔係啊，小地圖啦，有陣時係佢雖然閃啦，但係職業玩家唔會話完全依賴去閃先至避噶嘛。即係職業玩家啦，你睇小地圖都係要功力嘅，即係你唔可以等到人哋打你，你先有反應㗎。有陣時，即係好似遠程攻擊嘅單位咁咧。佢射你嘅村民，佢唔會話有啲咩提早響噶嘛，即係佢遠程噶嘛，即係呢個時候係靠反應嘅。即係如果唔係嘅話咧，即係點解啲人會咁依賴呢個斥候去攞視野咧？即係斥候個視野咧，視野就係個反應，即係職業玩家就要用視野嚟做反應。所以咧，你唔可以俾人哋埋晒身咧，你先至開始有反應嘅，咁樣係唔係好正路？即係唔係啲新手啦嘛，已經即係職業玩家嚟。所以近戰埋咗身打你，你先至有反應已經係遲㗎啦。你唔好等佢響嘅，即係職業玩家唔可以等個小地圖響嘅，就算佢唔響， 你都應該要一早有反應㗎啦，即係一定要收穿㗎，好快就要收穿。即係你留意下一啲勁嘅玩家同渣嘅，即係或者弱少少嘅玩家咧，你對比下咧，即係佢哋個反應係差好遠嘅。咁啊，呢度佢應該就玩殘自己啦，因為根本冇可能trade嘅，即係基本上佢封建係讓咗一個 T， 唔係即係讓咗一個地標。呢度又死咗唔少嘢啦，陰公。咁啊，村民數係48對68，咁啊，基本上就係等投降嘅啫。等投降啊，呢度冇啦，應該。呢個唔應該 trade 啊，我唔知佢諗乜嘢啦，但係職業嘅 level 係人哋唔會俾你咁輕鬆去 trade。
It will tell. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 4.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, if that was 14, maybe. If that was 43, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a Recon fan. I'm not a Recon fan, not right now. At least not in this game. It's not looking pretty. Mist is just all over him. 20 villagers up. Sure, he's maintaining a bit of a military advantage, but there's so many knights here. And remember the emphasis.
咁啊，呢度應該冇啦。咁啊，連個 trade 俾人打斷埋啦。GG， 佢呢個係呢個打法係送分咯，講真。啊，真係可惜。即係明明英國打一個黑暗時代裝甲快攻咧係勁傷經濟，而且佢更加係打唔到嘢，同埋你有食魚喎，即係。基本上係即係可以提升個勝率好高嘅，即係如果個英國咁樣打，即係個蒙古可以贏面好大。即係打比賽真係吹，咁你見到 Recon 咧已經係笑笑口啦，但係就暫時未投啊，即係可能堅持一陣間咁咯。
I'm curious to see, is Recon continuing to train traders? Because that's the big thing. If he's still making traders, especially making traders out of both the silver tree and the market, yeah, so nothing from the silver tree and the market as well, nothing as well.
No wood at all for Recon.
即係提早完場啦，可以。
Tricky for him, and so many idols as well. Just had 9, still has 3, sends more villagers to the gold.
Did you know if your villagers go idle for too long, they start coughing and they're like,
really?
Yeah, really. I know because sometimes I'll load into a game and I'll just sit there, like alt tab, then I'll hear them coughing. I'm like they'll be like, they make that sound. It's very interesting details, but yeah, I can assure you they're in there.
Nice. Oh, look at those 3 deer. They have a nice party.
It's a secret deer party.
Oh, it's actually more than that.
Oh my lord, how do you fit that many?
Ooh.
係成日啲鹿有北啊，即係喺嗰啲樹入邊。
Boar outside. He's also coughing like. Can I get in?
咁啊，呢一場 Mr 應該好難輸啊，但係就暫時未投。咁而且咧，英國咧佢唔係話即係特別好中意主動進攻嘅，即係因為佢比較被動嘅呢個文明，即係你見佢殺人殺得好慢，但係咧人哋殺佢亦都殺得好慢，即係略略抌下都冇所謂嘅，即係經濟咁好。
He's setting himself up nicely for the late game, and we also feel, look at the food count. He just needs another 1,000 gold. And then he could maybe go in and goes for enclosures, and then it becomes really tricky. And then
咁啊，基本上都係慢慢喺度抌，即係贏面好大㗎啦。
That's true, and he's done a great job to hamper it throughout the
game. 而且後期嘅話，亦都係英國強勢啊，應該。
It can really start taking off, and then by the time you get to the late game, it's already your enemy's already so far ahead of you. But once again, look at this. He spots out the enemy.
仲喺度繼續 trade.
He knows exactly what
堅持
his win condition is. He says if the trade comes through, that's what I'm going to be scared of. And so he parks that knight on the trade line.
Seems like no emplacements there. Sends one knight out for scouting. Probably wants to go for those 2 towers and then goes back. Will lose a knight though. And this is he's moving in. But probably can get out.
唔知佢做啲咩依家喺度，即係純粹追住啲馬。
Could be bad right now for Mr. He is absolutely clueless. The knight's coming around. Fortunately, he makes his way through the pass of trees and the edge of the map.
係先，呢度好多箭塔，3支。
A lot of damage coming through. The Khan going to be here to back them up, and the traders do jump inside to safety. Still, the trades continue happening, and it's looking good for Recon. At the same time, towards the front of his base, we've got a little bit more action over there. What have we got? We got longbows on for the 14th time this game. Recon not paying attention.
睇落唔係差到，我唔知喎，我唔知點解 Mr 村民好似一路都冇加過咁樣，好似。唔知咩原因。 即係長期都係80幾村嘅。Mr 係咪唔記得撳村民？
All the rest of the units have just given up, and all of a sudden, Mr takes a great little fight here. Looks like 3 cavalry units.
你睇下 Mr 啲村係冇乜加過，但係佢係雙 TC 喎，即係冇理由喎。即係除非佢係即係可能感覺上自己村民足夠就唔撳掣咁樣。即係你諗下殺人哋咁多村，大家都係雙 TC， 你有乜可能淨係相差20隻咁少？
The Silk Road continues to increase, is up to 7 traders now.
睇下先啦，越嚟越多貿易車啦，會唔會有變數啦？究竟？
That's when it's really going to get serious. He's still got plenty of room to move with this. Look at that. That is impressive amounts of resources, isn't it?
咁啊，部隊數亦都係蒙古，居然係蒙古領先。Mr 唔知考慮點樣使嗰啲錢咧，即係成千幾食物。但係先有啲大鑊，佢呢度冇老兵啊。 等陣先，佢呢度冇老兵喎，夠唔夠打㗎？咁樣呢個組合，即係老兵係黑佢自己嘅騎啦，但係你工兵你殺唔切呢個老兵喎。等陣先 ，Mr 好似有啲唔對路，好似有啲唔對路啊！大鑊啦！啲 Mr 嘅錢使唔晒啊！佢可以出好多兵嘅，但係佢冇，即係冇使盡佢啲錢。有啲尷尬。啱啱咧好似 Recon 輸硬嘅，但係 Mr 唔知搞緊乜嘢。佢呢度5馬防爆馬。 我覺得佢啦，唔多唔少都要溝肉馬㗎啦，因為你肉馬打老兵會比騎兵打老咧會快好多，即係始終有加成。同埋人哋老兵打你嘅肉馬係冇加成，但係打重甲有加成，即係你出多啲肉馬好過出呢個即係騎兵。 即係你睇下 Mr 嘅村民咧，佢依家得93村，點解啊？即係我都唔係好明。即係佢係村民冇 keep 住出啊！呢個係少少基本功問題，可能又或者佢唔記得咗。 但係冇可能喎，即係你諗下，即係你睇下村民數追得翻晒喎，係咩意思？呢個係即係令我非常之唔理解嘅，即係咁喺呢度衝啦！咁啊部隊數係59對56㗎，咁啊邊個部隊走錯位就是但一個 GG 㗎。咁啊老兵呢邊咧就冇乜近戰幫手保護啊，咁但係工兵呢邊咧係狂點緊人哋嘅老兵啊，咁啊部隊數係43對49，咁啊 Mr 咧依然係即係幾問嘅，呢個雙方都好接近。 咁啊 ，Con 已經死咗啦！贏咯！即係有驚無險都係贏嘅，睇嚟，哇！真係，我以為佢要死啊，爭啲。咁啊，騎兵打贏咗有優勢之後咧，其實佢可以追擊人啲兵嘅，但係選擇向後退嘅點解？哇！真係啱啱我爭啲又以為 Mr 要死，但係佢又翻嚟。 咁啊呢個時候咧，佢有大量嘅馬防爆兵啦。咁你 set up 咗咁多田嘅話咧，就基本上等於無限錢咁滯啦。咁啊，人口數係120幾對148嘅。哇！居然又有得打翻嚟。咁啊，部隊數係相差1倍噶啦。咁啊，蒙古嗰邊經濟唔知點樣。 trade 唔 trade 得切，仲喺度忙緊 trade。哇！真係俾人哋又截多一次嘅貿易路線。你話瘋狂走佬？
Needs to find a way back into this. What way can Recon possibly bring himself back into this game? A mangonel shot will do though, Nelly. That's for sure.
咁啊，形勢終於係繼續向英國嗰邊嘅，即係英國本身佢經係幾好嘅， 即係2000幾食物收入。咁啊，蒙古嗰邊得1300啫。咁啊，木材都幾多嘅，但係就我諗佢木材主要係拎嚟出貿易車。
I'm not sure if you saw that night.
It backed out a bit, right?
Yeah, I think his GPS got a little bit, yeah. Not sure what happened there, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
咁啊，部隊數係38對54，即係經濟開始拉開差距，同埋貿易嗰個真係到依家嚟講應該係未唔知回本未咧，真係捱咁耐。
And look at that, dropping off now. The gold per minute should be.
就係油加呢個箭塔。等先呢個靚啊，呢個寶，呢個寶都幾緊要。而且佢係封住人哋一個黃金啦，同時咧佢應該係限制人哋走位嘅可以。呢個寶幾靚啊！
What surprises me is that Mr. After building one monk didn't think about more.
咁啊 ，Mr. 咧嚟到180幾人口啦，其實蒙古可以捱咁耐居然。咁啊，攻防咧就 Mr. 未升齊嘅，咁啊可能亦都唔知仲記唔記得啦，即係去到依家呢個時間。我見佢依家升緊一個遠防。幾多隻馬呢度？32隻馬打29隻，好接近嘅數字。邊個贏？但係 Mr 呢度係少咁一攻嘅，即係都係 Mr 贏喎，居然！哇，咁樣捉一波馬就將個部隊數拉開更加之遠啦。咁啊，又可以執啲村民啦，睇下有冇反應先。今次即係打到後期冇乜反應咧，就都好合理嘅，即係其他地方都打緊交。哇！直接圍牆，不過圍唔晒。哇！真係依家其實仲好難講喎，即係我見 Mr 嘅經濟佢攞嚟爆晒啲兵，但係因為啲兵其實佢打交效率唔係太好啦，即係佢純粹咧係咁攞啲馬嚟到閹呢個老兵。哇！呢度又執咗少少嘅貿易車。哇！真係唔錯唔錯唔錯。其實 Mr 嘅兵係有少少鐵頭功嘅，即係因為佢啲兵係完全唔黑人哋嘅咯，即係你諗下重。即係攞騎兵打人哋嘅老兵，而且人哋出長槍添啦已經。但係佢繼續不斷係攞騎兵去閹人，即係騎兵係咪去到40幾隻？即係有啲誇張。即係老練出騎，即係冇諗住轉兵嘅喎。你留意下佢嗰個兵嘅兵種配兵咧，即係騎兵40幾隻，工兵9隻10隻，咁啊加2個真雷。即係定係佢依家喺度 enjoy 緊啊！即係可能喺度 enjoy 緊，即係咁玩馬。即係48隻騎兵，完全唔諗住係出啲兵去黑人哋嘅，即係你見到人哋老兵，你最簡單出個輕頭都好啊，至少。即係瘋狂出馬，睇下先啊！你睇下啲馬根本打唔贏啲老兵嘅，即係。咁但係上面咧係截住咗好多貿易車 ，nice， 非常唔錯。哇！呢個打得幾唔錯，呢個殺咗好多嘅貿易車啊！但係應該仲有成10零幾，即係10零20部可能。即係唉 ，Vista 佢呢個應該係有少少亂嚟嘅開始。我唔知佢贏定輸啊，但係佢淨係出騎兵係唔得噶嘛呢隻 game。咁啊，部隊數咧係跌到去61對10幾啦，已經得翻。哇！你睇下 Mr 嘅分數咧，即係同 Recon 嘅分數咧係8300對4500。即係有啲離奇咯，佢咁樣打。佢係咪想讓翻鋪俾人啊？即係呢度輸咯，咁樣可以差唔多可以投噶咯。佢呢個佢係經濟 OK 嘅，但係 Recon 都翻晒嚟喎，所有嘢都。
It seems like it. Or is
Mr.
Rican
我見佢款好似投降喎。咩話？
Crazy game. And Rican has to be happy with this one. And look at this.
佢唔應該純騎嘅，即係你見 Recon 都喺度笑嘅，即係我諗 Recon 可能以為自己打得好好，但係我覺得係 Mr 嘅失誤比較多。即係冇人打老兵會純騎兵，我覺得你至少溝啲肉馬都要嘅，即係因為你可以分開啊嘛，將啲兵。我都唔知佢打緊乜嘢，即係所以我都唔知點樣講好。但係我諗佢又唔係話完全玩嘢嘅，即係 Mr 咧佢有陣時係。即係 freestyle， 即係亂咁嚟嘅，即係勁嘅時候好勁嘅。其實佢啱啱嗰波係贏，即係贏面好大，但係真係我都唔知佢呢兩個人，即係一個人贏面好大，然之後佢走去玩銀樹，即係 Mr 贏面好大，然之後佢就走去純騎兵。真係神奇，咁樣要睇多鋪啊！即係明明可以好快完場，咩料？係咪打假賽？係咪打假賽啊？究竟係咪邊個收咗錢？即係你諗下，有啲時候即係打假賽嘅情況之下咧，你可能唔想3-0嘅，即係特登係搞一搞個盤。即係整個3-1咁樣，然之後就即係殺晒所有人。即係離晒大譜，即係咁樣打多鋪。即係難以理解。去個洗手間先。
Where do we go from here? He's got, as I mentioned, 2 options: Gorge, Boulder Bay, and we're gonna have to play both if Mr. wants to win, or rather, if Recon wants to win. So it doesn't really matter which map Mr. picks or what order it goes in. It more comes down to the mind games for him and Civilization picks. He's got some good civs left: the Holy Roman Empire, the Ottomans. I think you take the Ottomans on the Gorge, but at the same time, it's likely that your enemy's going to take the Ottomans on Gorge. So do you really want to do that?
We are picking from the outside towards the inside, right?
Right.
Is HRE really that late of a pick? While we had Boulder Bay there?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Mediterranean?
Yeah. I mean, what? And I think this is the thing, right?
That kind of feels like we might even go for Rus instead of HRE.
Yeah.
If we go to Boulder Bay.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, it could be Rus. And I think this is something that I've been talking about quite a bit, is that I get into these drafts and I look at both players' drafts and I'm so impressed. I'm like, oh my God, look at player A, their draft is amazing. And then you look at player B and it's like, oh my God, he's got an amazing draft as well. And it's just, no, they're not great drafts. It's just every single civ is really good right now. The balance is perfect.
And so fun to play.
Oh yeah, yeah.
As well, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't like to face some strategies, but playing strategies,
oh yeah,
you're really enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah.
So are we assuming Gorge, Holy Roman Empire, and Rus on Boulder Bay? Kind of, right? But on the other side, it's more tricky for Recon.
Yeah, yeah. And I think at the moment, you know, for Recon, he's the underdog, right? So as long as he's getting in the head of the Mister, then he's doing his job, because that's what he wants to be doing. He wants to make sure he's unpredictable. And by that token, it means that Mister's going to have to try and predict that, because he doesn't want to have to play off that angle. But it sounds like we're going to be jumping into an interview with the Mister to find out his thoughts about this event.
I am Themistoklis Bonidis. I'm known as Themista in gaming, and I am from Greece. I stopped playing in March, and the first qualifier was in June, so I didn't have any practice. My farming season started. Those days that the qualifier took place, it was raining in my area, so I didn't have to work, and I'm like, let's give it a go, let's try, see where we are right now. And it just happened for me to qualify. So I expected to qualify, but not so early. I think every single player is playing really, really well, so I don't know which group I would prefer. I think both groups are equally strong. We have been playing at the competitive level for so long, and I think it all comes down to the day. Like, we all prepared at a certain degree, but I think what matters is like how you wake up, when you're gonna sit on your computer, and how the game will go. Preparation is good, but you also need luck. I'm excited just by being here, right? Every other single player is sharing the same thought as me. Like we are
真係
just happy
收
to be
錢
here.
打假賽，
Obviously, it's stressful,
離晒譜。
but I think the excitement overcomes the stress.
雖然我都好中意好似 Mr 咁樣打，但係我
He's playing
即係呢啲小薯仔打下 rank 先會亂咁嚟。
drags the games longer and longer, and I don't like long games. I don't think I have someone that I would feel comfortable playing. It's about the day. Like, even in a good day, I wouldn't want to play with against Beast.
楊怡追三啊！佢會唔會特登輸啊？究竟即係開始，即係你諗下，農夫嘅收入係即係有陣時唔係好夠多啊！即係又可以賺賽事獎金，然之後打個假賽又可以再袋多筆。即係個裝俾你嘅一筆，即係一次賺2筆錢，可能仲多過呢個冠軍添。
And corn, and had 160 tons of cotton this season.
That's a
ridiculous, ridiculous numbers. And next fun fact: if he gets top 2 in this tournament, so $50,000 plus, he already knows what he wants to buy with it. It's a new tractor.
It's a new tractor. It's got to be a new tractor, right? And you know, it's interesting because you say 500,000 square meters. To me, it's a number so big that it's like, you know, living in metropolitan Melbourne, I'm like, 600 square meters. That looks expensive. And you're talking about 500,000 square meters? I don't even know what that looks like on a map. It just sounds enormous, though.
Yeah, I tried to do the math and tried to calculate.
冇啊，冇讓多局啊，讓多局就唔知打到幾點啊！真係最慘就係。
Lot of football.
Yeah, a lot of football.
More than 2.
That is.
即係唔使急啊，最緊要快脆。
Do not have 2 football fields. Not yet, but we will be buying stadiums soon, right, Millie?
Stadiums?
Yeah, so we can host the next.
即係咁樣磨下磨下咁樣都幾凄涼。即係你諗下，明明 AOE4就係得4批人打，即係都可以打到成5點鐘嘅話，就有啲離譜。
The next map has been confirmed.
即係人哋 AOE2啊，打幾多組人啊？即係嗰邊，即係人哋咁多組人，又係打到即係4-5點。你4條友又唔係，即係你4 pair 又係4-5點，慘無人道。
Thank you, production. Jeez, 70 football fields.
I think it's more because he said something like that. It's multiple kilometers. Oh no, no.
即係邊個淨係出一隻兵種要罰錢先啱啊？即係有冇可能淨係出騎兵？
Soccer.
Children's soccer? Adult soccer?
Adult soccer.
Yeah, okay, still.
And even that is not like even ranges there.
成日 Mr 又喺度思考啊，即係點樣可以即係大優勢嘅時候就慢慢抌，然之後打個劣勢翻嚟。其實 AOE 賽事會唔會有啲咩即係倒埋個遊戲時間咁樣？
You know what? I kind of like recon here. So I feel like Mr has to play this 2TC. He has to play a bit heavier and feudal, but where are
即係快攻又有錢賠，即係打得慢又有錢。
The first game in the series, the Muslim on the Ottomans, Marine Lord on the English.
即係人哋足球嗰啲係開大開細，我哋 AOE 開大開細就講緊呢個遊戲時間。
Recon can emulate that same success that the Muslim was able to pull off against Marine Lord. This is going to be a 2-2 series.
My prediction: we will see double barracks marching drills out of this guy, the Mister.
Okay, I like it.
I think it's full men at arm all in.
You reckon? Just entirely men at arms?
Yeah.
How do you even deal with that? That's like a beta strategy. I say beta strategy. I'm not talking like beta, versus alpha. I'm talking like the Age of Empires 4 beta. That was a beta.
先 Recon 又喺度笑笑口啊！即係其實我懷疑係兩個人夾埋添啊！即係唔係一個，唔係淨係得一個。
Need to get to castle age and get like the moment you get some crossbow out.
即係喺休息室練好晒，即係夾好晒，即係今鋪我咁樣打，你要咁樣頂住啊！即係笑笑口，即係如果呢啲文明可以揀2次，佢會唔會揀2次銀樹？ 一陣間2次銀樹開嘅盤可能好多錢嚇。有時好彩冇。咁啊，鄂圖曼打呢個神羅，邊個比較着數啲？
Recon needs to lift right now, Nilly.
Let's take a look. He goes for gold. No stone collected early on. We've
No
seen
stone
that as an option
collected.
to go for the early military school. Something Recon is not opting for. I think a fast fuel age is absolutely needed. Otherwise, the man-at-arm aggression could be wild. And those two players, right? I said it in my intro. They know the strength of man-at-arms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They 100% know. And as we mentioned in the last game, our suspicion is that man-at-arms probably a bit strong at the moment.
暫時未睇得出雙方打乜嘅，咁啊開局好正路啊，
I think the big question for me is
咁啊掘個金啦，然之後就係即係食下羊咁樣。
very straightforward civilization.
咁啊神羅嗰邊係雙戚嘅，咁因為神羅比較想咧就係自己 TC 底會多羊少少啊。
Get a few knights out, look to get up to Imperial Age. If he goes for that type of strategy, my fear is that Recon's got a beautiful timing window to attack him and to take him out. If that happens, well, we're going to be heading to game number 5. So I feel
唔會做到咁明顯，可能佢依家就係博大家即係估唔到。
that's not going to die to the Ottoman timing push.
I think enough men-at-arms could indeed deny that. By the way, second scout here for the Mister, so really wants to go for those sheep, wants to have lots of food under his base.
睇下先啦，咁啊經濟唔錯啊。
Well, goes for more gold and food.
咁啊呢張圖應該係新圖嚟啊，所以即係結構略有啲怪計。
A weird one. You could go right here,
the small woodline, yeah, I think that's reasonable, right?
but there is actually a really nice spot at the back. Now, you're kind of hesitant to do it because you could push deer towards it. You could hit both of your wood lines on it as well. The issue is that you can't really go too high up because you want to try and put farms around it as much as possible.
Well, you will chop through anyways.
Yeah, you will. All right, well, the age-ups have started coming through. For Recon, no surprises there. It's going to be the twin minaret madrasa. Keep in mind the other landmark.
睇下先啦，呢個係果樹嘅地標。咁啊啲果咧喺側邊食咧會收入多啲。啊唔係，應該係話食側邊啲果會收入多啲，比原本嗰啲。
Not a single villager on wood yet, so late with his military buildings.
Yeah, there we go now. Finally dropping down that lumber camp. 6 villagers on the Archon Chapel as well, so looking for that pretty early age up.
哇！呢個樹嘅位其實唔係好密喎，呢張圖，即係求其得2棵。即係反而 Recon 嗰邊咧，你睇下佢嗰個地形好似幾近其他資源。 即係點解 Mister 嗰邊空溜溜嘅？即係個地圖。 即係呢個地圖唔平衡喎，可能。
I think so as well. It makes sense for the Ottomans typically. You want to try and keep your military school.
佢呢個地圖唔平衡嘅喎，即係 Mister 嗰邊冇資喎。
And food's not something that you've got available to you in droves. Though, to be honest, we take a look at Recon spawn. It's got a pretty decent one for him right here. We've got double berries. On the right side of his base.
即係你睇下 Mister 嗰邊個地形空溜溜啊，即係比較多少少枝就係上面嗰邊，但係都係好鬼空曠。
And then let's say you exhaust all this stuff at 24 minutes, or you can move over to the west side of the map where you've got a boar, which you can't take because you're the Ottomans, but you've got deer and a berry patch as well.
Certainly spots that we need to take a close look at. Something that Mister wants to attack most likely. Scout finds those.
即係地形好鬼空曠嘅話咧，有陣時係靠近呢個角落頭係比較着數啲。即係防守嘅時候咧，會防少一邊。即係因為佢拉埲牆就得㗎啦嘛，嗰邊。
We are not going for military schools.
睇下先啊，掘石。
To me, it just seems like there's not enough villagers here for 2
開 TC 啊！咁啊呢個標打係好簡單嘅啫，即係4個人食物，然之後全部劈晒去墳墓同埋掘石。咁啊呢個開局咧係我之前教學應該係差唔多。咁啊雖然佢應該略略就係 TC 貴咗啦，但係鄂圖曼木材多咗。 睇下先，呢個俾人哋望到啊，2個軍營。 佢呢個係爆裝甲步兵喎。唔係啩？封建時代爆裝甲步兵？又係一啲怪招，但係我哋可以睇下發生咩事之後。我哋又見到一個全新嘅怪招啦。啊，唔係，即係唔係全新，應該係少人用。 咁啊呢邊咧係兩個 TC， 咁啊一個 TC 咧係放木位啦，暫時你見佢，其實咧亦都可以放黃金位嘅。咁啊因為你總要係即係掘金去升城堡時代，咁但係亦都可以咧係狂爆兵咧，然之後就係用部隊保護你個黃金位。
So where are you weak in this position? You're weak at the front, you're weak at the back, you're weak at the back, and you don't want those men at arms to get in underneath that wood line because
佢呢個選擇有啲怪雞。咁啊嗱，裝甲步兵咧，如果你真係要咁樣玩呢啲無厘頭嘢咧，你一定要升個遠防嘅，因為你點都要入 TC 範圍。如果唔係嘅話咧，你搞唔到人經濟咧，就十有八九都係死嘅呢一招。即係你總冇可能話淨係喺外邊轉圈，即係你一定要入侵人哋 TC 底，即係等人哋村民做唔到嘢。
I feel like he's probably going to need a pocket to play from because the men at arms are going to be very difficult to deal with. And you can see they're coming out 2 by 2 at the moment.
睇下先，兩隻啦已經，兩隻裝甲步兵。
You need somewhere to play from, and I think that having the 2 town centers, oh yeah, we can see a little bit of indecision right there from Recon. But having the 2 town centers next to each other, I think gives a pretty strong potential for that defense.
Next thought.
即係瘋狂爆裝甲步兵，但係咧因為神羅，即係我之前咧我用英國爆裝甲步兵咧，係因為英國嗰個經濟好啊，但係神羅佢經濟冇辦法係持續咁樣去爆裝甲步兵嘅，即係佢唔係好似英國咁樣。即係我唔知佢點樣發揮呢一招騎呢嘢。
That is also true, yes. It's a complex build order, I assure you. But the Dark Age build order is quite strong. But yeah, we can see.
睇下先啊，嚟啊嚟啊嚟啊！
Not the best base building.
哇，仲喺度。
Typically, you want to try and keep everything together.
其實呢個奧圖曼嘅建築起得有啲核突嘅，即係認真講。即係大家都知奧圖曼嘅建築咧，你係圍住個鐵匠鋪會加速噶嘛。佢呢個左一個右一個係咩料？即係起到魔法陣咁樣，但係完全冇加成喎，咁樣會。睇下先 ，Mr. 哇，直接加衝撞車，佢唔係升遠防先。咁啊，等緊呢個工程啊，你見佢右手邊撈緊啦。
To build my minaret madrasa on the bottom side of my town center all the time. The berry spawn underneath the town center.
Oh, so this could actually be stopped.
Yes, correct. So if he parks an outpost right where that mining camp was, it could be really difficult for this twin minaret madrasa. But keep in mind,
唔知點算啊依家。
for Anatolian hills to come through, which will give him additional sheep.
有咩兵啊？咁啊出咗個戰鼓，咁啊有幾隻馬嘅。呢幾隻馬咧就大家唔好亂咁開技。係咪呢隻嚟㗎？即係呢隻有技㗎嘛？好似，即係大家唔好亂咁開技啊！即係以我所知咧，呢隻馬係你一開咗技咧，你會受到嘅傷害都會多咗。即係之前我玩 beta 嗰陣咧，啲觀眾係咁叫我放技嘅，即係你放完之後，我發現隻馬死得仲快。即係佢雖然有加呢個傷害啦，但係唔係下下都要開嘅。即係我覺得係屠下村民嘅時候開出嚟，即係開技係 OK 嘅。但係正面制抽嘅時候咧，唔好開啊！我感覺上，即係你一開技嘅話，你自己受 damage 多啲，你真係啲馬死得超快。衝撞真係哇！直接收咗11隻裝甲步兵入去，呢個有啲過癮。就先啊 ，Recon 發現有啲唔對路，啲兵喺邊？其實啲兵喺呢個裝甲，喂，即係喺呢個衝撞車入邊。嚟啦！直接放出嚟嚇你嘅，哇！呢個咩操作嚟？呢個玩嘢喎，有冇需要？其實不如撞咗建築物先啦，大佬！嚟啊嚟！其實要升遠防啊！你見到 Mr 咧，佢係升咗呢個近戰防先，但係你升近戰防咧，可能會俾 TC 射到啲兵好痛啊！不過呢個就即係睇下選擇啦。咁啊，直接係先打咗呢個軍事學校先嘅。咁啊，部隊數係15對29喎，哇，差咁遠嘅，唔得！佢呢個建築起得太核突啦！即係你出兵都冇加速啊，仲要玩呢個軍事學校。我覺得嗱，我覺得會死啊，但係就唉，我唔知。 我覺得 Mr 可能會都會無啦啦玩嘅。其實佢啲建築唔可以起到咁核突㗎，即係因為鐵匠鋪側邊嘅軍事建築係會有呢個生產加速㗎。就係 Mr 依家係部隊32對18，唔係咁樣俾人打死。呢個最低 B 嘅戰術嚟嘅，我發現。但係咁樣俾人打死好似好奇怪。喂 ，Mr 行去邊？哦，佢衝入去殺村民。而且咧，你留意下咧，我感覺咧 ，Mr 應該係覺得佢木材唔係好多噶啦，所以你見佢咧不斷係打咗呢個建築物先嘅，即係佢唔係打 TC 先，即係打 TC 太嘥時間啦。係咁喺度捉咗少少村民。呢隻馬戰鬥力唔係想象之中咁勁嘅，即係佢硬吞長槍應該諗多咗呢個位，應該投啦可以，可以投啊！硬吞長槍真係諗多咗，呢隻唔係騎，呢隻本身戰鬥力唔係咁高㗎。哇！咁啊，50村對38村，咁但係咧有成17隻村民係閒置嘅，冇人做嘢。有糧出冇汗出啊！所有村民都即係全部匿晒喺個 TC 入邊。Recon 呢個時候點算？就係唔好同我講呢一鋪 Mr 都可以打輸啊！真係，等陣先，都係村民啱啦。Nice， 呢個執咗唔少。睇下先啊，咁啊 Mr 係升埋呢個步兵移動速度啊。
0.3 at the moment. You wait till he reaches the Imperial Age. That's when it really comes out. Well, a nice little attack up here.
我同埋應該要，但係又感覺上我又覺得佢可能又未必死喎，即係暫時 Mr 好似唔知想點咁樣。咁啊，部隊已經去到37隻㗎啦，剩低就係諗下有冇辦法可以係全部兵都集中去進攻嘅啫。因為佢仲有少少兵應該係留咗喺屋企防守啊。衝啦！一個衝撞車，但係有10幾隻兵喺入邊嘅。咁啊，繼續喺度撞建築物啊！睇嚟佢係即係有啲心得嘅，即係打呢一招。哇！咁啊，直接放啲裝甲步兵出嚟。
I'm starting to think maybe the best choice here for Recon is to just pull villagers, maybe pull 15 villagers or something, try and get some torches in.
哇！佢呢個幾過癮，但係感覺上好似效率好低。
Oh yeah, you can tell he's prepared this. This is 100% on his book of plays.
咁啊，你見佢都懶得操作啦，真係，唉，不如喺地下 A。咁啊，諗下又唔係，又收翻埋。啊，即係又放翻出嚟。咁啊，部隊數去到17對43㗎啦。呢隻騎咧唔係打裝甲同埋長槍一個好嘅選擇嚟，但係我諗應該係因為封建時代冇乜兵選擇。
Absolutely, 40 military now in single digits is
Absolutely. 投啦，可以。咁啊，部隊得翻7隻咋。冇啦。
Eco doesn't really matter. Recon has 22 idols. The 2 Rams are doing work. Now even more kills at the front and attacking.
咁啊，正面都係死咗好多。其實咧，要打裝甲步兵咧，最簡單就係要大量工兵就得㗎啦，即係唔需要太多其他垃圾嘢。
The power is in his hands.
The macro of the Mister, how he's constantly like jumping in and out, gets more attacks in, and Recon, he's trying to survive.
即係工兵咧多到一定數量咧，佢係打裝甲、打肉馬都可以打嘅。咁啊，而且唔係好難操作啊。等陣先。喂，等先 ，Recon 走去生城堡時代啊，同埋有啲奇怪。
Yep. That's better than no archery range though.
Agreed.
即係 Mr. 依家玩個衝撞車9錢一心咁樣，然之後又唔係想殺人喎，唔知做乜鬼嘢，即係遊嚟遊去，即係你有30幾隻兵喎。係等先，上面仲喺度殺緊村民啦，非常好。如果我圖曼升咗上城堡時代，佢就，但係佢要解鎖先可以出到呢個火槍兵。得唔得啊 ？Mr 好激動嘅，睇嚟 Mr 都唔係玩嘢，但係佢打得個 style 係好騎呢嘅。咁啊 ，Mr 原來都係好投入咁玩緊，即係我見佢好激動，但係演員嚟。
He is so excited.
Did you see? I played double barracks, man it up, and you couldn't do anything.
即係裝甲步兵。
You couldn't do anything. It's a busted strategy.
Just wait for the interview when I'm telling them.
Yeah.
即係正常人打比賽咧，啲 style 係好穩定嘅，即係唔係即係點講？即係選擇啲好穩陣嘅戰術，但係 Mr 場場都打啲騎呢嘢。
But you only have 2 bans in the best of 5. You can't ban all 4 of the men at arms civs.
All right. Well. I know what I'm playing.
即係 Mr. 我諗除咗第一鋪塔攻係比較，即係比較即係都係正路嘅其實啲。但係第2、3鋪就係完全係騎呢招嚟。
Small walls is kind of the thing. I don't really have a good answer to this. And obviously, Lucifron should face the Mister, right? I think on Sunday, and Lucifron he needs to wreck his head around this.
Yeah, all right. I think it might be maybe 1 TC could be the.
做咩啊？開 TC 其實開 TC 唔係問題嘅，但係我覺得佢建築物起得唔好。即係佢嗰個建築物亂咁起咧，係已經注定咗佢冇咗呢個出兵嘅，即係嗰個加成啦。即係出兵出得慢好多啦，會變咗。而且你因為出兵慢咧，你係冇咗嗰個嗰個點數嗰個升級㗎，因為你出兵係即係佢會加呢個經驗值㗎嘛。即係你越出兵快咧，佢就個點數就會越加得多啊。但係佢啱啱啲建築起得太核突啦，即係左一個右一個咁樣。即係淨係左一個右一個，你已經出兵少咗好多啦，即係本身冇加速度。咁啊 ，Mr 話呢個裝甲步兵係 really good 啊。其實我都覺得係，但係我淨係用英國先要玩呢啲招。
I think it's a very cool idea, but the problem is that the civilizations have different bonuses. So there are some civilizations that have really strong eco bonuses, and therefore they have an advantage because they have the same ships as their opponents, but they have better eco, so they will have more ships.
And we've already heard many times that Recon was one of your scrimming partners. You pretty much basically trained exclusively with him. So tell us how the emotions are, how you're feeling that you had to knock out your partner.
I think I was more excited in the previous round.
Well, there is some good news. I heard you mention earlier today that if you do win this match, you will be paying for Recon's ticket to your wedding in the summer?
Yes. And that will happen.
Yeah, so tell us how you're feeling going into your day off tomorrow. Will you be training? Will you be watching replays?
I will be resting my hand and I will be training my brain.
Amazing. And what do you think you're going to be doing with the prize money? Have you already had some plans, some thoughts?
女村民幾正？呢個女村民咪平時係咪直播嗰個嚟？
Congratulations again, you played so well and it was always a pleasure. We're gonna go take it to the analysis.
係啊，佢就係爆工兵就得㗎啦，即係因為工兵係防裝甲步兵啦，佢係數量少嗰陣唔係好 work 嘅，但係數量多嗰陣咧係完美嘅，可以完美防。
I want to take a moment to congratulate Recon, of course, because this was a bloke who I think didn't anticipate getting as far as he did, played his guts out through the entire event, and I think deserves a fair bit of credit for getting all the way to the top 8 and playing as well as he did.
He does. I mean, Recon on day 1, like there was some nerves to it, and I remember just like taking him across.
係先，嚼行個頭啊！呢個鬼佬。
You're here. You belong here. Play your game. Do well. You know, I'm a little bit of a Recon fan because I love my underdog stories, and he's one of the people I talk with.
裝甲步兵屈機係主要你如果部隊唔係好多，你同佢隻抽肯定係唔夠打嘅。但係如果你係一大團嘅部隊咧，同一大團嘅裝甲部去打咧，咁因為你有 TC 幫你即係做防守噶嘛，即係你有工兵就得噶啦。因為咧工兵係唔會棘位嘅。我之前咧咪拍過條片嘅，即係裝甲步兵點樣防守。 即係工兵係唔會棘住噶嘛，咁裝甲步兵會自己棘下㗎，咁即係近戰嚟噶嘛。所以咧，裝甲步兵咧，你數量越多咧，佢基本上個輸出效率係比較低啲。然之後你出工兵就即係你企定喺度拉打啫嘛，淨係。 即係你只要拉打咧，人哋裝甲步兵有好多都賣唔到身嘅，即係佢可能前面嗰幾隻劈到你幾刀啦，但係後邊嗰啲裝甲步兵係全部冇輸出。
He played for that late game, and something I'd love to see here is becoming more frequent for Mongol players is the shaman spam. You get up between 14 and 20 of these, and they become this pseudo front line because while they're being slapped around the face, they're just patting each other on the head here.
That's right, they're handing around the band-aids for each other here. But I want to come back to the comment you made earlier about the fact that, you know, against a player you've got a lot of...
遠程單位有遠程嘅優勢，但係就絕對唔係話一打一嘅時候。 即係大部分遠程單位咧，都係當佢聚埋一齊越嚟越多嘅時候，就即係個輸出就好可觀，因為唔會棘住。
Yeah, I think it's that case of like you know what you're going to do, you know what your opponent's going to do, so you have to every once in a while throw a curveball for a pivot. I think we saw that especially in the first game, the way he played in the Shamans. I'm not sure how much he's played.
不過好多人即係如果你初見到啲裝甲步兵，你可能好多人都唔係好識點樣守嘅，即係一時三刻，因為你未試過儲埋一大堆工兵打裝甲步兵嗰個效果，你未見過係點樣，你唔知道點樣守。
This is a really big deal in the community because Four Lakes for the longest time has been seen as a roost dominant map.
Well, this is what I want to ask you about. There have been some very significant changes that mean that
即係如果散收咁樣，即係幾隻馬幾隻弓咁樣同裝甲步兵打咧，裝甲步兵又好開心嘅。
Increase the palisade walling time from 3 seconds to 7 seconds. So if you get aggressively docked, it's very hard to initially protect yourself. You take a lot of idle time in your villages and it sets you back. And I think the Abbas has got a big buff here. Their docks always cost less, but they lacked the naval power. The cool thing about this game is it didn't come down to that. And I think that's once again the fact they know each other, they know what they want to do.
They know each other.
He goes for the full land aggression.
哇！即係 Mr 喺呢一鋪係打得超型嘅，佢呢啲細戰，平時啲人冇乜特別去做嘅，但係即係大家喺呢個位學到嘢。 即係佢呢個 A 地板嚟到去，啊唔係，即係唔係 A 地板，應該係 target 個地板，然之後咧就去摸人哋啲村民，即係就算冇視野都可以執到，即係勁多村民，你睇下，全部都係殘血嘅啲村。
I put in a polite way, but like he knew what I mean. He's like instantly like, yeah. So I thought of this idea before the game, but I didn't have any time to practice.
即係呢個位真係勁陰濕。咁啊，佢呢個堡嘅位置咧，我解釋過俾大家聽㗎啦。咁啊，因為咧對方有巨頭啦，你如果喺人哋正面即係好貼咁樣起一個堡咧，人哋個巨頭會直接秒殺你個堡嘅。所以你見佢嗰個堡咧就略略起得後少少咧，就係確保起得到嘅。咁啊，所以咧你見到個堡嘅位置好似有啲奇怪怪咁樣，但係就冇辦法嘅。 即係起正前面嘅話咧，人哋一嘢望到你，直接兩個巨頭掟落去咧，個堡就冇㗎啦。
I think Recon got a great start here. You can see his whole base is condensed. He's got access to food, gold, wood. This is the dream.
係先，呢一場就真係最離奇嘅，即係。
From the English can come over the top and block your early.
即係我都唔知啲鬼佬點樣解釋呢一鋪。
I've talked with him and I've talked with Mister. They have similar ideas about this idea of like baiting your opponent in to thinking you're trading and then stepping off of it and going fast castle. But Recon was heavily delayed getting into that trade, and when it comes around, his only choice is to fully invest in it and try to reboom.
And this looked like something that really wasn't going to work out for him. The Mister was raiding this trade line. We saw it come across the bottom here, really effectively, sending in what like 8 to 12 knights, getting some picks, getting them out of there. And, you know, I'm sure we'll get to the end in a second and see where it sort of all fell apart for the Mister. But the fact that Recon was able to pull this dramatic victory out of thin air when he seemed to be on the ropes was the fact that the Mister, with 40-something knights, overcommitted to disrupting that market economy, and the towers just shredded the knights ultimately.
He threw the horses into the meat grinder and hoped that they jammed the machine. It didn't work out that way though, and I think we get towards these fights, like he keeps coming in. It's not necessarily an overcommitment towards trade. You have to shut this down. But
This was such a nice maneuver, by the way.
It was. After that, he wraps around and cuts off the knights, and it's brilliant to see this back and forth, because what we're going to see coming up is a clutch fight a little bit later, just a few minutes from now, where Mr. drags Recon's attention elsewhere and cuts him off. But the interesting thing here is Mr.'s comp is
我都覺得改太多俄羅斯，但係
is not really a popular one. Usually Mongols eventually come out ahead.
但係又可以話，即係點講好咧？再試下先咯，即係依家。佢弱就肯定弱咗好多嘅，但係就佢以前係強得有啲又唔係過分嘅，即係但係略略有啲強得滯。
You know, they can't control not just the trade line, but the territory around it with walls means that you see a reduction in the effect.
其實依家你唔貪個即係你前期唔貪個逐輪嘅話咧，其實你封建時代嗰個時間差唔多。咁啊，而且你其他文明都係前期都係咁上下時間加逐輪㗎啦，所以佢前面 delay 咗去到封建中間，即係升緊封建中間先有黃金去加嘅話，我覺得都 OK 嘅。即係反正唔係影響好大嘅嘢嚟。
What had been really good about Mister's play up until this point is that he hadn't overcommitted to disrupting this trade. You get down there, you get some picks, you get out. And what we're going to see as this game wraps up is the Mister heavily investing in disrupting the trade.
佢就算買唔到 TC， 佢都係頂籠咪照翻之前咁樣食豬打，即係爆兵咯。即係雖然老土啲。
The key one is there's a fight where he pulls a few knights to kill traders and leaves his knights around. They stay in the main clash and you lose all of them, and that's a high premium. 240 resources per unit is difficult to replace when the Mongols still have trade online.
就係呢啲戰術嘅嘢，路不轉人轉，即係自己諗辦法解決。
That's very good. That's very good, man.
It was effective. I love it. I've been waiting for a long time, and it's not easy to do.
即係大不了係慢慢再摸索下有啲咩新嘢啦。即係反正你開 TC 慢咗，咁其實其他文明開 TC 都慢咗。你可以先打馬嘅一樣。
But it's very effective. Ottomans typically go hard into an archer build. That's the predictable play. Men-at-arms will get picked apart, but rams get mildly tickled. So you just keep them inside, you push a win condition. Anytime someone comes close, you're like a dog on a leash. You bark at them and everyone backs up.
And you're hoping here that you're going to, I mean, if we see the clown card take off, I mean, you can pack, how many clowns can you pack into this bad boy? I mean, it worked so well.
He had, so you can have up to 16. He had 2 rams doing that. He had 2 clown cars going around. By the way, if you guys want to throw a game quickly, go play a water map. Build 16 rams, fill them with units, put them in a transport ship, giggle to yourself, and then realize that someone can shoot it and destroy your whole army, right? I'm kidding on that. Don't do that, folks. But on land, there is a use for rams that hasn't been explored.
下先佢哋仲可以揞咁耐嘅，即係快啲下一場，大佬！即係2點鐘，其實係咪好似好快今日？
While we're setting up for our next match, I know you have to head off to cast.
今日好似都幾快，其實又唔使咁急喎，睇落，即係佢哋抌下時間，即係反正有啲人咧係買飛去現場嘅，即係你總要，即係我以前咧睇 StarCraft 咧，我好多時候咧都覺得咧就係咩咧，即係啲選手會就一就啲觀眾啊，即係佢唔想打快攻啊，即係你諗下打太快，人哋嚟到坐到屎忽都未暖啊走啊，即係買飛啊大佬，即係略略地都要。即係就一就啲觀眾，俾佢坐暖下個屎忽先。即係拗一拗做啲無厘頭嘢咁樣，然之後唔好打快攻啊，登慢啲。即係個觀眾咧會覺得就係佢買張飛值錢嘅，即係坐足8個鐘。即係如果你話坐5個鐘頭就走啊，即係走去邊？
Yeah, actually, most of the good players are European, unfortunately. So.
睇下先，啱啱係咪有個觀眾買 Tesla？ 依家227啦，已經去到227啦，227。
And we all heard that you do work, have a day job. Have you scheduled your work hours around Age of Empires?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I could, but no. So I usually work Well, I leave for work around 8, get home around 6 to 7, and then I'll eat, and then I'll go play with Puppy before I get home until like 10:30, 11. Yeah.
Well, that is a lot of dedication, a lot of commitments. I know there are lots of players that are living or trying really hard to make esports their full-time job. Have you considered that as an option?
I'm sure you know that living in Toronto, it's really, really expensive. So I don't think esports, unless you're a Beastie Cutie or a Marine Lord, would be viable in the city that we live in.
Have you considered moving for the dream?
I've
Moving to
considered
the
it, yeah, but I have a wife who doesn't want to.
to the
so
dream.
I'm gonna stay put.
And is your wife in Heidelberg, or is she rooting for you from Canada?
She's in Canada right now. I told her to come. I told her to come yesterday, but she doesn't want to. So.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you have lots of support from the Canadians and from the North Americans overseas, myself included. It was a really big pleasure to watch you play. You are a big fan of the Abbasid civilization, right? It's your signature civ. Can you tell us some things you really like about them?
It was my signature civ, but they've let me down a couple games, so I don't know if they really are anymore. I think I'm going to go with the Ottomans, but the things I did like about them was primarily the fact that the villagers cost a lot less, so that I can make a lot more military, and I really like fighting in feudal rather than waiting until castle. So that's what I liked about them, but I think there are better options right now.
All right, so we heard it here first. Move over, Abbasid, Ottoman's new best friend. Tell us, I think you have also heard the announcement for the Age of Empires franchise a couple days ago for the 25th anniversary. Age of Mythology.
Oh, yeah.
Finally getting that definitive edition out. What are your thoughts? Are you going to go back into there as well?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I played that game since I was like 12, 13 years old. Obviously not straight until now, but I've played it since I was a child, and I'm looking forward to that a lot.
What are some similarities and like differences between Age 4 and Age of Mythology for maybe those who aren't familiar with the Mythology series?
I think the pace of the game is very similar. I think the
即係如果啱啱嗰個觀眾仲喺度睇緊嘅話，即係 Tesla 已經嚟到呢個227點啦，今日已經成功係去到我哋嘅目標，咁我亦都係走咗啦，今日呢個
When it comes to strategy, I would give it to Age of Mythology. There's a lot more strategy.
呢個 option。
Speaking of strategy, you're known to be very
不過睇嚟個觀眾應該瞓咗覺。
Where did that come from, and how do you prepare for a draft essentially?
I don't think I'm the best at drafting. I did draft pretty well this tournament. I think that's not because of my strength. It's just because everyone's kind of comfort picking everyone's picking what they like right now, and I just kind of lean towards the things that I'm good at. So whenever I draft, I just draft based on comfort as well. In this situation, it's benefited me.
Do you have any final predictions for
final prediction?
I think I think Puppy Paw's playing really, really well, and I hope he wins, and I think he might win. But I think in a best of 5, Marine Lord's much, much stronger.
頭先呢個係 Magic 嚟㗎，佢咧就想呢個 Puppy Paw 贏啊。點解咧？佢唔夠呢個 Marine Lord 打唔通。
When I played Lucifron, he played incredible. I think I've never felt pressure like that from any player, so he played fantastic. So it's going to be a very tough match for Mista, I think, but I think, and I hope Mista goes through.
Very tough match.
Thank you so much for your time. We are ready with the players and the casters for the final set of the day, and we really look forward to watching it.
Thank you, Ellie, and I'm excited to have the perfect person on the cast to join me with this final one.
Wow, 點乜事？咁啊，點乜事咧？就輸咗俾唔知邊個，咁啊出咗局啦。我本身覺得咧，佢係應該好大機會入8強，但係居然出事。
Possibly more consistent than anybody.
出大事。
It's been extremely strong, but there's something special about Puppy Paw, man. Like, I think of all the people here, he's the one that's probably able to push Marine Lord to the absolute limit.
I think the interesting part about Puppy Paw almost feels like when you watch the games, you're like, there's an order to things. There's a way you should do them. And Puppy Paw just kind of middle fingers that, and he has his own way out. I think most notably, I remember the Lucifron versus Puppy Paw game, French versus Delhi. He took a completely different approach, and I remember afterwards a few players going, I think that might be the new way for the Delhi.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw, I don't want to call him a true revolutionist, because I feel that, the game's a bit early for that yet, and there's new strategies literally every day when we're here. But when it comes to just handling a matchup, being really good at it, and kind of showing the way. Puppy4 has definitely been good with quite a few civs. His Delhi's very solid. I think the only civ in his arsenal that he's not that comfortable with is English. But as far as all the others are concerned, you don't really
咁啊，最後一場啦，忍埋佢啦，眼瞓嘅。
Stylistically, they're both big fans of cavalry, Marine Lord especially. Just map control, we're probably going to see a lot of skirmishes. And honestly, I'm not sure what either one of them has.
不過好彩我平時放假咧就係慣咗，即係都係夜瞓，即係翻工嗰陣會即係準時瞓覺。唉，但係我見到嗰啲 friend 咧，有啲係即係瞓5-6個鐘係夠皮嘅，即係唔知點樣練翻嚟。即係我仲記得我以前即係唯一日瞓即係瞓5個鐘6個鐘嗰陣咧，係即係細個嗰陣，即係日日喺度打 online game， 然之後咧就即係好夜瞓，好早起身。即係多啲時間可以做多啲嘢。
It was either him or BC at the top of the list, and even then, when you look at the breakdown of results, Marine Lord feels like he should have the edge, yet BC seems to be one coming up on top. I believe in the road to Wololo, it was BC frequently taking the lead and Marine Lord slipping by maybe making 2 or 3 grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 weeklies, it was Marine Lord making the finals and winning the whole thing.
Marine Lord 睇下佢有冇辦法係正常發揮先，最緊要係。但係 Puppy4 依家係實力進步得好快脆。
And then choked. we made a lot of fun for him, but when it came to that Golden League final between them, and it was like 5-1 for him, he really showcased that he's an absolute beast. But yeah, we do hype up Marine Lord a lot, but I'm very curious to see what Puppy4's up to, because I didn't want to practice against Puppy4 for this, because Wham was in my group, and I thought, I might be playing against Wham, and they're freaking twins, like I know they'd share something, because but yeah, when I played him a little bit on the first day in practice, Marine Lord
嘅坐姿係好奇怪，大家望下咧，佢個 mouse 係擺呢個 keyboard 前面。其實咁樣，即係你喐隻 mouse 頂鬼住自己個 keyboard，即係咁撞喎，即係會唔會？即係佢呢個坐姿咧，睇嚟係即係反映佢屋企咧，即係生活艱苦貧困。然之後咧就即係張台太細，然之後咧就隻手會咁樣擺，但係照計冇理由啊，鬼佬冇理由咁窮喎。
I remember he was a filthy Chinese outpost Russia and a Mongol outpost Russia, and he optimized that early game and moved forward. I love his methodical approach to learn the game. And speaking of the Mongols, return to the classics to open up this series.
Yeah, Puppy4 is not a fan of playing against
English.
It's one thing that, even though he is a reserve fella, he's so open about hating English, thinking they're imba, but he doesn't play them. So, it's one of those situations. And starting off things on wetlands here, and we just saw Recon take out Mr. on this map, and it was a very, very shaky start. I did speak a little bit with Marine Lord about how to play this kind of matchup, but very curious what he's going to go for. But just by his opening, first 6 villagers on the food, then the next 2 go on gold, there's going to be a very quick feudal aggression from him, like we already know.
I love it, right?
咁啊，蒙古打英國，咁啊啱啱講過㗎啦，英國係小優勢。但係咧喺呢個小優勢咧，喺普通玩家咧就唔係話好明顯嘅，但係喺職業玩家嚟講咧，呢個小優勢係足夠，即係你只要唔係有啲咩大失誤嘅話咧，係足夠你贏㗎啦，已經可以。即係呢個 matchup， 即係除非你好似打到 Mr 咁樣，即係無厘頭，即係樣樣都玩下咁樣。睇下先呢個圖，蒙古呢個圖嘅開局唔算係最靚嘅，即係我覺得啱啱嗰個啱啱係邊個？啱啱 Recon， 啱啱 Recon 嗰個位咧係超靚嘅，即係有魚有黃金有木材 ，TC 全部可以保護，即係啱啱嗰個位係好靚嘅。但係依家呢個咧就唔算靚啦嚇，即係而且 Recon 啱啱嗰個石咧喺後邊嘅。即係黃金有 TC 保護啦，石頭喺後邊啦，有魚食啊，而且係2笪魚喎，即係有2笪魚有個墳墓位咁樣。
Do you think there's a way that you can try to sneak outposts ever against English, or do you just play safe?
Nah, you can't do it. You can't do it. I mean, if you do it, somebody crazy, but yeah.
等陣先，咁啊呢個開局咧係，即係呢個英國嘅開局咧係一個叫做出兵好快嘅開局啦。即係我有解釋過俾大家聽啦，即係另外亦都有條片。 咁喺呢個開局咧，最主要就係啲兵會行出嚟快啲嘅，但係就有啲比較少見，即係打蒙古嘅話。即係打蒙古嘅話咧，基本上你淨係打一個比較被動少少咧，其實已經係冇問題嘅。頭先啊，呢個唔係銀樹啊，都係 what？ 又嚟銀樹啊！喂，究竟係我唔識依家嗰個版本點樣打，定係啲人玩嘢啊？真係又係銀樹。
And this does force the English to kind of do things they don't want to.
He doesn't even see it, right? Like he's just too busy
真
messing with the deer.
係超級神奇。
Info now, and one thing I've heard described is like sometimes if the info is given out and you feel pressured, you can just use this as a bait, get 1 or 2 trades going, and then go for a quick castle age instead of relying on trade entirely.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that they did with the new patch, traders are cheaper for all civs.
Yeah.
So instead of that being like, the 75-75,
真係越嚟越神奇啊！依家呢個版本。咁啊，英國呢邊咧應該係打快攻噶啦，咁啊攆埋長槍加呢個工兵。咁但係呢個打法咧就部隊會即係喺封建中期唔係好多嘅，咁所以你要諗辦法咧就係會唔會話出少少兵，然之後就轉第二啲嘢啦，定係還是即係部隊唔夠嘅話咧，你可以嘗試係插塔啦，即係去代替你嘅兵唔夠多啊。咁樣喺前線咧係 keep 住俾壓力對面啦，即係或者。等先 ，Marine Lord 掘石喎，好似有45隻。哦 ，Marine Lord 掘石嘅，咁樣就可以解釋埋俾大家聽嘅。即係如果你正路種田嘅話，你開 TC 慢，即係然之後開 TC 慢咧就係村民少，就係咁簡單嘅啫。即係任何情況之下咧，你 TC 開得早少少，你會多1、2個村民嘅。即係如果你早1分鐘啊咁樣，即係村民多啲咧，前面你經濟可能會，但係先唔係喎，佢石頭唔夠嘅喎，佢插塔我諗住，但係先佢呢個唔係開 TC，佢呢個係戰塔升呢個攻擊力嘅啫，即係拎嚟，好似又好似唔係。我都唔敢肯定係唔係依家，即係佢掘少少石係咩意思？等先有掘石咯，有5個人掘石咯。失智嘅村民啊，即係無啦啦種田，然之後走去掘石，又即係又翻去種田，又重新掘石。但係唔緊要，佢應該係開 TC 啊咁樣。佢應該係開 TC。咁啊，呢個 TC 唔算係好早啦，咁樣就，但係佢知唔知人哋銀樹開咧？究竟？哇！啱啱個畫面。
I think like you can see scout on the backside now, so maybe he actually has a suspicion because he's probably checked around the base and even if
佢依家應該係揾緊，係咪揾緊地標啊？咁啊，細節幾好，至少佢應該有個意識㗎。你見佢周圍揾啊，即係因為你望到人哋起咩地標咧，你總要望下人哋究竟喺邊個路線度 trade 嘅。望唔望到啊？爭少少，真係冇乜運氣。望到。得啦，望到啦，望到就得㗎啦，已經。你知道人哋咩路線 trade 係好緊要嘅。咁佢呢個銀樹咧，好明顯就係向翻佢自己後邊嗰個中立市集啊。因為呢個非常之重要嘅資訊嚟。
Interesting choice because I feel like historically longbows were seen as a decent solution to Magadai.
They certainly are, but we always have to remember that a map like Wetlands is pretty huge.
加 TC。
Like this is insane. And by the way, this spawn fish.
如果佢咁樣玩咧，佢就俾唔到壓力呢個蒙古㗎啦。咁即係話咧係放任佢貿易㗎啦。咁但係唔係話完全唔得嘅，即係因為貿易都要時間回本嘅。咁剩低就係究竟佢係諗住繼續喺封建時代爆兵啊，定係還是上個城堡時代，然之後先至開始好似 Mr 咁樣打馬？ 即係我覺得兩個選擇都問題唔係好大。
It's an interesting choice, especially against the English, because it's not easy to get anywhere near these TCs, right, with the double arrow fire.
Yeah, I think one really nice thing for Puppy if he does go into the Mangadai, it's a very easy switch to get the Horseman out as well. Because then you're relying on these longbow to do something. But I dare say Marine Lord probably doesn't feel too concerned at the moment. If you look at his food count and his wood, he's got nothing on gold right now. Like, I think soon he's going to be pumping out a lot of units. And then
我哋嚟研究下先。
in between, because that silver tree.
咁我聽到 DAY3 咧就話咧，就因為英國你留意下佢咧就冇掘金嘅，即係話咧佢有機會咧依然係留喺呢個封建時代爆兵，就唔係話上呢個城堡時代。
I also, you got to remember that there's going to be so many baked choices here. Like you go to Mangadai, and then he's making a lot of horsemen, right? So the answer to the Mangadai is the longbows. The answer to the horseman is the spearman.
Exactly.
And it's a lot
招，咁啊呢幾個工兵應該係做唔到啲乜嘢特別嘢，但係我諗佢應該係純粹順便偵察下啦。大鑊啦！英國呢個部隊數。 佢要好小心嘅，即係如果佢俾人哋捉到一波兵，就有啲蝕底啦。即係呢一波兵捉咗之後咧，就唔係淨係打輸呢一個位嘅，而且你係開始係俾唔到壓力呢個蒙古噶啦。佢呢個係好蝕底啊！咁樣，即係你諗下咧，蒙古佢準備開銀樹 trade 啦。你依家部隊數係13對6嘅，即係代表乜嘢咧？即係代表蒙古嘅 trade 咧，你係冇辦法再俾壓力佢噶啦。 咁點算咧？呢個時候，即係 Marine Lord 呢個出門口咧，就略早咗，我唔知係早咗少少啊，定係有少少判斷錯啦。佢呢個好蝕啦，咁樣就。
And that's the beautiful thing I think about Magadai whenever you go trade is they're primarily gold, right? So this is already starting to pay for it.
佢呢個好蝕啦，咁樣。咁啊，加咗個軍營，咁啊，準備係夾硬嚟嘅呢個係，即係咧佢部隊數唔夠多咧，你唯一能夠追翻個部隊數咧，就係加建築物。咁啊，食物 OK 嘅，咁但係蒙古因為佢 trade 嘅時間又早啦。 佢依家亦都係開始貿易車應該會越嚟越多噶啦，即係長遠嚟計係略略有啲不利對呢個 Marine Law。
This is one of the things about Mangadai that is both cool and really bad.
頭先呢度執到，居然執到村民，殺到一隻啦。等先，好貴喎呢隻嘢咁樣送，我覺得執兩個村民唔係好抵喎。
method in this game is to keep Marine Lord away. That's why he's on the map. He's going to be constantly
即係執兩個村民好似唔係好抵嘅，即係死兩個蒙古特騎，而且佢係諗住儲蒙古特騎，即係你諗住儲數量嘅時候，你死兩隻。
Even the scout he tried to chase down to block everything out, so Marine Lord doesn't really know where to go.
And right now we've just got to keep tabs on what the econ is at, because
咁啊，經濟上面你見到蒙古應該贏面好大㗎啦，即係只要 Marine Law 佢喺短時間依然係冇辦法去騷擾呢個蒙古嘅銀樹咧，就應該冇㗎啦呢一鋪。即係 AOE4嘅貿易咧係你要防咧係有啲難嘅，但係當佢起飛嘅時候咧就即係係咁㗎啦，即係呢隻 game。 即係佢起飛咗已經有經濟，咁唔知點打。咁啊呢個時候咧，蒙古係亦都上呢個城堡時代啦。咁之後佢可以轉呢個騎兵噶啦。咁英國呢度咧，如果佢仲係得嗰啲大量工兵長槍咁樣咧，就唔係好掂嘅。即係因為對面亦都係開始會周圍有戰艦。 即係長槍同埋工兵咧係遠防比較低同埋好孱嘅單位嚟嘅，即係如果佢要特別地去 dive 人哋入侵人哋咧，就即係呢兩隻兵種都係廢嘅。即係入侵人哋嘅兵種咧，最勁係嗰啲裝甲步兵啊、騎兵啊，即係大量嘅蒙古特騎啊、馬弓，但係咧就絕對唔係長槍兵同工兵。 即係佢呢個組合係阻唔到人哋貿易啊！ 陰公。陰公 Marine 咯，可能要瓜。咁啊，但係就人口上面都仲係睇落好似幾有優勢嘅。睇下先 Marine 咯，衝啊衝啊！即係我覺得佢睇嚟都唔係好想升呢個城堡時代啦，即係佢想阻咗人哋即係喺度貿易先。咁啊，村民數咧係54對47啦，即係講真，你雙 TC 有咁少優勢咧係唔夠嘅。即係蒙古佢就算冇銀樹 trade 咧，佢呢個時候咧有一個城堡時代掘金地標咧，佢依然係經濟優勢嚟嘅。睇下先有咩兵啊？依家轉呢個裝甲步兵啦，咁啊轉緊騎兵啦，咁啊蒙古特騎唔多出㗎啦，因為蒙古特騎唔算係好用嘅單位嚟，即係而且佢係俾少少工兵克住。
More effective unit against lancers, but also cheaper than men at arms, so he can maybe flirt with a tech up eventually himself. Obviously, we're not.
睇下先，衝入嚟想揾嘢打下。我幾中意啊！佢呢個 keep 住做啲壓力咁樣。我覺得呢個幾好，即係當佢覺得啦，即係留咗人哋啲兵喺屋企之後咧，因為英國嘅兵咧係即係行路嘅兩隻腳嘅，佢 keep 住呢個 Puppy Pawn 啊，唔係，即係佢 keep 住呢個 Marine Law 嘅兵咧喺屋企咧，佢另外嗰一波兵如果諗住截人哋貿易咧，可能有機會咧俾人哋分開，然之後去吞咗。即係呢度仲要淨係得工兵先，即係有啲大鑊。呢度淨係得工兵嘅話，人哋如果人哋分幾隻馬過嚟，你打鬼。咁啊，而且佢有5隻裝甲步兵㗎啦，已經。呢個位還可以。即係佢已經咧係將 Marine Law 嘅兵分咗兩邊㗎啦，一邊嘅兵咧喺自己基地啦，咁啊一邊嘅兵咧係佢雖然喺出邊截住人哋貿易嘅。但係呢一波兵咧係對付裝甲步兵應該係唔夠打嘅，即係剩低咧就係睇下究竟 Puppy Pawn 想幾時吞咗佢嘅啫。第四呢度3隻又有啲少得滯喎，喂俾下面出多少少，即係3隻兵又打嗰堆嘢有啲難打。有些呢度正面多線操作，多線送兵。有些呢度又死啲村民好似係嘛？喂，唔係啊嘛？啱啱吹到你打得咁好，然之後呢度舐嘢咯喎，咁樣又村民數去到44到67啊，大鑊啦！佢上面啲村民俾人秒晒啊，無啦啦即係喂大佬隔咗1分鐘時間，成場逆轉啊，無啦啦！呢度3隻兵，你諗住打人哋10幾20隻兵唔係啩？唔知乜嘢事啊！依家唔知乜嘢事啊！村民已經得翻45隻啦，咁啊，成條貿易線俾人停咗。部隊數14對39，即係仲有冇得玩？其實只係2分鐘啫喎。你2分鐘時間可以有一場，即係明明都幾大優勢，然之後無啦啦好似得翻半條命，大鑊啦！即係44村對71村民，部隊數爭即係20幾隻兵。唉，佢呢啱啱你諗下，上面啲長槍工兵，你求其6、7隻裝甲步兵都秒咗啦，即係佢偏偏就要2隻裝甲1隻馬，然之後仲要係。我睇佢個樣應該都係啱啱先升攻防，即係唔知點算。咁啊呢個時候咧就雙 TC。咁英國嗰邊咧，因為佢本身都係雙 TC 嘅，佢上咗城之後咧，佢係變咗3 TC 嘅。咁即係講到尾咧，就係你唔會追到佢村民數嘅。你落後30隻嘅話咧，之後只會更加嚴重嘅啫，唔會縮短呢個村民嘅差距。係咁啊！呢個塔插得幾陰濕啊，有啲 Beastie 嘅 feel， 即係 Beastie 又係好中意咁樣插戰塔，即係分個村民出去揾啲角落頭起下，即係一開始可能冇乜用嘅，但係即係慢慢嘈下之後，啲塔就好煩嘅。貿易俾人停咗。即係逆轉啊！呢個時候，咁啊 Puppy Pawn 咧，佢升咗成咁耐啦，但係佢依然係一粒遺跡都未執嘅。咁而且佢因為啱啱要掛住保住佢嗰個貿易線，呢個時候有啲尷尬。 即係越打到後期咧，蒙古嘅陣地戰就越弱㗎啦，因為你始終冇得圍牆啦，冇得起城堡啦，即係點算？即係越蹲得耐咧，英國越 high。即係而且圍晒牆啦已經。咁蒙古嘅貿易線係啱啱俾人打停咗之後，好似仲未翻山。即係可能有幾部車咁樣啦，即係貿易車，但係太少啦咁樣就。即係已經去到17分鐘，如果你貿易車得幾部咧，係即係俾唔到回報你。
No, absolutely not. So for Pupipor, what is he going to do?
Poor
So,
people.
okay, so he is starting trade again, which it's only 3 traders. I mean, it's not a good situation for him. Did you say he got up a second TC as well?
Yeah, he
咁樣貿易到幾時？咁啊 ，Puppy Pond 經濟已經落後好多㗎啦。你見到英國咧，因為佢始終種田有加成啦，而且穩定咗落嚟先係最緊要嘅。即係佢已經係投資好晒啦，種好田啦，佢唔需要再抌好多伐木喺呢個種田度啦，已經，因為即係咁多田都夠㗎啦，已經夠皮。
Nah, he's going to start to lose mid-map control. Of course, he's relying on those pocket economies. Why is that dangerous? Why is that scary? If we check back at Puppypaw's base, I don't see many pastures. Do you?
冇乜經濟啊。咁啊，鬼佬亦都話咧，就係呢個蒙古咧，佢係全部靠食外邊嘅資源嘅，佢係完全冇任何牧場咧去慢慢出呢個羊嘅，即係話咧佢冇一個穩定嘅經濟，即係隨時隨地斷糧嘅，而且貿易得幾部車，依家只係滾雪球啊！你長期咁樣落後30個村民。38個啦，原來已經眨下眼，咁啊部隊數係落後1倍，真係唔抵。先啦，咁啊 ，Puppy Pond 呢邊咧就求其起啲輕頭過嚟處理下呢個工兵長槍兵嘅。咁啊，呢個係蒙古優勢嚟嘅，即係原地起呢個工程單位，而且越多兵起咧就起得越快，即係好過你起呢個siege workshop。
That is not what you want at all. And 165 supply, like Mongol kind of want to be within 20 supply their opponent, but look at this.
頭先喺呢度執遺跡，係咪已經執咗第1粒啦？但係個蒙古升咗咁耐，城堡時代1粒都未執啊！即係平時啲蒙古咧係搶完上城之後咧，就第一件事係出呢個真類。
Another thing to think about is because that hit to the food, Puppypaw can't even try to clash with mass men at arms. He's starting to pivot hard into siege.
Yeah, like the siege is a way back into it, like for sure. I know that. Is that actually for Mangonel?
No, there's a fun little bug to keep you on your toes as a caster. The Mangonels, folks, just to warn you, trebuchets as well. Most of the siege will show as 2.
裝甲步兵3個輕頭，1個巨頭。但係佢想點樣啊？部隊數係27對66喎，你哇！呢個輕頭掟得靚啦，呢個位一嘢係傷咗一大邊，即係一大部分部隊，一大邊嘅呢度。但係就部隊數相差太遠啦，即係22對61啊！呢個係應該係俾人哋吞晒，然之後就我唔知會唔會投降啦。呢度落後好多下。即係你見到裝甲步兵咧係即係輸出唔夠爆發啊，咁啊俾人哋喺後面秒。GG 咁啊冇啦，咁啊選擇投降。哎呀，咁啊佢本身贏面真係幾大，但係即係佢有一波處理得唔好就成鋪炸咗。
These two definitely have played together. Yes. Like very early on, before everybody knew Puppypaw was super good, Marine was one of the first players practicing with him.
Okay.
Which I thought was really cool actually, because it was like sometimes you can just tell from their play that it's like he has a good idea. Like he can push me, he can make me learn as well. But I do know that recently they practiced and Marine cut it. And I know that there's a lot of players like the Mister as well. They tend not to like being beaten. So like whenever they play against players that are pushing them, yeah, it's not good for their confidence. And Puppy Paw has been one of those guys. So getting a first map on the board, that's great.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw, for a lot of people, they're coming in and it's like, Marine Lord seems like the obvious favorite, but Puppy Paw, in a lot of people's eyes, was maybe the one player that he should fear quite a lot, or maybe one of the 2 or 3 players he should fear the most.
Yeah, for Marine Lord, obviously Beastie is always a good opponent for him.
Definitely.
You know, if Beastie isn't having a sheep accidentally go neutral, then, you know, who knows?
咁好彩就係咁樣攞咗一鋪先。
Skill goes and toe-to-toe-ness, like that call from Puppy Paw to go for the main and
即係啱啱咧，佢 Marine Law 咧，其實佢一開始嗰個失誤其實都幾嚴重。即係啲兵少咧，出門口俾人吞咗之後咧，基本上佢完全冇可能阻住蒙古貿易嘅。但係好彩個蒙古自己即係亦都處理得唔好啦。
And then he'd been good because I think the early game actually wasn't bad for Puppy Paw.
即係完全係運氣。
Feeling that you kind of bait yourself, you go, oh, I've got Castle Age units, you've got Feudal Age units. I mean, this is a wipe, right? I can take you out, but it's that kind of Zerg factor, right? When the zombie apocalypse comes, there's only so many you can gun down before they get you.
Yeah, I mean, like English also, obviously they get the network of castles back at home, but also if you only get 1 armor upgrade against English, the longbows deal 1 extra damage, so they're still dealing 2 damage per hit, and then they've got the 20% bonus. So that +1 armor, not as effective against English.
Oh, hello. We're going to Mediterranean. It's going to be an HRE mirror matchup. The second one we've had so far, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, I think the other one was Delhi earlier today, which was a delight in the BC Linux series.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think any player here has truly practiced mirrors. Like every player, when they got to the playoffs, it was like, we have to play mirror? It was kind of a big question mark, and I'm curious because right now, this new arrow ship meta is being solid, but I don't think you can start off with it. Like we saw Magic against Lucifron, he went straight for the arrow ships, which we know he's been doing. He caught Marine Lord off guard, but Lucifron was just like, I'm gonna make like 5 spring hulls straight away, 1 demo, or 1 arrow ship with it, and he just countered the hell out of it. So it's one of those things that it's good if your opponent's playing a bit of a mixed C kind of composition, but it's not good if your opponent knows he's going to do it. So we might see some mind games going on in the early games, but HRE is an absolute beast on the water. It's no surprise that both of them have gone for it.
Yeah, it's interesting as usually in these matchups, we talk about the fact you've got to make your 25 minutes last because the other side will come back into it. But instead, we get the second mirror matchup here in the playoffs for the final series of the day. Marine Lord open up with an early win, but Puppy Paw, let's see if he can come out ahead, show his skills, flex it a little, because in mirror matchups, that's usually the difference maker in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, like, you also have to think about the psyche that both of them have at this point. It's like, you most likely know your opponent's going to pick HRE on Mediterranean, or at least Puppy Paw knows that, because his opponent's 1-0. Like, he has nothing to lose at this point, right? Like, he's 1-0 ahead. And Puppy Paw...
先啦，咁啊，神羅打神羅 Mirror。
To deal with the next 3 civs and save his HRE, just kind of...
咁樣嘅話咧，就係睇雙方個地形啊，即係如果真係 Mirror 嘅話，咁你見到 Marine Law 咧嗰邊，我唔知點解成日好似好窄咁樣，你睇下 Marine Law 個。Tesla 228.7，我期權嗰度係賺咗都唔少，即係居然你又走翻出嚟啊！即係我以為啲觀眾走晒，即係喺度問 Tesla 嗰啲。其實我想行幾次添啊！啱啱嗰個期權，但係唉算啦，即係一陣間入咗場之後，即係重新入多次場，然之後就一陣間倒蝕翻就陰公。
And you can get away with a very early second dock. And Puppy Paw
但係佢呢度真係有啲和味，係都係唔好入。依家係咁爆升嘅，真係。我覺得一係就買正股，即係期權唔好玩。即係如果唔係蝕埋呢個時間值。但係佢好似好想突破上230咁樣，即係佢個款。
Sheep, you can just move them closer, but you don't really worry about the food either.
Can Marine Lord just be a little bit greedy about it and drop the arc in between these 2 wood lines?
Pretty much. Yeah. I think that would actually be an all right position. He might go for it a little bit south, We'll see, but yeah, I don't think either one of them really has to worry too much about the other resources in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess the tough part for Puppy Paw, if that's the case, is he only has one wood line he'll be able to access with the Archon influence. He'll have to settle for gold.
So Marinelo's going to go for an Archon in the north there. You saw him just.
睇下先啦，咁啊賽事即係掛住望電話。睇下先啦，咁啊見到佢慢慢掘下金嘅。嗱，你留意下佢嗰個礦場點解要調位咧？因為佢應該係可能想擺地標喺嗰邊。即係你如果將礦場擺個位置唔係好靚嘅話咧，可能即係頂住個地標種田啊，或者係擺低資源咁樣啦。
Yeah, it's an interesting change. I think the idea is that if you're.
不過呢個係我估啊，我哋睇下地標係咪擺嗰個位啊。
Whereas before, like if he takes water, he has all this extra fish. He's probably able to beat you on land naturally without even have to.
咁啊，暫時雙方差唔多係一模一樣。村民一樣，部隊一樣。咁剩低咧就係睇下邊個執資源執得好啦。
Maybe Puppy Paw's got a bit more choice here. It feels like quite a few relics are closer to him if it ever does go to age 3. He can kind of wall off this section, grab himself 3 relics on that side of the map, whereas Marine Lord, he does have a couple of relics close to him as well. But
睇下先啊，呢個遺跡
I am very curious because these water battles.
邊個着數啲？
I'm all right at them, but. When it comes to
即係神羅基本上，如果你係鬥上城嘅話，就係睇遺跡啊。但係因為呢個係海嘅關係咧，佢因為海戰咧係比較難調支嘅，即係有陣時係好混亂嘅。即係所以啦，你如果係打海戰嘅時候處理得唔好咧，基本上就唔會去到話執遺跡嗰個階段㗎啦，直頭你唔會去到嗰個位。咁啊，見到啦，擺地標喺度啊，所以咧佢礦場移咗位啊。咁呢個係佢嗰個諗法嚟啊，即係我只不過係睇到之後就要講俾大家聽啦。等陣先，佢呢個地標因為 cover 唔到個黃金，即係Puppy Point 嗰個，唔知夠唔夠位。
You really don't need it as much as you think. Like, we might see a situation where both of them have got like 3 or 4 on gold and max. Like, Marine Lord right now is not mining any, he's just focusing on getting that Archon up. But yeah, Marine Lord's was a little bit quicker, but Puppy Paw built it with more villages.
睇下先啊，咁啊8村民，即係你睇下雙方好接近嘅，即係所有嘢都，但係咧剩低就係究竟你執資源，等先，唔係喎。放大招喎，佢呢個係打裝甲步兵嚟嘅，但係咧可能係唔出得多嘅，即係可能係出少少啦，然之後去搞人哋黃金位嘅，即係你諗下，如果 Marine Law 咧佢係一隻兵都唔出嘅 ，Puppy Point 佢如果係出1兩隻裝甲步兵啦，佢可以係打亂對面掘金嗰個。即係嗰個順暢度啦，咁然之後咧就打海嗰邊咧係影響幾大嘅，即係如果你無啦啦有一隻半隻船係唔夠錢出嘅話咧，佢有機會影響個海戰。即係呢個裝甲步兵唔係好貴嘅，因為你諗下咧，佢需要嘅係食物同埋好少黃金嘅啫。頭先 Marine Law 望到啊，你見到佢望到個軍營啦，咁啊自己都加一個軍營嘅，咁啊非常好啊！哇，咁啊 Puppy Point 直接咧係拖呢個村民起戰塔啊，咁啊〜有啲陰險，哇！佢呢度雙軍營使唔使啊？咁啊，睇嚟佢係諗住咧，就係如果你真係插戰塔咧，佢同你鬥多兵嘅啫，即係趕走你啊，拎嚟。就係2軍營打1軍營，但係就海戰唔可以無視喎，即係呢個海戰要打㗎。咁啊，望下先，咁啊部隊數係一樣嘅。咁啊，部隊數一樣嘅。等陣先，嚟咗隻，走啊！呢個係路炮船啊，應該好似。
You have to remember that denial of food means less ships as well, given how the new ship system works. But now we're going to start having the battles, and we're going to see what the both.
還可以啊，咁樣即係兩頭揈下咁樣咁解啦，但係就冇話邊個着數啲同埋唔着數。 哎呀，咁樣寫一個船就有啲蝕啦。即係4代嘅船咧，你無論點都好啦，你係希望佢咧係擺喺碼頭度慢慢回血咧，就唔好死嘅。即係咁樣死咗咧，就有啲蝕底。即係你係永遠都少一隻船嘅。即係如果喺大家打大交嘅時候。即係因為大家碼頭係一樣啊嘛，數量。咁啊呢邊咧就裝甲步兵唔知做乜嘢，即係大家都係1打1嘅。咁但係就非常神奇就係 Puppy Pawn 全部1打1都打輸咗㗎呢個裝甲步兵。咩料？還可以啊呢個位。即係講到尾咧，最後都係打翻即係集中打海嘅。咁啊陸地咧應該係即係照計冇理由抌咁多經濟落去。即係你抌咁多經濟，你個海會輸啊，就個海一輸就玩完㗎啦。即係啲漁船喺晒呢邊。咁啊，暫時你見到咧，雙方都係有排都唔會係去到執遺跡個階段，所以啱啱我都話咧，即係海戰有排玩。等呢個控兵有啲，我唔知邊個着數啲啊！真係求其摸一摸就算數啦。即係求其摸，即係呢個位可能會有啲僵持住。即係其實咧，邊個人去進攻都唔着數嘅，應該照道理。等先，話呢個邊個着數啲？咁啊，你見到 Marine Law 咧，佢好聰明啦，就係將殘血嘅船咧，全部盡量都向後拉嘅。等先，呢個爆炸船炸到嘢啊！炸到嘢啊！咁啊 ，Marine Law 呢邊咧，盡量，哎呀，佢呢度都死咗2隻船啊！咁但係 Puppy Pawn 呢邊都有死啊。其實你見到啊，即係你就算打得咁激烈都好咧，即係打完之後咧，其實感覺上，不過呢個 Puppy Pawn 輸好多。我唔知係咪因為陸地部隊有關係啦，即係佢依家暫時戰鬥部隊咧係29對34。其實差唔多，即係雖然 Puppy Pawn 前面係略略有啲失誤嘅，但係打完之後，其實同55波好似冇乜分別。即係大家望下咧，打完之後咧，村民數可能係我唔知係因為撳少咗定點樣啦。咁啊，暫時係44對45嘅，你見到。咁啊，部隊數係30對40，但係就係咁咯。其實自己主動進攻係唔係太着數嘅，如果大家都係一樣文明。頭先呢個平 A 嘅直接爆炸船咧，咁啊 Puppy Pawn 呢邊咧就應該係等機會先至放隻船上去嘅。咁啊依家咧你見佢直接攞啲船貼面咧，然之後就等爆炸船噶啦，好似。咁啊嚟啊，終於上啦！你見到佢咧係揾自己啲船做彈咧，然之後攞爆炸船自己上。哇！呢個靚啊，炸得呢個炸得靚啊，但係幾多啊？部隊數係好似冇乜用。好似冇乜用。哎，佢側邊咧係分咗少少裝甲步兵去搞人哋黃金位，但係就佢正面炸得好靚喎。但係我唔知點解佢可以繼續打輸個海啊！即係啲船咁硬嘅咩？咁啊，船嘅數量咧係21對28。咁啊，村民咧因為佢搞個黃金位嗰邊咧，其實應該都打咗唔少嘢。應該打咗唔少嘢，咁啊，但係呢少少優勢，唔知會唔會即係 Marine Law 唔知能唔能夠帶到最後啦？即係呢幾個經濟優勢都幾緊要，即係6個村民，即係應該係6個村民，好似定係漁船嚟嘅，即係經濟啊。總之經濟嗰邊係43對50嘅，咁啊已經相差7嘅啦，好都幾多㗎。呢幾個我唔知殺咗幾多村民啊！呢個位幾緊要嚇。哦，我睇到啦，即係左下角咧，大家望下嗰個乜嘢 WRK kills 應該係 workers 嘅 worker kills， 即係殺咗6個村啦，應該俾 Marine Law， 應該係咁啊，好似。咁啊 Marine Law 應該係殺咗 Puppy Pawn 6個村民。 咁啊，自己冇乜損失都 OK 嘅。呢個村民數6隻係經濟都幾影響大，即係尤其是大家5波嘅時候。頭先呢個爆炸，哇！即係好似冇乜特別，即係冇船啊！呢個咁樣打輸咗個海，咁啊7隻船打13隻船應該係，咁啊後面個爆炸船睇下可唔可以做到啲咩啦？集火散兵，nice，哇！咁啊 Marine 咯，好似玩緊嗰啲即係平面射擊 game， 即係啲兵咧，即係啲爆炸船過嚟嘅時候咧，你就全部船集火點落去，咁啊一邊左一邊右咁樣，好似嗰啲陰 game 咁樣，即係啲陰符彈過嚟嘅時候，你點落去。咁啊，打開贏咗就冇咗噶啦！呢個地圖即係唔使諗後邊啦。你今日個海輸咗就呢個鋪完噶啦，應該。咁啊 ，Puppy Point 依家咧係成個海冇咗啦。咁啊，然之後咧就係睇下投唔投降啦。如果你唔投嘅話咧係冇用嘅，因為對面食魚咧效率係好高啦。咁而且佢有機會咧係升成比你快好多啊。咁然之後執遺跡，剩低就係個雪球會滾到非常之大。我覺得短時間應該會投嘅，即係如果你能夠係即係睇清個局，因為呢度即係8個部隊打43個部隊，然之後人哋個海咧係成大堆船向住你個陸地咧，你都係即係冇乜地方發展啦，即係你唔會喺側邊個海度起到啲乜嘢建築物咁樣。哇！瘋狂轉種田，睇嚟佢想捱多陣啊！但係我覺得冇乜可能嘅，即係呢個佢應該嘗試啦，即係自己，但係即係唔投降都可以理解嘅，即係比賽你可能想搏下啦，即係，但係呢一鋪係冇可能逆轉嘅應該。呢個係冇可能逆轉，即係因為你係鏡像文明啦，即係大家同一個文明，然之後對面嘅優勢咁大，即係大家做翻同樣嘅嘢，即係點樣追啊？咁樣冇可能追。咁啊，經濟嗰度咧係43對65噶啦。咁啊 ，Marine Law 咧就因為佢冇死任何嘅漁船啦，所以咧佢係肯定食物收入咧係比你種田嚟得快好多。即係呢個圖深海魚都好多下。呢個你睇下 Marine Law， 佢啱啱冇乜錢嘅，依家即係等咗30秒，啲食物過千啦已經。佢啱啱食物係冇錢嘅，即係幾十秒1分鐘咁樣食物就過千啦，佢停一停兵。咁啊，然之後咧就上城堡時代啦。咁因為 Puppy Point 嗰邊咧漁船死晒啦，佢要重新種田啦，而且種田嘅食物收入咧係慢過魚噶嘛。即係你唔單止要投資啲木材去種田，而且你仲要係即係嚟得比較慢添啊！呢個經濟。So dead 啊！即係我聽到呢個即係 Muslim。睇下先，仲加個 TC， 即係只能夠講係可以理解，但係就冇乜機會。啊，即係呢幾個村民係出去食豬嘅可能。偷雞，但係冇可能啊！即係你對面上咗城啦，即係神羅咧。另外一個強嘅點咧就係佢執完遺跡之後升帝王啊嘛，升帝王然之後爆兵啊嘛。你呢兩個 TC 係即係只能夠講，即係唔會彌補到呢個差距，同埋你會拖慢咗你自己之後嗰個執遺跡啦，執遺跡上帝啦，咁然之後唔知點打。
Oh my God. And just look at the bump and score from that appropriately. So easily queues up all the villages and instantly calls the GG.
係咁啊，果斷投降啊
Hands against his head. He's feeling the pressure now. 2 in a row. And Marine Lord now already on match point.
Marine Lord's tough, man. Like, you know, he's hard to play against. He's hard to go up against on the stage, given that you can see his face over your monitor and what have you. And that is very, very unsettling. But Yeah, when you see that he's playing this well, because he's playing very clean. Like,
果斷投降。
his micro's on point, his macro's on point. Yeah, he took a demo ship in the ass over there in the middle of the map, but that was his one small error, and he was so far ahead. And, you know, Puppy Paw, like, people on the ladder right now might be thinking, hey, I could compete with these guys. You play against any one of them, you know, you don't stand a freaking chance. So everything that they're doing right now, it is very high level, but you can see Puppy Paw there, he's a little stressed out.
It's that type of moment where you wish you could say time out, can we walk away for a moment, and you wish you had some sort of mental coach to kind of get you back in the game, because you mentioned it in the cast, you know, this is a high pressure environment, this is Puppy Paw's first time, you got to feel it. Marine Lord, of course, has been here time and time again, on the ropes at lands. He has that mental fortitude to bounce back easily, even when he's up against the ropes. The question is whether Puppy Paw can.
I'm very curious now, because if I look at the civs that they've got left, they've got 4 Lakes, Dry Arabia, and Golden Heights. So Marine Lord still has Mongol in the back, which I'd save that for Golden Heights any day of the week.
Yeah.
He's still got 2 Abbasid. I'd probably use one of those on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, and what, Puppy Paw goes Delhi, right?
Yeah, in fact, maybe he goes Ottoman on Dry Arabia. But I'm really struggling to see what Puppy Paw does, because Golden Heights, he doesn't have English, he doesn't have Mongol.
Do you maybe save
Puppy Paw 咁啊，已經係0-2啦，咁可能有機會再有一鋪啦。
Delhi for Dry Arabia. Because now Hatery's gone. Like, the one Hatery pick's gone. That opens up Delhi massively. Like, as far as most of the players concerned here, Delhi cannot win against Hatery. So the fact that that's out the mix now, you're like, all right. Maybe he just goes for Dry Arabia, gets a Delhi pick out there. Because I think as far as Delhi players go, Puppy Paw's the best.
Definitely, I agree. We saw him surprise everyone rather. I think he was one of the first players to really show that the French could be dominated by the Delhi on Dry Arabia, and then everyone followed suit after that.
Yeah, and Marine Lord having double Abbasid, he's still one of the players that really does believe in it.
Yeah.
And I guess that if it does go to 4 Lakes, Abbasid it's a decent pick. We got to see Mr. kind of boss around Recon a little bit, and it's very nice having multiple docks everywhere. But yeah, Roos is a tough one to compete with on that map, but yeah, I'm definitely struggling to see what he does on Golden Heights if that is to be played, because going up against Mongol's just a beast over there.
Absolutely, and you know, just to round on that 4 Lakes fort, I think the Abbasses, we already saw in the Recon Mr. series how they can overwhelm the Roos, and I think like the Roos, they're still decent on that map, but I don't think they're as good as they previously were, and it's maybe something that hasn't set in because I don't know how many people have really been practicing.
Which
4
map?
Lakes.
Roos?
4 Lakes, yeah, Roos.
I still think Roos are very good on that map.
But
like,
do you think they're like the god tier they used to be?
I mean, when we thought they were god tier, then China came along and kind of ousted them a little bit. But right now, with how good their fishing boats are, and the fact that all fishing boats are equal now, trying to get control of the lake, like you can't just do a little snipe dock, right, where you get out a few junk and it's like, oh, you have to make your own battleships, which aren't as good, or Hatery getting a galley. I actually think Roos maybe got a little bit better on 4 Lakes.
Interesting.
Which, that's just because the ships became sort of equal. So if you can wall off, because you only need 1 pond for Roos to be good.
That's true.
Which, you know, if you're the other Civ, you need like 2 ponds to be equal to 1 Roos pond, which if you just consider that, like mathematically, it is good for us. But yeah, the only options I see for Puppy Paw right now, Delhi on Dry Arabia, Ottoman on Golden Heights, 4 Lakes Roos. And Marine Lord, given that his Civ pool is a little bit more dynamic, he's going to know as well as I do that that's probably what's going to play. So he's most likely going to go for counter picks here.
Yeah, so Dry Arabia, I mean, I'm kind of feeling he's going to go Bassids. So some people have been thinking about almonds, but in my theory crafting, I don't know how much he practiced it. I feel like the Delhi
咁啊，阿拉伯地圖啊，咁啊，你見到 Puppy Paw 呢邊咧，仲有鄂圖曼啦，即係有德里啦。
I don't think he's comfortable with Abbasid there. I don't think he's comfortable with Mongol. I think he's going to try Ottoman with
但係咧，因為如果你根據對面呢個文明嘅個陣啦，即係我覺得唔知會唔會選擇阿拔斯，但係阿拔斯好似
So like when they start healing,
好似好奇怪。
attack moved, sometimes they just like run ahead of your army, or they run behind and they don't quite know what to heal. Whereas before it felt a lot easier to do, which is kind of interesting actually.
I think we saw that a little earlier today in the BC Linux series where he went for the Wololo play and he kept picking up the Wololo and his scholars just kept ignoring the guy that needed healing. So there might be something to that.
especially when you rely on the attack click behavior, which they added in for heals.
Yeah, this is all super theory crafting, and purely based on the fact that I think Puppy Paw will play Tri Arabia here because.
Oh, we can see it in the center screen. We would definitely get.
咁啊，睇下佢開咩文明啦。咁啊，應該有機會係拉屎一鋪添啊，即係盡快打。
Making us wait. You got to build the suspense, Ben.
Got to build the suspense. I'm too busy thinking about what both of them are going to do because both Wham and Puppy are very good with Delhi, and I mean. They've been sharing a lot of stuff. Even their builds are slightly different to other players. Like, they both, or at least Wham was opting for everything on wood, building the mosque straight away, and then getting the mill afterwards, which is very nice. Okay, Delhi.
Drum roll. It's going to be the Ottomans. So green on green here.
What can I say?
Look at you. You just know.
It's almost like I play this game for money, you know?
It's almost like you're not too bad at it either.
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, sucks that I lost to bloody Marine Lord losing that first game and again meeting the freaking deciders.
But if he goes on to win, you know, in a way you're kind of like second best player because you got eliminated by the best.
That's true, that's true. I mean, if he goes undefeated from this point on, I mean, then Magic's actually the best, right?
Yeah, that's what, like, so you're maybe like top 4?
Maybe top 4, maybe top 4. I mean, the stars did not align for me this one, meeting Marine Lord in the deciders. But I actually feel for Wham a lot because he played Lenok in the first round. Then it was Marine Lord in the loser bracket straight away.
It breaks my heart because I thought he'd be, you know, around top 8. I thought was fair. Like Puppy Paw, I'd say Puppy Paw. No offense to Wham, he's the more improved of the two bros, but they are fairly close as comparative to when you talk about Vortex and Luciferon.
Yeah, and Wham, if he did beat Marine Lord, he'd have run into it as well.
等下佢先，仲未開始。
You know, some players have made it through. I don't want to say easily because nobody's been easy here. Like
call them out.
Yeah, no, I mean you tried to make me call them out in the when you asked me list the players from like strongest to weakest, and I was like, I think these are my top 4, but everybody's way closer than people would think. Like, you know, you've seen that this tournament now. Like Recon showed up. You've seen players like Magic absolutely show up. Quite an underdog's story.
嗱，有機會再有一場。咁啊，睇下先啊。咁啊，選擇咧係鄂圖曼打德里。咁啊 ，Marine Lord 咧係打咩招？咁啊，直接掘石，應該係想起呢個軍事學校啦。
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be a military. Okay, there we go. Like when you make a military school. You kind of want to make it behind your TC in general. Like, there's a few things that we've learned about Ottomans. One of the first ones, you want your production behind because it's all going to be in the same spot with that first blacksmith. Secondly, you kind of want your mill landmark to also be kind of the bottom right of your base. So
睇下先啊。咁啊，玩鄂圖曼咧，基本上咧你要係計一開場咧，你要計好晒你嘅建築物咧係擺喺咩位嘅。佢一定咧要有一個好大嘅空間咧，即係你能夠係加到鐵匠鋪啦。然之後咧側邊咧，起碼至少你要擺到可能10個建築物嘅，即係你諗下咧，英國嘅種田咧側邊咪可以8塊田嘅。鐵匠鋪嗰個10個建築物嘅原理咧，其實同10塊田嘅原理係一樣嘅，即係4個建築物擺喺一行，然之後中間2個，然之後再4個咁樣，即係加埋10個建築物。即係你大約，不過其實8個建築物擺都 OK 嘅，即係唔使計到咁盡。不過呢個係即係大家自己中意。咁另外有一樣咧，就係盡量建築物唔好擺喺前線啦，即係擺喺後邊。咁啊，因為人哋衝撞車撞你嘅話，都即係冇咁容易。咁啊，但係對面係德里嚟。
Lots of archers and just goes for gung ho.
That was kind of my take on the Ottomans when I saw them. Like they're very delayed to get on.
其實德里可能略略地，如果遇到鄂圖曼都幾快，即係因為你諗下，你一開始係想掘多少少金咧，係同埋可能係有啲人咧會中意係雙鐵匠鋪出升攻防啦。咁但係因為如果你一隻兵都冇嘅話咧，就人哋個長槍兵搞住你黃金位，你出唔到呢個太多嗰啲真雷。咁另外咧就係即係會不斷俾人喺側邊做騷擾，即係如果你淨係得2個鐵匠鋪嘅話，好似又唔係好有料到。同埋咧，你唔會話想第一時間就出工兵嘅，因為即係工兵控圖嗰度係冇乜能力。即係好多德里咧最中意就係一開波就係出呢個肉馬啦，咁然之後就係長槍兵嘅，即係打控圖。即係好少人會直接出工兵 嘅。即係因為工兵咧，如果你數量太少咧，你有咩行差踏錯咧，即係人哋就吞咗你啊！睇下先呢個地標。哦，佢應該係諗住建築埋係再向後少少擺個陣。即係一開始我見到佢呢個地標好似頂鬼住啲嘢。睇下先啊，你啊長槍兵，咁你見到啦，咁啊得你係即係你掘唔到金嘅話點算？即係冇真理啊，唔係冇真理，冇真理。即係你睇下俾人騷擾嘅時候，掘唔到金，你只能夠係你。只能夠一係就直接出呢個工兵手嘅，但係工兵係一個好即係好防守嘅單位嚟。即係佢阻咗呢個黃金之後咧，你出唔到真雷，你只能夠係即係你唔會出肉馬先噶嘛，即係因為對面長槍兵你唔會出肉馬先，你只能夠就係揀究竟你想繼續出長槍頂住呢個長槍啦，定係還是出工兵頂住即係趕走佢啦。但係暫時 Poppy Pong 好似乜都唔做啊，真係有料，即係俾人哋係咁斬，但係有料啊，真係個村民夠硬淨，即係咩兵都唔出，我都係照樣。加咩啊？佢呢個佢嗰隻唔係佢加咗個咩建築嘛？嗱，工兵加工兵嘅話，即係只能夠講係佢選擇啦。但係工兵前期咧係即係冇可能亂咁出門口嘅。
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily about the exact numbers on the time.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a nerd.
Exact number.
All right, 8 on food, 5 on wood, 3. Okay, so there is more on the stone. That's good. That does indicate that he will be going for what's it called, more military schools. Because I don't think he can go.
咁啊，出工兵就出工兵啦，即係叫做有效率，咁啊兼且係穩定趕走人哋嘅長槍。
I say that you shouldn't go 2 TC, but Marine Lord.
啊，即係呢度啲村民咧，啲村民即係攤住，然之後真女喺後面補血。
Yeah,
he's just keeping you on your toes.
I think, yeah, we'll see what he's doing with.
即係情況唔錯。
In fact, can we have a little look over there, Mapu? See if he's. So he is still going for it. Like, he's got a choice here. Does he keep on mining stone to get up to 100 for the 3rd military school later on down the line? Just saves you a bit of the trading. Or goes for the 2nd TC. With that amount on wood, maybe he's just going to hope to get up a big amount of production. Because production for Ottoman, it is cheaper as well.
睇下先，奧圖曼。
Let's talk about the Madrasa a little bit because
佢暫時咧依然咧係儲緊呢個軍事學校啦，但係就我唔知佢係咪都係想強打封建。但係佢又有掘石喎，即係我研究下佢嗰個玩法係點先。即係我感覺上佢又好似想留喺封建耐啲嘅。係即係呢個 TC 擺喺邊啊？等先，佢掘咗167石，然之後又停咗係咩料？咁啊，見到啦，咁啊建築物開始喺度擺陣啦。工兵。咁啊，直接咧係出咗一個嘅戰鼓先。其實佢石頭唔夠嘅喎，但係佢木材又咁 Q 多。佢呢啲木咧有機會係，亦都係留嚟係咁加經濟，即係加軍事建築啊！你見到可能佢想再加多個軍事學校啦，所以咧佢係掘咗167石。即係佢唔係開 TC 啊，佢係封建爆兵啊！即係掘咗少少石頭出嚟。咁啊，出去搶點啦！咁啊，得你都正路嘅，即係都正路嘅，因為得你都喺封建強勢，但係你唔會想俾佢免費攞咗啲聖地，即係喺封建時代爆兵咯，即係。但係得你咧係封建爆兵入邊咧，應該係 暫時呢個版本可能係最強都未定，即係因為自從羅斯改弱咗之後咧，封建爆兵最勁就應該得你㗎啦，我諗。頭先呢個部隊差唔多呢個數量。哇！佢呢個戰鼓咧係加咗呢個，我唔知佢係加弓啊，好似即係佢呢個兩把劍交叉。等陣，呢個真女寶血好似有啲勁。
But they don't take any extra damage from the range. It's from the melee that they take extra damage, and they were nowhere to be seen. That back wall, it's actually.
好似唔錯喎，即係咁樣爆兵落去。即係呢個工兵真係冇乜料到。咁啊 ，Puppy Pond 呢度咧唔好再打啦，即係再打就一路送落去㗎啦，因為以少打多咧就永遠唔會贏嘅，即係呢個位唔需要打走啦。呢個死咗太多兵啦。咁啊，部隊數係唔係即係15對23啦。其實有啲時候咧就即係一個開戰有啲咩失誤咧，你部隊數開始有差距咧，就成場都有差距㗎啦，即係呢個數字。我唔知會唔會因為咁樣打咗一波，然之後部隊數一直跟唔到鄂圖曼，然之後咧就俾鄂圖曼秒咗，即係唔係秒啦，即係一路壓住嚟砌。即係呢啲係，即係呢個係形勢判斷有錯。
New strats coming into play literally the day of, right? Like this is something that I'm not sure many people at home knew about, but this meta style where you get it instead of the sheep initially feels very wrong, but it's so right once it gets going.
I love that you said that because I remember
when
we first got here, talked to a few players about it. They thought that this was the worst one of the three, right? There's the last one that you got. Maybe even like you didn't get, sorry, not scrubs. Well, maybe you don't go in man, but you kind of ignore it and just go for the tier 2 ones.
Yeah, it was actually Magic that told me about the meta stuff. And initially I was like.
咁啊，至少搶咗一個點咧，暫時，但係就26對29。其實得你爆兵都好勁，即係話咁快追翻，即係個數字。但係如果啱啱嗰一波冇打咧，即係你諗下，啱啱嗰一波冇打嘅時候，呢一波部隊就唔係27㗎啦，呢一個部隊可能30幾40㗎啦，咁然之後就對32部隊，所以前面真係冇必要急。即係如果依家部隊數係40幾對33嘅，即係撳住嚟砌聖地任你搶，即係有陣時就係急咗一陣間，即係。但係經濟 OK 嘅，即係鄂圖曼嗰邊好似壓制唔到德里嘅發展。等陣，呢個做乜嘢？又送兵？乜嘢？點解啊？點解要咁樣做？嗱，啲肉馬咧就你見佢想貼去工兵嗰度殺嘅，盡量夠唔夠抽？部隊數係24對33啊呢度，咁啊鄂圖曼溝咗長槍兵㗎。Puppy Pond 點解啊？又 flow 一次啊？第二次 flow game 啊，喂，即係 flow 啦，即係呢個絕對係。部隊數咧再次拉開係14對33，即係做乜鬼？點解啊？即係係咪急住收工？即係呢度2波啦，已經咁樣。即係第一波咧，本身你唔打咧，部隊數可能係40幾對30幾嘅，咁你好明顯就係部隊數有優勢嘅。第二波咧就即係因為前一波已經落後咗一次啊，第二波打完再落後多啲，即係滾雪球咁樣，即係越嚟越落後啊！真係打鬼。即係呢個時候咧，咁樣輸咗2波咧，係你要追2重嘅部隊數，即係因為你要追翻第一次打輸嘅部隊數啦，然之後又要追第2次打輸嘅部隊數啦，即係你要連追2個部隊數，咁你先至能夠係同對方持平。咁但係呢度又衝出去同人打。即係有啲人咧係寧願自己建築物俾人係咁肥咧，即係冇威脅噶嘛呢啲，你唔需要衝出去同人打。
This army's getting
即
bigger.
係啱啱呢度咧，就略略又衝出去同人打咧，就基本上係可能當係第3次即係交戰嘅，即係嘅叫做咩好啊？落後啦。咁啊，部隊數咧去到17對54，佢已經係連續3次嘅開戰失誤啦。即係如果你係搬去一啲其他 game 度咧，即係好似係嗰啲咩英雄聯盟啦嚇，即係你上路兩個喺度對打咧，即係通常啲隊友叫你唔好雷 B， 就係叫你唔好同人打嘅直頭，就係咁簡單，即係唔好同人打。因為你每打一次你死一次，即係不斷喺度送頭嘅話咧，就即係一路滾雪球就唔會追得翻噶嘛，即係呢啲1打1嘅遊戲。即係除非有人幫啦，但係 RTS 1打1你冇人幫你，即係你滾雪球滾起咗就係咁噶啦，即係隻 game。咁啊，呢個咧係第4次嘅交戰失誤嚟㗎啦。咁啊，但係我諗佢應該係打完之後就投㗎啦。應該你見 Marine Law 咧，亦都係舉起佢隻手咧，係確定自己勝利。即係 Puppy Pond 今場3鋪都係發揮得唔好。
He knows he's got nothing left. Puppy Paw goes from plenty of food to none at all. Marine
可惜
will make it a clean 3-0 to get one of the favorites out of this tournament.
Clean 3-0 啊，即係非常快脆。咁啊，3點半收工啦，可以。
I mean, Puppy Paw was looking really good. I do think he was maybe a little bit nervous in this series. I really do think he was. I liked his situation in the Mongol game for a while. It was just one of those things where it's like you overcommit on the English base, you're in a little bit of trouble then, and then it kind of fell apart. Second game, that was just one of those things where I think Marine Lord knew what Puppy Paw was going to do.
Yeah.
And he countered it by getting a lot of the spring old ships early on. And I mean, that is one of the things where if a new meta does come along, it's not too long until a new one develops. And you see that in these games. But you could tell Marine Lord, every game he came in with an idea, a plan. He kind of knew what, he was never flustered, right? So whatever Puppy Paw had planned in a game, Marine Lord knew exactly what to do to throw it off, but also how to, you know, be ahead. And the fact that he came out with this Ottoman build and the meta, I hope he's got a little thank you for me on stage, because I was telling him that's real good.
I don't, you know how he says thanks to you. I don't think you want to hear the way he says thanks.
He loves me. He absolutely does.
But like just a quick round for like the Ottomans as well. They continue to ramp pressure. It feels like, and then all of a sudden, like Delhi, usually the pressure makers. It feels like the longer you're not doing something, the worse it gets. But you know what? Why hear from me?
只能夠講係即係唔應該係失誤嚟。
Ellie has got a chance to catch up with one only Marine Lord.
Congratulations, Marine Lord. That was a very nice, clean 3-0. I have to ask,
3-0
many mirror matchups. What did you think against the Holy Roman Empire mirror matchup? Did you prepare for that?
Specifically for that, of mirrors, maybe.
哇！佢呢個法式英文。
In the groups. So, like, I'm not sure about this matchup. I just saw the barrack and I felt like he wanted to cheese me. And at this point, I was very confident because, like, if you try to cheese me and I already made like 4 ships, normally I have an advantage on water. And if I'm good enough, I should snowball that pretty easily. So my reaction was not the best, but I just saw it pretty late, so I wasn't too sure what to do. And no matter what, like, he pulled the villagers, we're not on the map. I know he spent food very early, so I made maybe more fishing ship. So I don't know, the position felt pretty good.
I guess you were true to your name and you really were a lord in the marine environment. It was really, really well played. Because for the best of threes, mirror matchups would not have been able to be seen.
Really, really well played.
It was certainly exciting to see them today. What did you think about, were you expecting perhaps a castle drop from the Delhi player?
I mean, if it reaches castle, yes, but the plan was to win in feudal. So I feel like in theory, Ottoman, you can leave 1 sacred site to Delhi. If it doesn't get 2, it should be fine. 1, it should be pretty much even. So when I denied the sacred site at the start, I knew it was pretty much GG. I did a very good job to take map control. I denied monks, bottom and top. And then in the middle, I have 1, so I know it was GG already at this time.
And how confident are you feeling into the semifinals on Sunday?
It's still best of 5, so it's the same to me. Like, if Beastie is gonna be better than me on Sunday, he's gonna beat me. But I think I will win.
How have you been preparing against Beastie?
I don't really prepare for people. Like, especially because I'm B seed right now, so the draft is a little bit more technical. So I'm just gonna try to go for late games, be very aggressive, and play my style. And usually it works very well against BC, so we will see, right?
For the last game, do you think the Ottoman Empire versus quite nicely versus Delhi in the feudal play?
I'm not too sure yet, but I felt like my build was more... Like last time I played that against Swam, against his brother yesterday, my build wasn't clean because it was the first time I was trying this strategy. But today I was thinking a little bit more about it, so it was way more clean. I forgot at some point to remove some stone, but I got like maybe 70 more stones than expected, and that's not much. Otherwise, the build was very clean, and I'm not too sure about this matchup yet, but it felt like if there is one civ that can do well against Delhi right now, except Delhi because it's a mirror, it's Ottomans.
Well, you played certainly really, really well, and it was a pleasure to watch you play, and we will
Really,
definitely
really
look
well.
forward to watching what you have in store for us on Sunday.
Thanks.
Do you have any plans for tomorrow?
即係人哋祝福佢，然之後佢又 thanks 一句。
I've visited the castle a little bit already, and maybe I will do that tomorrow, but I don't think so. I like to play, so I'm gonna play.
Will you be watching the Age of Empires 2 finals? Or the Age of Empires 1 as well?
I mean, I like Age of Empires 2, but...
睇下先啊，聽日係咪一代同二代啊？好似。
It's about those civs, it's a little bit boring for me because I just don't know what they do.
我唔知大家有冇興趣睇一代啊？但係如果即係順手嘅話，咪播埋啦。聽日即係反正都係嗰個時間。
For them with the live student audience tomorrow, it's going to be amazing, and I'm sure the live student audience will really look forward to watching you play on Sunday as well.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, Ellie, what a conclusion to the day we've seen here, my friend. Let's head up onto the stage and close things out for people. I nearly, very secretly gave away that this isn't an actual... Whoops, oh my goodness me, can't let the trade secrets out. My friends, what a day we've had. We have whittled the field of 8 quarterfinalists down to just 4 semi-finalists who, as you've mentioned, will play in front of a live studio audience right here in this hall in just a couple of days' time. But before that...
睇嚟我唔知佢仲有冇嘢宣佈啊！即係會唔會？定係完場咧？咁樣，即係我嘔多一陣間，即係我睇埋佢收檔先。 因為冇嘢宣佈嘅話，你冇理由搬呢本嘢出嚟個，好似我有冇？ 即係有冇講錯？大家覺得係咪有 feel？ 係咪有嘢宣佈？又或者會唔？我之前唔知聽邊個講話有啲咩表演賽，好似。So amazing.
Matchups as well. First up is Veleze versus Leary, and then followed up with Tato and Hera, and I think any one of them can take it home.
Well, before we get in too deep on what's going to happen tomorrow, let's talk about the conclusion of today. We can have a look at the bracket and
conclusion of the date.
You can see here now with the Mister going through playing against Lucifron in the semi-finals, and we've got Beastie.
係先啦，咁啊4強已經係分咗出嚟啦。咁呢個賽事咧應該係去到禮拜日打嘅，好似係嘛？Sunday。咁啊星期六咧應該係一代同埋二代啊。咁啊4代嘅話，因為佢禮拜日開始咧，我就可能開唔到台啊。即係睇埋聽日一代二代咯。
20-something years ago now, 25, right? 25 years ago. And I can't wait to see. It's going to be a real blast from the past, that one.
Yeah, no, it's going to be phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Fully leaning into it. You love to see that. But of course, let's talk Turkey. Over $200,000 on the line tomorrow. A huge amount of money is going to be given away tomorrow to players across both Age of Empires 1 and Age of Empires 2. But even more exciting for that for me personally is the audience. People have been champing at the bit to get inside this beautiful castle, to come to this wonderful city in Germany and experience the biggest Age of Empires tournament that the world has ever seen.
The hype is real. Tickets were sold out in 45 seconds, which is insane.
It's incredible, yeah. And
insane.
We cannot wait to bring you live coverage in front of this live studio audience across the next 2 days. A quick reminder, however, that wherever time, I'm not going to try to
figure out where you're watching from and which time zone affects you, but we are starting tomorrow's show 1 hour earlier than what we've been starting all the other days' plays. Do not miss it. Make sure you update your alarms or you set your reminders to the correct time 1 hour earlier. And I believe there are other scheduling things we need to get across. Daylight savings maybe in some parts of the world as well.
In some parts. Check Liquipedia.
Yeah, check, in the immortal words of Nilly, check Liquipedia. My friends, what a pleasure it's been to bring you coverage of the quarterfinals today here from Heidelberg Castle in Germany. The biggest Age of Empires tournament the world has ever seen gets even bigger tomorrow as we invite hundreds of people into Heidelberg Castle to see the very best in the business in Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 across 2 days.
1, 2 and 4.
Of $500,000 in prize money. We can't wait to have your company, but until then, my friends, we are going to bid you good night here from Heidelberg on behalf of Ellie and the rest of the broadcast team and of course the production team behind the scenes, making sure everything runs smoothly. We'd like to thank you for your company and of course we'd like to thank Red Bull.
睇嚟冇嘢宣佈，真係佢咁大本嘢得個樣。
So very much. Let's get across some of the highlights, some of the big moments from today's action, and we will see you back here tomorrow.
咁啊，應該完㗎啦。咁啊，今日係咁先啦。咁啊，多謝收睇。咁啊，其實都好早，3點半。本身係諗住預5點，但係3點半都幾快脆。咁啊，係咁先，GG 啦。
Tell you what, you around the world, you're going to have the experience of a lifetime as well, watching some of the best players in Age of Empires 4.
Think of all the people here.
Where you should do them and pop people.
Anybody wondering that's the command that selects all units on the map. Yeah, rest in peace, little guys.
Lucifron is losing practically the whole backbone of his army here.
Yeah, I mean, you see how rubbish they are. He was running away from a wolf.
Yeah, why
terrible unit. Definitely not S tier of the feudal age.
The wolf is hungry, man.
It's another Wololo attempt. He's not going to stop, and this time he'll at least get it off. Lenok is too slow to respond. He gets a massive chunk of the army.
And he actually doesn't know if he hit or not.
Yeah.
Right? He just hears
Look
the
at
castle scream.
He's going for different spots. He's like, it's somewhere around here.
Oh, Recon! Oh, go Recon! I want to try it from you! Yeah, Recon!
this long enough that it just doesn't feel like a good value here. A second one's being pred back at home.
It's looking sharp. And I mean, 103 supply.
He got him on the berries. That's it. He knows he's got nothing left. Puppy Paw goes from plenty of food game.
I mean, Puppy Paw was looking really good. I do think he was maybe a little bit nervous.
In the middle, Leary's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds onto that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC. Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.